A Dance in Fire by Wain Jarth. Chapter 1 of A Clerk's Adventures in Valenwood. Scene, the Imperial City, Cyrodiil. Date, 7 Frostfall, 3rd Era 397. It seemed as if the palace had always housed the Atreus Building Commission, the company of clerks and estate agents who authored and notarized nearly every construction of any note in the Empire. It had stood for 250 years, since the reign of the Emperor Magnus, a plain-fronted and austere hall on a minor but respectable plaza in the Imperial City. Energetic and ambitious middle-class lads and ladies worked there, as well as complacent middle-aged ones like Decumus Scotti. No one could imagine a world without the Commission, least of all Scotti. To be accurate, he could not imagine a world without himself in the Commission. "Lord Atreus is perfectly aware of your contributions," said the managing clerk, closing the shutter that demarcated Scotty's office behind him. "But you know that things have been difficult." "Yes," said Scotty stiffly. "Lord Vanek's men have been giving us a lot of competition lately, and we must be more efficient if we are to survive. Unfortunately, that means releasing some of our historically best but presently underachieving senior clerks." "I understand. Can't be helped." "I'm glad that you understand," smiled the managing clerk, smiling thinly and withdrawing. "Please have your room cleared immediately." Scotty began the task of organizing all his work to pass on to his successor. It would probably be young Imbralius who would take most of it on, which was as it should be, he considered philosophically. The lad knew how to find business. Scotty wondered idly what the fellow would do with the contracts for the new statue of Saint Alicia for which the Temple of the One had applied. Probably invent a clerical error, blame it on his old predecessor Decumus Scotti, and require an additional cost to rectify. "I have correspondence for Decumus Scotti of the Atreus Building Commission." Scotti looked up. A fat-faced courier had entered his office and was thrusting forth a sealed scroll. He handed the boy a gold piece and opened it up. By the poor penmanship, atrocious spelling and grammar, and overall unprofessional tone, it was manifestly evident who the writer was. Leodis Jurus, a fellow clerk some years before who had left the commission after being accused of unethical business practices. "Dear Scotty, I imagine you always wondered what happened to me, and the last place you would have expected to find me is out in the woods, but that's exactly where I am. Ha. If you're smart and want to make a lot of extra gold for Lord Atreus, and yourself, you'll come down to Valenwood too. If you haven't or have been following the politics here lately, you may or may not know that there's been a war between the Boschmer and their neighbors elsewhere over the past 2 years. Things have only just calmed down, and there's a lot that needs to be rebuilt. Now I've got more business than I can handle, but I need someone with some clout, someone representing a respected agency to get the quill in the ink. That someone is you, my fiend. Come and meet me at the Mother Pasco's Tavern in Falinesti, Valenwood. I'll be here 2 weeks and you won't be sorry. Juris P.S. Bring a wagon load of timber if you can." "What do you have there, Scotty?" asked a voice. Scotty started. It was Imbralius, his damnably handsome face peeking through the shutters, smiling in that way that melted the hearts of the stingiest of patrons and the roughest of stonemasons. Scotty shoved the letter in his jacket pocket. "Personal correspondence," he sniffed. "I'll be cleared up here in just a moment." "I don't want to hurry you," said Imbralius, grabbing a few sheets of blank contracts from Scotty's desk. "I've just gone through a stack, and the scribe's hands are all cramping up, so I thought you wouldn't miss a few." The lad vanished. Scotty retrieved the letter and read it again. He thought about his life, something he rarely did. It seemed a sea of gray with a black, insurmountable wall looming. There was only one narrow passage he could see in that wall. Quickly, before he had a moment to reconsider it, he grabbed a dozen of the blank contracts with the shimmering gold leaf, Atreus Building Commission by appointment of His Imperial Majesty, and hid them in the satchel with his personal effects. The next day he began his adventure with a giddy lack of hesitation. He arranged for a seat in a caravan bound for Valenwood, the single escorted conveyance to the southeast leaving the Imperial City that week. He had scarcely hours to pack, but he remembered to purchase a wagon load of timber. "It will be extra gold to pay for a horse to pull that," frowned the convoy head. "So I anticipated," smiled Scotty with his best Imbralius grin. 10 wagons in all set off that afternoon through the familiar Cyrodiilic countryside, past fields of wildflowers, gently rolling woodlands, friendly hamlets. The clop of the horses' hooves against the soundstone road reminded Scotty that the Atreus Building Commission constructed it. 5 of the 18 necessary contracts for its completion were drafted by his own hand. "Very smart of you to bring that wood along," said a gray-whiskered Breton man next to him on his wagon. "You must be in commerce." "Of a sort," said Scotty, in a way he hoped was mysterious, before introducing himself. "Decumus Scotty." "Griff Malin," said the man. "I'm a poet, actually a translator of old Bosmer literature. I was researching some newly discovered tracts of the Menoriad play bar 2 years ago, when the war broke out and I had to leave. You are no doubt familiar with the Menoriad, if you're aware of the Green Pact." Scotty thought the man might be speaking perfect gibberish, but he nodded his head. "Naturally. I don't pretend that the Menoriad is as renowned as the Me Elidian, or as ancient as the Dansir Gol, but I think it has a remarkable significance to understanding the nature of the Merilithic Bosmer mind. The origin of the wood elf aversion to cutting their own wood or eating any plant material at all, yet paradoxically their willingness to import plant stuff from other cultures, I feel can be linked to a passage in the Menoriad." Malin shuffled through some of his papers, searching for the appropriate text. To Scotty's vast relief, the carriage soon stopped to camp for the night. They were high on a bluff over a gray stream, and before them was the great valley of Valenwood. Only the cry of seabirds declared the presence of the ocean to the bay to the west. Here the timber was so tall and wide, twisting around itself like an impossible knot begun eons ago, to be impenetrable. A few more modest trees, only 50 feet to the lowest branches, stood on the cliff at the edge of camp. The sight was so alien to Scotty, and he found himself so anxious about the proposition of entering the wilderness that he could not imagine sleeping. Fortunately, Malin had supposed he had found another academic with a passion for the riddles of ancient cultures. Long into the night, he recited Bosmer verse in the original and in his own translation, sobbing and bellowing and whispering wherever appropriate. Gradually, Scotty began to feel drowsy, but a sudden crack of wood snapping made him sit straight up. "What was that?" Malin smiled. "I like it too. Convocation in the malignity of the moonless speculum, a dance of fire. There are some enormous birds up in the trees moving around," whispered Scotty, pointing in the direction of the dark shapes above. "I wouldn't worry about that," said Malin, irritated with his audience. "Now listen to how the poet characterizes Hermamora's invocation in the 18th stanza of the 4th book. The dark shapes in the trees were some of them perched like birds, others slithered like snakes, and still others stood up straight like men." As Malin recited his verse, Scotty watched the figures softly leap from branch to branch, half gliding across impossible distances for anything without wings. They gathered in groups and then reorganized until they had spread to every tree around the camp. Suddenly, they plummeted from the heights. "Mara!" cried Scotty. "They're falling like rain." "Probably seed pods," Malin shrugged, not turning around. "Some of the trees have remarkable—" The camp erupted into chaos. Fires burst out in the wagons. The horses wailed from mortal blows. Casks of wine, fresh water, and liquor gushed their contents to the ground. A nimble shadow dashed past Scotty and Malin, gathering sacks of grain and gold with impossible agility and grace. Scotty had only one glance at it, lit up by a sudden nearby burst of flame. It was a sleek creature with pointed ears, wide yellow eyes, mottled pied fur, and a tail like a whip. "Werewolf," he whimpered, shrinking back. "Cathay rot," groaned Malin. "Much worse. Khajiit cousins or some such thing come to plunder." "Are you sure?" As quickly as they struck, the creatures retreated, diving off the bluff before the battle mage and knight, the caravan's escorts, had fully opened their eyes. Malin and Scotty ran to the precipice and saw 100 feet below the tiny figures dash out of the water, shake themselves, and disappear into the wood. "Werewolves aren't acrobats like that," said Malin. "They were definitely Cathayrot. Bastard thieves. Thanks Stendar they didn't realize the value of my notebooks. It wasn't a complete loss." Chapter 2. It was a complete loss. The Cathay Rot had stolen or destroyed almost every item of value in the caravan in just a few minutes' time. Decumus Scotty's wagon load of wood he had hoped to trade with the Bosmer had been set on fire and then toppled off the bluff. His clothing and contracts were tattered and ground into the mud of dirt mixed with spilt wine. All the pilgrims, merchants, and adventurers in the group moaned and wept as they gathered the remnants of their belongings by the rising sun of the dawn. I best not tell anyone that I managed to hold on to my notes for my translation of the Menoriad play bar, whispered the poet Griff Mallon. They'd probably turn on me. Scotty politely declined the opportunity of telling Mallon just how little value he himself placed on the man's property. Instead, he counted the coins in his purse. 34 gold pieces. Very little indeed for an entrepreneur beginning a new business. "Hoy!" came a cry from the wood. A small party of Bosmer emerged from the thicket, clad in leather mail and bearing arms. "Friend or foe?" "Neither," growled the convoy head. "You must be the Cyrodiils," laughed the leader of the group, a tall, skeleton-thin youth with a sharp vulpine face. "We heard you were en route. Evidently so did our enemies." "I thought the war was over," muttered one of the caravan's now ruined merchants. The Bosmer laughed again. "No act of war, just a little border enterprise. You are going on to Falinesti?" "I'm not." The convoy head shook his head. "As far as I'm concerned, my duty is done. No more horses, no more caravan. Just a fat profit loss to me." The men and women crowded around the man, protesting, threatening, begging, but he refused to step foot in Valenwood. If these were the new times of peace, he said, he'd rather come back for the next war. Scotty tried a different route and approached the Bosmer. He spoke with an authoritative but friendly voice, the kind he used in negotiations with peevish carpenters. "I don't suppose you'd consider escorting me to Falinesti. I'm a representative for an important Imperial agency, the Atreus Building Commission, here to help repair and alleviate some of the problems the war with the Khajiit brought to your province. Patriotism. 20 gold pieces, and you must carry your own gear if you have any left," replied the Bosmer. Scotty reflected that negotiations with peevish carpenters rarely went his way either. 6 eager people had enough gold on them for payment. Among those without funds was the poet, who appealed to Scotty for assistance. "I'm sorry, Griff. I only have 14 gold left over. Not even enough for a decent room when I get to Falinesti." "I really would help you if I could," said Scotty, persuading himself that it was true. The band of 6 and their Bosmer escorts began the descent down a rocky path along the bluff. Within an hour's time, they were deep in the jungles of Valenwood. A never-ending canopy of hues of browns and greens obscured the sky. A millennia's worth of fallen leaves formed a deep, wormy sea of putrefaction beneath their feet. Several miles were crossed wading through the slime. For several more, they took a labyrinthian path across fallen branches and the low-hanging boughs of giant trees. All the while, hour after hour, the inexhaustible Bosmer host moved so fast, the Cyrodiils struggled to keep from being left behind. A red-faced little merchant with short legs took a bad step on a rotten branch and nearly fell. His fellow provincials had to help him up. The Bosmer paused only a moment, their eyes continually darting to the shadows in the trees above, before moving on at their usual expeditious pace. "What are they so nervous about?" wheezed the merchant irritably. "More Cathay rot?" "Don't be ridiculous," laughed the Bosmer unconvincingly. "Khajiit this far into Valenwood? In times of peace, they'd never dare." When the group passed high enough above the swamp that the smell was somewhat dissipated, Scotty felt a sudden pang of hunger. He was used to 4 meals a day in the Cyrodiilic custom. Hours of non-stop exertion without food was not part of his regimen as a comfortably paid clerk. He pondered, feeling somewhat delirious, how long they had been trotting through the jungle. 12 hours? 20? A week? Time was meaningless. Sunlight was only sporadic through the vegetative ceiling. Phosphorescent molds on the trees and in the muck below provided the only regular illumination. "Is it at all possible for us to rest and eat?" he hollered to his host up ahead. "We're near to Falinesti," came the echoing reply. "Lots of food there." The path continued upward for several hours more across a clot of fallen logs, rising up to the first and then the second boughs of the tree line. As they rounded a long corner, the travelers found themselves midway up a waterfall that fell 100 feet or more. No one had the energy to complain as they began pulling up the stacks of rock, agonizing foot by foot. The Bosmer escorts disappeared into the mist, but Scotty kept climbing until there was no more rock left. He wiped the sweat and river water from his eyes. Falinesti spread across the horizon before him. Sprawling across both banks of the river stood the mighty Grot Oak City, with groves and orchards of lesser trees crowding it like supplicants before their king. At a lesser scale, the tree that formed the moving city would have been extraordinary, gnarled and twisted with a gorgeous crown of gold and green, dripping with vines and shining with sap. At a mile tall and half as wide, it was the most magnificent thing Scotty had ever seen. If he had not been a starving man with the soul of a clerk, he would have sung. "There you are," said the leader of the escorts. "Not too far a walk. You should be glad it's wintertide. In summertide, the city's on the far south end of the province." Scotty was lost as to how to proceed. The sight of the vertical metropolis where people moved about like ants disoriented all his sensibilities. "You wouldn't know of an inn called—" He paused for a moment, and then pulled Juris's letter from his pocket. "Something like Mother Pasco's Tavern." "Mother Pasco's?" The lead Bosmer laughed his familiar contemptuous laugh. "You won't want to stay there? Visitors always prefer the Asia Hall in the top boughs. It's expensive, but very nice." "I'm meeting someone at Mother Pascost's Tavern." "If you've made up your mind to go, take a lift to Havel Slump and ask for directions there. Just don't get lost and fall asleep in the Western Cross." This apparently struck the youth's friends as a very witty jest, and so it was with their laughter echoing behind him that Scotty crossed the writhing root system to the base of Falinesti. The ground was littered with leaves and refuse, and from moment to moment a glass or a bone would plummet from far above, so he walked with his neck crooked to have warning. An intricate network of platforms anchored to thick vines slipped up and down the slick trunk of the city with perfect grace, manned by operators with arms as thick as an ox's belly. Scotty approached the nearest fellow at one of the platforms, who was idly smoking from a glass pipe. "I was wondering if you might take me to Havel Slump." The mayor nodded, and within a few minutes' time, Scotty was 200 feet in the air at a crook between two mighty branches. Curled webs of moss stretched unevenly across the fork, forming a sharing roof for several dozen small buildings. There were only a few souls in the alley, but around the bend ahead, he could hear the sound of music and people. Scotty tipped the Falinesti platform ferryman a gold piece and asked for the location of Mother Pascost's Tavern. "Straight ahead of you, sir, but you won't find anyone there," the ferryman explained, pointing in the direction of the noise. "Morndas everyone in Havel Slump has revelry." Scotty walked carefully along the narrow street. Though the ground felt as solid as the marble avenues of the Imperial city, there were slick cracks in the bark that exposed fatal drops into the river. He took a moment to sit down, to rest and get used to the view from the heights. It was a beautiful day for certain, but it took Scotty only a few minutes of contemplation to rise up in alarm. A jolly little raft anchored downstream below him had distinctly moved several inches while he watched it, but it hadn't moved at all. He had, together with everything around him. It was no metaphor. The city of Falinesti walked, and considering its size, it moved quickly. Scotty rose to his feet and into a cloud of smoke that drifted out from around the bend. It was the most delicious roast he had ever smelled. The clerk forgot his fear and ran. The revelry, as the ferryman had termed it, took place on an enormous platform tied to the tree, wide enough to be a plaza in any other city. A fantastic assortment of the most amazing people Scotty had ever seen were jammed shoulder to shoulder together, many eating, many more drinking, and some dancing to a lutist and singer perched on an offshoot above the crowd. They were largely Bosmer, true natives clad in colorful leather and bones, with a close minority of orcs. Whirling through the throng, dancing and bellowing at one another were a hideous ape people. A few heads bobbing over the tops of the crowd belonged not, as Scotty first assumed, to very tall people, but to a family of centaurs. "Care for some mutton?" queried a wizened old Mer who roasted an enormous beast on some red-hot rocks. Scotty quickly paid him a gold piece and devoured the leg he was given, and then another gold piece and another leg. The fellow chuckled when Scotty began choking on a piece of gristle and handed him a mug of a frothing white drink. He drank it and felt a quiver run through his body as if he were being tickled. "What is that?" Scotty asked. "Jaga, fermented pig's milk. I can let you have a flagon of it and a bit more mutton for another gold." Scotty agreed, paid, gobbled down the meat, and took the flagon with him as he slipped into the crowd. His co-worker, Lyodes Juris, the man who had told him to come to Valenwood, was nowhere to be seen. When the flagon was a quarter empty, Scotty stopped looking for Juris. When it was half empty, he was dancing with the group, oblivious to the broken planks and gaps in the fencework. At 3/4 empty, he was trading jokes with a group of creatures whose language was completely alien to him. By the time the flagon was completely drained, he was asleep, snoring, while the revelry continued on all around his supine body. The next morning, still asleep, Scotty had the sensation of someone kissing him. He made a face to return the favor, but a pain like fire spread through his chest and forced him to open his eyes. There was an insect the size of a large calf sitting on him, crushing him, its spiky legs holding him down while a central spiral-bladed vortex of a mouth tore through his shirt. He screamed and thrashed, but the beast was too strong. It had found its meal, and it was going to finish it. "It's over," thought Scotty wildly. "I should have never left home. I could have stayed in the city and perhaps found work with Lord Vanek. I could have begun again as a junior clerk and worked my way back up." Suddenly the mouth released itself. The creature shivered once, expelled a burst of yellow bile, and died. "Got one!" cried a voice not too distantly. For a moment, Scotty lay still. His head throbbed and his chest burned. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw movement. Another of the horrible monsters was scurried towards him. He scrambled, trying to push himself free, but before he could come out, there was a sound of a bough cracking, and an arrow pierced the second insect. "Good shot!" cried another voice. "Get the first one again! I just saw it move a little!" This time, Scotty felt the impact of the bolt hit the carcass. He cried out, but he could hear how muffled his voice was by the beetle's body. Cautiously, he tried sliding a foot out and rolling under, but the movement apparently had the effect of convincing the archers that the creature still lived. A volley of arrows was launched forth. Now the beast was sufficiently perforated so pools of its blood, and likely the blood of its victims, began to seep out onto Scotty's body. When Scotty was a lad, before he grew too sophisticated for such sports, he had often gone to the Imperial arena for the competitions of war. He recalled a great veteran of the fights when asked, telling him his secret: "Whenever I'm in doubt of what to do and I have a shield, I stay behind it." Scotty followed that advice. After an hour, when he no longer heard arrows being fired, he threw aside the remains of the bug and leapt as quickly as he could to a stand. It was not a moment too soon. A gang of 8 archers had their bows pointing his direction, ready to fire. When they saw him, they laughed. "Didn't anyone ever tell you not to sleep in the Western Cross? How are we going to exterminate all the Horvers if you drunks keep feeding them?" Scotty shook his head and walked back along the platform, round the bend, to Hovel's slump. He was bloodied and torn and tired, and he had far too much fermented pig's milk. All he wanted was a proper place to lie down. He stepped into Mother Pascost's tavern, a dank place wet with sap, smelling of mildew. "My name is Decumus Scotty," he said. "I was hoping you have someone named Juris staying here." "Decumus Scotty?" pondered the fleshy proprietress, Mother Pascost herself. "I've heard that name. Oh, you must be the fellow he left the note for. Let me go see if I can find it." Chapter 3. Mother Pascost disappeared into the sordid hole that was her tavern, and emerged a moment later with a scrap of paper with Lyodes Juris's familiar scrawl. Decumus Scotty held it up before a patch of sunlight that had found its way through the massive boughs of the tree city, and read: "Scotty, so you made it to Falinesti, Valenwood. Congratulations. I'm sure you would quit adventure getting here. Unfortunately, I'm not here anymore, as you probably guess. There's a town downriver called Athi-Imat. Get a boat and join me. It's ideal. I hope you brought a lot of contracts, because these people need a lot of building done. They were close to the war, you see. but not so close they don't have any money left to pay. Ha ha! Meet me down here as soon as you can. Juris. So, Scotty pondered, Juris had left Falinesti and gone to some place called Athi. Given his poor penmanship and ghastly spelling, it could equally well be Athi, Afi, Othri, Imthri, Urtha, or Krakamaka. The sensible thing to do, Scotty knew, was to call this adventure over and try to find some way to get back home to the Imperial city. He was no mercenary devoted to a life of thrills. He was, or at least had been, a senior clerk at a successful private building commission. Over the last few weeks, he had been robbed by the Cathay Rot, taken on a death march through the jungle by a gang of giggling Bosmeri, half-starved to death, drugged with fermented pig's milk, nearly slain by some kind of giant tick, and attacked by archers. He was filthy, exhausted, and had, he counted, 10 gold pieces to his name. Now the man whose proposal brought him to the depths of misery was not even there. It was both judicious and seemly to abandon the enterprise entirely. And yet, a small but distinct voice in his head told him, "You have been chosen. You have no other choice but to see this through." Scotty turned to the stout old woman, Mother Pascost, who had been watching him curiously. "I was wondering if you knew of a village that was at the edge of the recent conflict with Elsewhere. It's called something like Athi." "You must mean Athe," she grinned. "My middle lad Viglil, he manages a dairy down there. Beautiful country right on the river. Is that where your friend went?" "Yes," said Scotty. "Do you know the fastest way to get there?" After a short conversation, an even shorter ride to Falinesti's roots by way of the platforms, and a jog to the riverbank, Scotty was negotiating transport with a huge fair-haired Bosmer with a face like a pickled carp. He called himself Captain Balfix, but even Scotty with his sheltered life could recognize him for what he was. A retired pirate for hire, a smuggler for certain, and probably much worse. His ship, which had clearly been stolen in the distant past, was a bent old Imperial sloop. 50 gold and we'll be in Athe in 2 days' time," boomed Captain Balfix expansively. "I have 9 gold pieces," replied Scotty, and feeling the need for explanation added, "I had 10, but I gave one to the platform ferryman to get me down here." 9 is just as fine," said the captain agreeably. "Truth be told, I was going to Athe whether you paid me or not. Make yourself comfortable on the boat. We'll be leaving in just a few minutes." Decumus Scotty boarded the vessel, which sat low in the water of the river, stacked high with crates and sacks that spilled out of the hold and galley and onto the deck. Each was marked with stamps advertising the most innocuous substances: copper scraps, lard, ink, high rock meal, marked for cattle, tar, fish jelly. Scotty's imagination reeled, picturing what sorts of illicit imports were truly aboard. It took more than those few minutes for Captain Balfix to haul in the rest of his cargo, but in an hour, the anchor was up and they were sailing downriver towards Athe. The green-gray water barely rippled, only touched by the fingers of the breeze. Lush plant life crowded the banks, obscuring from sight all the animals that sang and roared at one another. Lulled by the serene surroundings, Scotty drifted to sleep. At night, he awoke and gratefully accepted some clean clothes and food from Captain Balfix. "Why are you going to Athe, if I may ask?" queried the Bosmer. "I'm meeting a former colleague there. He asked me to come down from the Imperial City, where I worked for the Atreus Building Commission, to negotiate some contracts." Scotty took another bite of the dried sausages they were sharing for dinner. "We're going to try to repair and refurbish whatever bridges, roads, and other structures that got damaged in the recent war with the Khajiit. It's been a hard 2 years." The captain nodded his head. "Though I suppose good for me and the likes of you and your friend. Trade routes cut off. Now they think there's going to be war with the Somerset Isles. You heard that?" Scotty shook his head. "I've done my share of smuggling skooma down the coast, even helping some revolutionary types escape the Maine's wrath. But now the wars have made me a legitimate trader, a businessman. The first casualties of war is always the corrupted." Scotty said he was sorry to hear that, and they lapsed into silence, watching the stars and moon's reflection on the still water. The next day, Scotty awoke to find the captain wrapped up in his sail, torpid from alcohol, singing in a low, slurred voice. When he saw Scotty rise, he offered his flagon of Jaga. I learned my lesson during revelry at Western Cross. The captain laughed, and then burst into tears. I don't want to be legitimate. I swear to you, I never thought the first time that I ran a real shipment of legal goods that my life would turn out like this. Oh, I know I could go back to it, but Bandar knows not after all I've seen. I'm a ruined man. Scotty helped the weeping Myr out of the sail, murmuring words of reassurance. Then he added, "Forgive me for changing the subject, but where are we?" "Oh," moaned Captain Balfix miserably. "We made good time. Athe's right around the bend in the river." "Then it looks like Athe's on fire," said Scotty, pointing. A great plume of smoke, black as pitch, was rising above the trees. As they drifted around the bend, they next saw the flames, and then the blackened skeletal remains of the village. Dying, blazing villagers leapt from rocks into the river. A cacophony of wailing met their ears, and they could see, roaming along the edges of the town, the figures of Khajiit soldiers bearing torches. "Bandar bless me," slurred the captain. "The war's back on." "Oh no," whimpered Scotty. The sloop drifted with the current toward the opposite shore, away from the fiery town. Scotty turned his attention there, and the sanctuary it offered. Just a peaceful arbor, away from the horror. There was a shudder of leaves in two of the trees, and a dozen lithe Khajiit dropped to the ground, armed with bows. "They see us," hissed Scotty. "And they've got bows." "Well, of course they have bows," snarled Captain Balfix. "We Bosmer may have invented the bloody things, but we didn't think to keep them secret, you bloody bureaucrat. Now, they're setting their arrows on fire. Yes, they do that sometimes. Captain, they're shooting at us. They're shooting at us with flaming arrows." "Ah, so they are," the captain agreed. "The aim here is to avoid being hit." But hit they were, and very shortly thereafter. Even worse, the second volley of arrows hit the supply of pitch, which ignited in a tremendous blue blaze. Scotty grabbed Captain Balfix, and they leapt overboard just before the ship, and all its cargo disintegrated. The shock of the cold water brought the Bosmer into temporary sobriety. He called to Scotty, who was already swimming as fast as he could toward the bend. "Master Decumus, where do you think you're swimming to?" "Back to Falinesti," cried Scotty. "It will take you days. And by the time you get there, everyone will know about the attack on Athe. They'll never let anyone they don't know in. The closest village downriver is Grenos. Maybe they'll give us shelter." Scotty swam back to the captain, and side by side they began paddling in the middle of the river, past the burning residuum of the village. He thanked Mara that he had learned to swim. Many a Cyrodiil did not, as largely landlocked as the Imperial province was. Had he been raised in Mir Korup or Artemon, he might have been doomed. But the Imperial city itself was encircled by water, and every lad and lass there knew how to cross without a boat, even those who grew up to be clerks and not adventurers. Captain Balfix's sobriety faded as he grew used to the water's temperature. Even in wintertide, the Xylo River was fairly temperate, and after a fashion, even comfortable. The Bosmer's strokes were uneven, and he'd stray closer to Scotty and then further away, pushing ahead and then falling behind. Scotty looked to the shore to his right. The flames had caught the trees like tinder. Behind them was an inferno, with which they were barely keeping pace. To the shore on their left, all looked fair, until he saw a tremble in the river reeds, and then what caused it? A pride of the largest cats he had ever seen. They were auburn-haired, green-eyed beasts with jaws and teeth to match his wildest nightmares, and they were watching the two swimmers and keeping pace. "Captain Balfix, we can't go to either that shore or the other one, or we'll be parboiled or eaten," Scotty whispered. "Try to even your kicking and your strokes. Breath like you would normally. If you're feeling tired, tell me, and we'll float on our backs for a while." Anyone who has had the experience of giving rational advice to a drunkard would understand the hopelessness. Scotty kept pace with the captain, slowing himself, quickening, drifting left and right, while the Bosmer moaned old ditties from his pirate days. When he wasn't watching his companion, he watched the cats on the shore. After a stretch, he turned to his right. Another village had caught fire. Undoubtedly, it was Grenos. Scotty stared at the blazing fury, awed by the sight of the destruction, and did not hear that the captain had ceased to sing. When he turned back, Captain Balfix was gone. Scotty dove into the murky depths of the river over and over again. There was nothing to be done. When he surfaced after his final search, he saw that the giant cats had moved on, perhaps assuming that he too had drowned. He continued his lonely swim downriver. A tributary, he noted, had formed a final barrier, keeping the flames from spreading further. But there were no more towns. After several hours, he began to ponder the wisdom of going ashore. Which shore was the question? He was spared the decision. Ahead of him was a rocky island with a bonfire. He did not know if he were intruding on a party of Bosmeri or Khajiit, only that he could swim no more. With straining, aching muscles, he pulled himself onto the rocks. They were Bosmer refugees, he gathered, even before they told him. Roasting over the fire was the remains of one of the giant cats that had been stalking him through the jungle on the opposite shore. "Sentient tiger," said one of the young warriors ravenously. "It's no animal. It's as smart as any Cathay Rot or Ohms or any other bleeding Khajiit. Pity this one drowned. I would have gladly killed it. You'll like the meat, though. Sweet, from all the sugar these asses eat." Scotty did not know if he was capable of eating a creature as intelligent as a man or mer, but he surprised himself, as he had done several times over the last days. It was rich, succulent, and sweet, like sugared pork, but no seasonings had been added. He surveyed the crowd as he ate. A sad lot, some still weeping for lost family members. They were the survivors of both the villages of Grenos and Athe, and war was on every person's lips. Why had the Khajiit attacked again? Why, specifically directed at Scotty as a Cyrodiil, why was the Emperor not enforcing peace in his provinces? "I was to meet another Cyrodiil," he said to a Bosmer maiden who he understood to be from Athe. "His name was Leodes Juris. I don't suppose you know what might have happened to him." "I don't know your friend, but there were many Cyrodiils in Athe when the fire came," said the girl. "Some of them, I think, left quickly. They were going to Vindisi, inland in the jungle. I'm going there tomorrow, so are many of us. If you wish, you may come as well." Decumus Scotty nodded solemnly. He made himself as comfortable as he could in the stony ground of the river island, and somehow, after much effort, he fell asleep. But he did not sleep well. Chapter 4. 18 Bosmeri and one Cyrodiilic former senior clerk for an Imperial building commission trudged through the jungle westward from the Xylo River to the ancient village of Vindisi. For Decumus Scotty, the jungle was hostile, unfamiliar ground. The enormous vermiculated trees filled the bright morning with darkness and resembled nothing so much as grasping claws bent on impeding their progress. Even the fronds of the low plants quivered with malevolent energy. What was worse, he was not alone in his anxiety. His fellow travelers, the natives who had survived the Khajiit attacks on the villages of Grenos and Athe, wore faces of undisguised fear. There was something sentient in the jungle, and not merely the mad but benevolent indigenous spirits. In his peripheral vision, Scotty could see the shadows of the Khajiit following the refugees, leaping from tree to tree. When he turned to face them, the lithe forms vanished into the gloom as if they had never been there. But he knew he had seen them, and the Bosmeri saw them too, and quickened their pace. After 18 hours, bitten raw by insects, scratched by 1,000 thorns, they emerged into a valley clearing. It was night, but a row of blazing torches greeted them, illuminating the leather-wrought tents and jumbled stones of the hamlet of Vindisi. At the end of the valley, the torches marked a sacred site, a gnarled bower of trees pressed close together to form a temple. Wordlessly, the Bosmeri walked the torch arcade toward the trees. Scotty followed them. When they reached the solid mass of living wood with only one gaping portal, Scotty could see a dim blue light glowing within. A low, sonorous moan from 100 voices echoed within. The Bosmeri maiden he had been following held out her hand, stopping him. "You do not understand, but no outsider, not even a friend, may enter," she said. "This is a holy place." Scotty nodded and watched the refugees march into the temple, heads bowed. Their voices joined with the ones within. When the last wood elf had gone inside, Scotty turned his attention back to the village. There must be food to be had somewhere. A tendril of smoke and a faint whiff of roasting venison beyond the torchlight led him. They were 5 Cyrodiils, 2 Bretons, and a Nord. The group gathered around a campfire of glowing white stones, pulling steaming strips of meat from the cadaver of a great stag. At Scotty's approach, they rose up, all but the Nord, who was distracted by his hunk of animal flesh. "Good evening. Sorry to interrupt, but I was wondering if I might have a little something to eat. I'm afraid I'm rather hungry after walking all day with some refugees from Grenos and Athe." They bade him to sit down and eat and introduce themselves. "So the war's back on, it seems," said Scotty amiably. "Best thing for these effete do-nothings," replied the Nord in between bites. "I've never seen such a lazy culture. Now they've got the Khajiit striking them on land and the High Elves at sea. If there's any province that deserves a little distress, it's damnable Valenwood." "I don't see how they're so offensive to you," laughed one of the Bretons. "They're congenital thieves, even worse than the Khajiit because they are so blessed meek in their aggression." The Nord spat out a gob of fat, which sizzled on the hot stones of the fire. "They spread their forests into territory that doesn't belong to them, slowly infiltrating their neighbors, and they're puzzled when elsewhere shoves back at them. They're all villains of the worst order." "What are you doing here?" asked Scotty. "I'm a diplomat from the court of Gehenna," muttered the Nord, returning to his food. "What about you? What are you doing here?" asked one of the Cyrodiils. "I work for Lord Atreus's building commission in the Imperial city," said Scotty. "One of my former colleagues suggested that I come down to Valenwood. He said the war was over, and I could contract a great deal of business for my firm rebuilding what was lost. One disaster after another, and I've lost all my money. I'm in the middle of a rekindling of war, and I cannot find my former colleague." "Your former colleague," murmured another of the Cyrodiils, who had introduced himself as Reglius. "He wasn't by any chance named Liodes Juris, was he? You know him?" "He lured me down to Valenwood in nearly the exact same circumstances," smiled Reglius grimly. "I worked for your employer's competitor, Lord Vanek's men, where Liodes Juris also formerly worked. He wrote to me, asking that I represent an Imperial building commission and contract some post-war construction. I had just been released from my employment, and I thought that if I brought some new business, I could have my job back. Juris and I met in Athe, and he said he was going to arrange a very lucrative meeting with the Sylvanar." Scotty was stunned. "Where is he now?" "I'm no theologian, so I couldn't say." Reglius shrugged. "He's dead. When the Khajiit attacked Athe, they began by torching the harbor where Juris was readying his boat. Or, I should say, my boat, since it was purchased with the gold I brought. By the time we were even aware of what was happening enough to flee, everything by the water was ash. The Khajiit may be animals, but they know how to arrange an attack. I think they followed us through the jungle to Vindisi," said Scotty nervously. "There was definitely a group of something jumping along the treetops." "Probably one of the monkey folk," snorted the Nord. "Nothing to be concerned about. When we first came to Vindisi and the Bosmeri all entered that tree, they were furious, whispering something about unleashing an ancient terror on their enemies." The Breton shivered, remembering. "They've been there ever since, for over a day and a half now. If you want something to be afraid of, that's the direction to look." The other Breton, who was a representative of the Daggerfall Mages Guild, was staring off into the darkness while his fellow provincial spoke. "Maybe, but there's something in the jungle too, right on the edge of the village, looking in." "More refugees, maybe?" asked Scotty, trying to keep the alarm out his voice. "Not unless they're traveling through the trees now," whispered the wizard. The Nord and one of the Cyrodiils grabbed a long tarp of wet leather and pulled it across the fire, instantly extinguishing it without so much as a sizzle. Now Scotty could see the intruders, their elliptical yellow eyes and long, cruel blades catching the torchlight. He froze with fear, praying that he too was not so visible to them. He felt something bump against his back and gasped. Reglius's voice hissed from up above. "Be quiet for Mara's sake and climb up here." Scotty grabbed hold of the knotted double vine that hung down from a tall tree at the edge of the dead campfire. He scrambled up it as quickly as he could, holding his breath lest any grunt of exertion escape him. At the top of the vine, high above the village, was an abandoned nest from some great bird in a trident-shaped branch. As soon as Scotty had pulled himself into the soft, fragrant straw, Reglius pulled up the vine. No one else was there, and when Scotty looked down, he could see no one below. No one, that is, except the Khajiit, slowly moving toward the glow of the temple tree. "Thank you," whispered Scotty, deeply touched that a competitor had helped him. He turned away from the village and saw that the tree's upper branches brushed against the mossy rock walls that surrounded the valley below. "How are you at climbing?" "You're mad," said Reglius under his breath. "We should stay here until they leave. If they burn Vindisi like they did Athe and Grenos, we'll be dead sure as if we were on the ground." Scotty began the slow, careful climb up the tree, testing each branch. "Can you see what they're doing?" "I can't really tell." Reglius stared down into the gloom. "They're at the front of the temple. I think they also have, it looks like long ropes, trailing off behind them, off into the pass." Scotty crawled onto the strongest branch that pointed toward the wet, rocky face of the cliff. It was not a far jump at all. So close, in fact, that he could smell the moisture and feel the coolness of the stone. But it was a jump nevertheless, and in his history as a clerk, he had never before leapt from a tree 100 feet off the ground to a sheer rock. He pictured in his mind's eye the shadows that had pursued him through the jungle from the heights above, how their legs coiled to spring, how their arms snapped forward in an elegant fluid motion to grasp. He leapt, his hands grappled for rock, but long, thick cords of moss were more accessible. He held hard, but when he tried to plant his feet forward, they slipped up skyward. For a few seconds, he found himself upside down before he managed to pull himself into a more conventional position. There was a narrow outcropping jutting out of the cliff where he could stand and finally exhale. "Reglius! Reglius! Reglius!" Scotty did not dare to call out. In a minute, there was a shaking of branches and Lord Vanek's man emerged. First his satchel, then his head, then the rest of him. Scotty started to whisper something, but Reglius shook his head violently and pointed downward. One of the Khajiit was at the base of the tree, peering at the remains of the campfire. Reglius awkwardly tried to balance himself on the branch, but as strong as it was exceedingly difficult with only one free hand. Scotty cupped his palms and then pointed at the satchel. It seemed to pain Reglius to let it out of his grasp, but he relented and tossed it to Scotty. There was a small, almost invisible hole in the bag, and when Scotty caught it, a single gold coin dropped out. It rang as it bounced against the rock wall on the descent. A high, soft sound that seemed like the loudest alarm Scotty had ever heard. Then, many things happened very quickly. The Cathay-Rot at the base of the tree looked up and gave a loud wail. The other Khajiit followed in chorus, as the cat below crouched down and then sprung up into the lower branches. Reglius saw it below him, climbing up with impossible dexterity, and panicked. Even before he jumped, Scotty could tell that he was going to fall. With a cry, Reglius the clerk plunged to the ground, breaking his neck on impact. A flash of white fire erupted from every crevice of the temple, and the moan of the Bosmeri prayer changed into something terrible and otherworldly. The climbing Cathay-Rot stopped and stared. "Kirgo," it gasped. "The wild hunt." It was as if a crack in reality had opened wide. A flood of horrific beasts, tentacled toads, insects of armor and spine, gelatinous serpents, vaporous beings with the face of gods, all poured forth from the great hollow tree, blind with fury. They tore the Khajiit in front of the temple to pieces. All the other cats fled for the jungle, but as they did so, they began pulling on the ropes they carried. In a few seconds' time, the entire village of Vindisi was boiling with the lunatic apparitions of the wild hunt. Over the babbling, barking, howling horde, Scotty heard the Cyrodiils in hiding cry out as they were devoured. The Nord too was found and eaten, and both Bretons. The wizard had turned himself invisible, but the swarm did not rely on their sight. The tree the Cathay-Rot was in began to sway and rock from the impossible violence beneath it. Scotty looked at the Khajiit's fear-struck eyes and held out one of the cords of moss. The cat's face showed its pitiful gratitude as it leapt for the vine. It didn't have time to entirely replace that expression when Scotty pulled back the cord and watched it fall. The hunt consumed it to the bone before it struck the ground. Scotty's own jump up to the next outcropping of rock was immeasurably more successful. From there, he pulled himself to the top of the cliff and was able to look down into the chaos that had been the village of Vindizi. The hunt's mass had grown and began to spill out through the pass out of the valley, pursuing the fleeing Khajiit. It was then that the madness truly began. In the moon's light, from Scotty's vantage, he could see where the Khajiit had attached their ropes. With a thunderous boom, an avalanche of boulders poured over the pass. When the dust cleared, he saw that the valley had been sealed. The wild hunt had nowhere to turn but on itself. Scotty turned his head, unable to bear to look at the cannibalistic orgy. The night jungle stood before him, a web of wood. He slung Reglius's satchel over his shoulder and entered. Chapter 5. So, the forest will eat love. Straight ahead. Stupid and a stupid cow. The voice boomed out so suddenly that Decumus Scotty jumped. He stared off into the dim jungle glade from which he only heard animal and insect calls, and the low whistling of wind moments before. It was a queer, oddly accented voice of indiscriminate gender, tremulous in its modulations, but unmistakably human, or at very least elven. An isolated Bosmer, perhaps, with a poor grasp of the Cyrodiilic language. After countless hours of plodding through the dense knot of Valenwood jungle, any voice of slight familiarity sounded wondrous. "Hello?" he cried. "Beetles on any names?" "Certainly yesterday, yes," the voice called back. "Who, what, and when, and mice?" "I'm afraid I don't understand," replied Scotty, turning toward the brambled tree, thick as a wagon, where the voice had issued. "But you needn't be afraid of me. My name is Decumus Scotty. I'm a Cyrodiil from the Imperial city. I came here to help rebuild Valenwood after the war, you see, and now I'm rather lost. Gemstones and grilled slaves. The war," moaned the voice and broke down into sobs. "You know about the war? I wasn't sure. I wasn't even sure how far away from the border I am now." Scotty began slowly walking toward the tree. He dropped Reglius's satchel to the ground and held out his empty hands. "I'm unarmed. I only want to know the way to the closest town. I'm trying to meet my friend, Leotis Juris, in Silvenar." "Silvenar," the voice laughed. It laughed even louder as Scotty circled the tree. "Worms and wine, worms and wine. Silvenar sings for worms and wine." There was nothing to be found anywhere around the tree. "I don't see you. Why are you hiding?" In frustration born of hunger and exhaustion, he struck the tree trunk. A sudden shiver of gold and red erupted from a hollow nook above, and Scotty was surrounded by 6 winged creatures scarcely more than a few inches long. Bright crimson eyes were set on either side of tunnel-like protuberances, the animals' always open mouths. They were legless, and their thin, rapidly beating aureate wings seemed poorly constructed to transport their fat, swollen bellies. And yet, they darted through the air like sparks from a fire. Whirling about the poor clerk, they began chattering what he now understood to be perfect nonsense. Wines and worms, how far from the border am I? Academic garnishments, and alas, Leotis Juris. Hello, I'm afraid I'm unarmed. Smoke and flames, and the closest town is dear Oblivion. Swollen on bad meat, an indigo nimbus, but you needn't be afraid of me. Why are you hiding? Why are you hiding? Before I begin to friend, love me, Lady Zuleika. Furious with the mimics, Scotty swung his arms, driving them up into the treetops. He stomped back to the clearing and opened up the satchel again, as he had done some hours before. There was still, unsurprisingly, nothing useful in the bag, and nothing to eat in any corner or pocket. A goodly amount of gold. He smiled grimly, as he had done before, at the irony of being financially solvent in the jungle. A stack of neat blank contracts from Lord Vanek's building commission, some thin cord, and an oiled leather cloak for bad weather. At least, Scotty considered, he had not suffered rain. A rolling moan of thunder reminded Scotty of what he had suspected for some weeks now. He was cursed. Within an hour's time he was wearing the cloak and clawing his way through mud. The trees, which had earlier allowed no sunlight in, provided no shelter against the pounding storm and wind. The only sounds that pierced the pelting of the rain were the mocking calls of the flying creatures, flitting just above, babbling their nonsense. Scotty bellowed at them, threw rocks, but they seemed enamored of his company. While he was reaching to grab a promising-looking stone to hurl at his tormentors, Scotty felt something shift beneath his feet. Wet but solid ground suddenly liquefied and became a rolling tide, rushing him forward. Light as a leaf, he flew head over feet overhead, until the mud flow dropped and he continued forward, plunging down into a river 25 feet below. The storm passed quite as instantly as it had arrived. The sun melted the dark clouds and warmed Scotty as he swam for the shore. There, another sign of the Khajiit incursion into Valenwood greeted him. A small fishing village had stood there once, so recently extinct that it smoldered like a still warm corpse. Dirt cairns that had once housed fish by the smell of them had been ravaged, their bounty turned to ash. Rafts and skiffs lay broken, scuttled, half submerged. All the villagers were no more, either dead or refugees far away, or so he presumed. Something banged against the wall of one of the ruins. Scotty ran to investigate. "My name is Decumus Scotty," sang the first winged beast. "I'm a Cyrodiil from the Imperial city. I came here to help rebuild Valenwood after the war, you see, and now I'm rather lost." "I swell to maculate, Apnek," agreed one of its companions. "I don't see you. Why are you hiding?" As they fell into chattering, Scotty began to search the rest of the village. Surely the cats had left something behind, a scrap of dried meat, a morsel of fish sausage, anything. But they had been immaculate in their complete annihilation. There was nothing to eat anywhere. Scotty did find one item of possible use under the tumbled remains of a stone hut. A bow and 2 arrows made of bone. The string had been lost, likely burned away in the heat of the fire, but he pulled the cord from Reglius's satchel and restrung it. The creatures flew over and hovered nearby as he worked. The convent of the sacred Leodes Juris. "You know about the war? Worms and wine circumscribe a golden host. Apnek." The moment the cord was taut, Scotty knocked an arrow and swung around, pulling the string tight against his chest. The winged beasts, having had experience with archers before, shot off in all directions in a blur. They needn't have bothered. Scotty's first arrow dove into the ground 3 feet in front of him. He swore and retrieved it. The mimics, having likewise had experience with poor archers before, returned at once to hovering nearby and mocking Scotty. On his second shot, Scotty did much better in purely technical terms. He remembered how the archers in Falinesti looked when he pulled himself out from under the Horver tick, and they were all taking aim at him. He extended his left hand, and right elbow in a symmetrical line, drawing the bow so his hand touched his jawline, and he could see the creature in his sight, like the arrow was a finger he was pointing with. The bolt missed the target by only 2 feet, but it continued on its trajectory, snapping when it struck a rock wall. Scotty walked to the river's edge. He had only 1 arrow left, and perhaps, he considered, it would be most practical to find a slow-moving fish and fire it on that. If he missed, at least there was less of a chance of breaking the shaft, and he could always retrieve it from the water. A rather torpid, whiskered fish rolled by, and he took aim at it. "My name is Decumus Scotty," one of the creatures howled, frightening the fish away. "Stupid and a stupid cow! Will you dance a dance in fire?" Scotty turned and aimed the arrow as he had done before. This time, however, he remembered to plant his feet as the archers had done, 7 inches apart, knees straight, left leg slightly forward to meet the angle of his right shoulder. He released the last arrow. The arrow also proved a serviceable prong for roasting the creature against the smoking hot stones of one of the ruins. Its other companions had disappeared instantly after the beast was slain, and Scotty was able to dine in peace. The meat proved to be delicious, if scarcely more than a first course. He was picking the last of it from the bones, when a boat sailed into view from around the bend of the river. At the helm were Bosmer sailors. Scotty ran to the bank and waved his arms. They averted their eyes and continued past. "You bloody callous bastards," Scotty howled. "Knaves, hooligans, apenecks, scoundrels." A gray-whiskered form came out from a hatch, and Scotty immediately recognized him as Griff Malin, the poet-translator he had met in the caravan from Cyrodiil. He peered Scotty's direction, and his eyes lit up with delight. "Decumus Scotty, precisely the man I hoped to see. I want to get your thoughts on a rather puzzling passage in the Menoriad play bar. It begins, 'I went weeping into the world searching for wonders, Perhaps you're familiar with it. I'd like nothing better than to discuss the Menoriad play bar with you, Griff, Scotty called back. Would you let me come aboard, though, first? Overjoyed at being on a ship bound for any port at all, Scotty was true to his word. For over an hour, as the boat rolled down the river past the blackened remnants of Bosmeri villages, he asked no questions and spoke nothing of his life over the past weeks. He merely listened to Malin's theories of Merethic Aldmeri esoterica. The translator was undemanding of his guest's scholarship, accepting nods and shrugs as civilized conversation. He even produced some wine and fish jelly, which he shared with Scotty absent-mindedly, as he expounded on his various theses. Finally, while Malin was searching for a reference to some minor point in his notes, Scotty asked, rather off subject, but I was wondering where we're bound. The very heart of the province, Sylvanar, Malin said, not looking up from the passage he was reading. It's somewhat bothersome, actually, as I wanted to go to Woodhearth first to talk to a Bosmer there who claims to have an original copy of Dirith Yalmilhiad, if you can believe it. But for the time being, that has to wait. Somerset Isle has surrounded the city and is in the process of starving the citizenry until they surrender. It's a tiresome prospect, since the Bosmeri are happy to eat one another, so there's a risk that at the end, only one fat wood elf will remain to wave the flag. That is vexing, agreed Scotty sympathetically. To the east, the Khajiit are burning everything, and to the west, the High Elves are waging war. I don't suppose the borders to the north are clear? They're even worse, replied Malin, finger on the page, still distracted. The Cyrodiils and Redguards don't want Bosmer refugees streaming into their provinces. It only stands to reason. Imagine how much more criminally inclined they'd be now that they're homeless and hungry. So, murmured Scotty, feeling a shiver, we're trapped in Valenwood. Not at all. I need to leave fairly shortly myself, as my publisher has set a very definite deadline for my new book of translations. From what I understand, one merely petitions to the Sylvanar for special border protection, and one can cross into Cyrodiil with impunity. Petition the Sylvanar, or petition at Sylvanar? Petition the Sylvanar at Sylvanar. It's an odd nomenclature that is typical of this place, the sort of thing that makes my job as a translator that much more challenging. The Sylvanar, he, or rather they, are the closest the Bosmeri have to a great leader. The essential thing to remember about the Sylvanar, Malin smiled, finding the passage he was looking for. Here, a fortnight inexplicable, the world burns into a dance. There's that metaphor again. What were you saying about the Sylvanar? Asked Scotty. The essential thing to remember? I don't remember what I was saying, replied Malin, turning back to his oration. In a week's time, the little boat bumped along the shallow, calmer waters of the foaming current the Xylo had become, and Decumus Scotty first saw the city of Sylvanar. If Falinesti was a tree, then Sylvanar was a flower, a magnificent pile of faded shades of green, red, blue, and white, shining with crystalline residue. Malin had mentioned offhand, when not otherwise explaining Aldmeri prosody, that Sylvanar had once been a blossoming glade in the forest, but owing to some spell or natural cause, the tree's sap began flowing with translucent liqueur. The process of the sap flowing and hardening over the colorful trees had formed the web of the city. Malin's description was intriguing, but it hardly prepared him for the city's beauty. What is the finest, most luxurious tavern here? Scotty asked one of the Bosmer boatmen. Prithala Hall, Malin answered. But why don't you stay with me? I'm visiting an acquaintance of mine, a scholar I think you'll find fascinating. His hovel isn't much, but he has the most extraordinary ideas about the principles of a Merethic Aldmeri tribe, the Sarmathi. Under any other circumstances I would happily accept, said Scotty graciously. But after weeks of sleeping on the ground or on a raft and eating whatever I could scrounge, I feel the need for some indulgent creature comforts. And then, after a day or two, I'll petition the Sylvanar for safe passage to Cyrodiil. The men bade each other goodbye. Griff Malin gave him the address of his publisher in the Imperial city, which Scotty accepted and quickly forgot. The clerk wandered the streets of Sylvanar, crossing bridges of amber, admiring the petrified forest architecture. In front of a particularly estimable palace of silvery reflective crystal, he found Prithala Hall. He took the finest room and ordered a gluttonous meal of the finest quality. At a nearby table, he saw two very fat fellows, a man and a Bosmer, remarking how much finer the food was there than at the Sylvanar's palace. They began to discuss the war and some issues of finances and rebuilding provincial bridges. The man noticed Scotty looking at them, and his eyes flashed recognition. "Scotty, is that you? Kinnereth, where have you been? I've had to make all the contacts here on my own." At the sound of his voice, Scotty recognized him. The fat man was Leotis Juris, vastly engorged. Chapter 6. Decimus Scotty sat down, listening to Leotis Juris. The clerk could hardly believe how fat his former colleague at Lord Atreus's building commission had become. The piquant aroma of the roasted meat dish before Scotty melted away. All the other sounds and textures of Prithala Hall vanished all around him, as if nothing else existed but the vast form of Juris. Scotty did not consider himself an emotional man, but he felt a tide flow over him at the sight and sound of the man whose badly written letters had been the guideposts that carried him from the Imperial city back in early Frost Fall. "Where have you been?" Juris demanded again. "I told you to meet me in Falinesti weeks ago." "I was there weeks ago," Scotty stammered, too surprised to be indignant. "I got your note to meet you in Athe, and so I went there, but the Khajiit had burned it to the ground. Somehow, I found my way with the refugees in another village, and someone there told me that you had been killed." "And you believed that right away?" Juris sneered. "The fellow seemed very well informed about you. He was a clerk from Lord Vanek's building commission named Reglius, and he said that you had also suggested that he come down to Valenwood to profit from the war." "Oh yes," said Juris after thinking a moment. "I recall the name now. Well, it's good for business to have two representatives from Imperial building commissions here. We just need to all coordinate our bids, and all should be well." "Reglius is dead," said Scotty, "but I have his contracts from Lord Vanek's commission." "Even better," gasped Juris, impressed. "I never knew you were such a ruthless competitor, Decimus Scotty. Yes, this could certainly improve our position with the Sylvanar. Have I introduced you to Bast here?" Scotty had only been dimly aware of the Bosmer's presence at the table with Juris, which was surprising given that the mare's girth nearly equaled his dining companion. The clerk nodded to Bast coldly, still numb and confused. It had not left his mind that only any hour earlier, Scotty had intended to petition the Sylvanar for safe passage through the border back to Cyrodiil. The thought of doing business with Juris after all, of profiting from Valenwood war with Elsewhere, and now the second one with the Somerset Isle, seemed like something happening to another person. "Your colleague and I were talking about the Sylvanar," said Bast, putting down the leg of mutton he had been gnawing on. "I don't suppose you've heard about his nature." "A little, but nothing very specific. I got the impression that he's very important and very peculiar. He's the representative of the people, legally, physically, and emotionally," explained Juris, a little annoyed at his new partner's lack of common knowledge. "When they're healthy, so is he. When they're mostly female, so is he. When they cry for food or trade or an absence of foreign interference, he feels it too, and makes laws accordingly. In a way, he's a despot, but he's the people's despot." "That sounds," said Scotty, searching for the appropriate word, "like bunk." "Perhaps it is," shrugged Bast. "But he has many rights as the voice of the people, including the granting of foreign building and trade contracts. It's not important whether you believe us. Just think of the Sylvanar as being like one of your mad emperors, like Pelagius. The problem facing us now is that since Valenwood is being attacked on all sides, the Sylvanar's aspect is now one of distrust and fear of foreigners. The one hope of his people, and thus of the Sylvanar himself, is that the Emperor will intervene and stop the war." "Will he?" asked Scotty. "You know as well as we do that the Emperor has not been himself lately." Juris helped himself to Reglius's satchel and pulled out the blank contracts. "Who knows what he'll choose to do or not do? That reality is not our concern, but these blessings from the late good Sir Reglius make our job much simpler." They discussed how they would represent themselves to the Sylvanar into the evening. Scotty ate continuously, but not nearly so much as Juris and Bast. When the sun had begun to rise in the hills, its light reddening through the crystal walls of the tavern, Juris and Bast left to their rooms at the palace, granted to them diplomatically in lieu of an actual immediate audience with the Sylvanar. Scotty went to his room. He thought about staying up a little longer to ruminate over Juris's plans and see what might be the flaw in them. But upon touching the cool, soft bed, he immediately fell asleep. The next afternoon, Scotty awoke, feeling himself again. In other words, timid. For several weeks now, he had been a creature bent on mere survival. He had been driven to exhaustion, attacked by several jungle beasts, starved, nearly drowned, and forced into discussions of ancient Aldmeri poetical works. The discussion he had with Juris and Bast about how to dupe the Sylvanar into signing their contracts seemed perfectly reasonable then. Scotty dressed himself in his old battered clothes and went downstairs in search of food and a peaceful place to think. "You're up," cried Bast upon seeing him. "We should go to the palace now." "Now," whined Scotty. "Look at me. I need new clothes. This isn't the way one should dress to pay a call on a prostitute, let alone the voice of the people of Valenwood. I haven't even bathed. You must cease from this moment forward being a clerk and become a student of mercantile trade," said Leotis Juris grandly, taking Scotty by the arm and leading him into the sunlit boulevard outside. "The first rule is to recognize what you represent to the prospective client and what angle best suits you. You cannot dazzle him with opulent fashion and professional bearing, my dear boy, and it would be fatal if you attempted to. Trust me on this. Several others besides Bast and I are guests at the palace, and they have made the error of appearing too eager, too formal, too ready for business. They will never be granted audience with the Sylvanar, but we have remained aloof ever since the initial rejection. I've dallied about the court, spread my knowledge of life in the Imperial city, had my ears pierced, attended promenades, eaten and drunk of all that was given to me. I dare say I've put on a pound or two. The message we've sent is clear. It is in his, not our, best interest to meet." "Our plan worked," added Bast. "When I told his minister that our Imperial representative had arrived, and that we were at last willing to meet with the Sylvanar this morning, we were told to bring you there straight away." "Aren't we late then?" asked Scotty. "Very," laughed Juris. "But that's again part of the angle we're representing. Benevolent disinterest. Remember not to confuse the Sylvanar with conventional nobility. His is the mind of the common people. When you grasp that, you'll understand how to manipulate him." Juris spent the last several minutes of the walk through the city, expounding on his theories about what Valenwood needed, how much, and at what price. They were staggering figures. Far more construction and far higher costs than anything Scotty had been used to dealing with. He listened carefully. All around them, the city of Sylvanar revealed itself, glass and flower, roaring winds and beautiful inertia. When they reached the palace of the Sylvanar, Decumus Scotty stopped, stunned. Juris looked at him for a moment and then laughed. "It's quite bizarre, isn't it?" That it was. A frozen scarlet burst of twisted, uneven spires as if a rival sun rising. A blossom the size of a village, where courtiers and servants resembled nothing so much as insects walked about it, sucking its ichor. Entering over a bent petal-like bridge, the three walked through the palace of unbalanced walls. Where the partitions bent close together and touched, there was a shaded hall or a small chamber. Where they warped away from one another, there was a courtyard. There were no doors anywhere, no any way to get to the Sylvanar but by crossing through the entire spiral of the palace, through meetings and bedrooms and dining halls, past dignitaries, consorts, musicians, and many guards. "It's an interesting place," said Bast, "but not very much privacy. Of course, that suits the Sylvanar well." When they reached the inner corridors, 2 hours after they first entered the palace, guards, brandishing blades and bows, stopped them. "We have an audience with the Sylvanar," said Juris patiently. "This is Lord Decumus Scotty, the Imperial representative." One of the guards disappeared down the winding corridor and returned moments later with a tall, proud Bosmer clad in a loose robe of patchwork leather. He was the Minister of Trade. "The Sylvanar wishes to speak with Lord Decumus Scotty alone." It was not the place to argue or show fear, so Scotty stepped forward, not even looking toward Juris and Bast. He was certain they were showing their masks of benevolent indifference. Following the minister into the audience chamber, Scotty recited to himself all the facts and figures Juris had presented to him. He willed himself to remember the angle and the image he must project. The audience chamber of the Sylvanar was an enormous dome, where the walls bent from bowl-shaped at the base inward to almost meet at the top. A thin ray of sunlight streamed through the fissure hundreds of feet above and directly upon the Sylvanar, who stood upon a puff of shimmering gray powder. For all the wonder of the city and the palace, the Sylvanar himself looked perfectly ordinary. An average, blandly handsome, slightly tired-looking, extraordinary wood elf of the type one might see in any capital in the Empire. It was only when he stepped from the dais that Scotty noticed an eccentricity in his appearance. He was very short. "I had to speak with you alone," said the Sylvanar in a voice common and unrefined. "May I see your papers?" Scotty handed him the blank contracts from Lord Vanek's building commission. The Sylvanar studied them, running his finger over the embossed seal of the Emperor before handing them back. He suddenly seemed shy, looking to the floor. "There are many charlatans at my court who wish to benefit from the wars. I thought you and your colleagues were among them, but those contracts are genuine." "Yes, they are," said Scotty calmly. The Sylvanar's conventional aspect made it easy for Scotty to speak, with no formal greetings, no deference, exactly as Juris had instructed. "It seems most sensible to begin straight away talking about the roads which need to be rebuilt, and then the harbors that the Altmeri have destroyed. And then I can give you my estimates on the cost of resupplying and renovating the trade routes." "Why hasn't the Emperor seen fit to send a representative when the war with Elsewhere began 2 years ago?" asked the Sylvanar glumly. Scotty thought a moment before replying of all the common Bosmeri he had met in Valenwood, the greedy, frightened mercenaries who had escorted him from the border, the hard-drinking revelers and expert pest-exterminating archers in the western cross of Falinesti, nosy old Mother Pascost in Havel Slump, Captain Balfix, the poor, sadly reformed pirate, the terrified but hopeful refugees of Athe and Grenos, the mad, murderous, self-devouring wild hunt of Vindisi, the silent, dour boatman hired by Griff Malin, the degenerate, grasping Bast. If one creature represented their total disposition, and that of many more throughout the province, what would be his personality? Scotty was a clerk by occupation and nature, instinctively comfortable cataloging and filing, making things fit in a system. If the soul of Valenwood were to be filed, where would it be put? The answer came upon him almost before he posed himself the question: denial. "I'm afraid that question doesn't interest me," said Scotty. "Now, can we get back to the business at hand?" All afternoon, Scotty and the Sylvanar discussed the pressing needs of Valenwood. Every contract was filled and signed. So much was required, and there were so many costs associated that addendums and codicils had to be scribbled into the margins of the papers, and those had to be resigned. Scotty maintained his benevolent indifference, but he found that dealing with the Sylvanar was not quite the same as dealing with a simple, sullen child. The voice of the people knew certain practical, everyday things very well: the yields of fish, the benefits of trade, the condition of every township and forest in his province. "We will have a banquet tomorrow night to celebrate this commission," said the Sylvanar at last. "Best make it tonight," replied Scotty. "We should leave for Cyrodiil with the contracts tomorrow, so I'll need a safe passage to the border. We best not waste any more time." "Agreed," said the Sylvanar, and called for his Minister of Trade to put his seal on the contracts and arrange for the feast. Scotty left the chamber and was greeted by Bast and Jurus. Their faces showed the strain of maintaining the illusion of unconcern for too many hours. As soon as they were out of sight of the guards, they begged Scotty to tell them all. When he showed them the contract, Bast began weeping with delight. "Anything about the Sylvanar that surprised you?" asked Jurus. "I hadn't expected him to be half my height." "Was he?" Jurus looked mildly surprised. "He must have shrunk since I tried to have an audience with him earlier. Maybe there is something to all that nonsense about him being affected by the plight of his people." Chapter 7. Scene: Sylvanar, Valenwood. Date: 13 Suns Dusk, 3rd Era, 397. The banquet at the palace of the Sylvanar was well attended by every jealous bureaucrat and trader who had attempted to contract the rebuilding of Valenwood. They looked on Decumus Scotti, Leodes Juris, and Bast with undisguised hatred. It made Scotti very uncomfortable, but Juris delighted in it. As the servants brought in platter after platter of roasted meats, Juris poured himself a cup of Jaga and toasted the clerk. "I can confess it now," said Juris. "I had grave doubts about inviting you to join me on this adventure. All the other clerks and agents of building commissions I contacted were more outwardly aggressive, but none of them made it through, let alone to the audience chamber of the Sylvanar, let alone brokered the deals on their own like you did. Come, have a cup of Jaga with me." "No, thank you," said Scotti. "I had too much of that drug in Falinesti and nearly got sucked dry by a giant tick because of it. I'll find something else to drink." Scotti wandered about the hall until he saw some diplomats drinking mugs of a steaming brown liquid poured from a large silver urn. He asked them if it was tea. "Tea made from leaves?" scoffed the first diplomat. "Not in Valenwood. This is rotmeth." Scotti poured himself a mug and took a tentative sip. It was gamey, bitter and sugared, and very salty. At first it seemed very disagreeable to his palate, but a moment later he found he had drained the mug and was pouring another. His body tingled. All the sounds in the chamber seemed oddly disjointed, but not frighteningly so. "So you're the fellow who got the Sylvanar to sign all those contracts," said the second diplomat. "That must have required some deep negotiation." Not at all, just a little basic understanding of mercantile trading," grinned Scotti, pouring himself a third mug of rotmeth. "The Sylvanar was very eager to involve the Imperial state with the affairs of Valenwood. I was very eager to take a percentage of the commission. With all that blessed eagerness, it was merely a matter of putting quill to contract, bless you." "You have been in the employ of His Imperial Majesty very long?" asked the first diplomat. "It's a bite, or rather a bit more complicated than that in the Imperial City. Between you and me, I don't really have a job. I used to work for Lord Atreus in his building commission, but I got sacked. And then, the contracts are from Lord Vanek and his building commission, 'cause I got 'em from this fellow Reglius, who is a competitor but still a very fine fellow until he was made dead by those Khajiit." Scotti drained his fifth mug. "When I go back to the Imperial City, then the real negotiations can begin, bless you. I can go to my old employer and to Lord Vanek and say, 'Look here, you. Which one of you wants these commissions?' And they'll fall over each other to take them from me. It will be bidding war for my percentage, the likes of which no one nowhere has never seen." "So you're not a representative of His Imperial Majesty the Emperor?" asked the first diplomat. "Didn't you hear what I said? You stupid!" Scotti felt a surge of rage which quickly subsided. He chuckled and poured himself a seventh mug. "The building commissions are privately owned, but they're still representatives of the Emperor. So I'm a representative of the Emperor, or I will be. When I get these contracts in, it's very complicated. I can understand why you're not following me. Bless you, it's all like the poet said, a dance in fire. If you follow the illusion, that is to say, illusion." "And your colleagues, are they representatives of the Emperor?" asked the second diplomat. Scotti burst into laughter, shaking his head. The diplomats bade him their respects and went to talk to the minister. Scotti stumbled out of the palace and reeled through the strange, organic avenues and boulevards of the city. It took him several hours to find his way to Prithala Hall in his room. Once there, he slept, very nearly on his bed. The next morning he woke to Juris and Bast in his room, shaking him. He felt half asleep and unable to open his eyes fully, but otherwise fine. The conversation with the diplomats floated in his mind in a haze, like an obscure childhood memory. "What in Mara's name is rotmeth?" he asked quickly. "Rancid, strongly fermented meat juices with lots of spices to kill the poisons," smiled Bast. "I should have warned you to stay with Jaga." "You must understand the meat mandate by now," laughed Juris. "These Bosmeri would rather eat each other than touch the fruit of the vine or the field." "What did I say to those diplomats?" cried Scotti, panicking. "Nothing bad, apparently," said Juris, pulling out some papers. "Your escorts are downstairs to bring you to the Imperial province. Here are your papers of safe passage. The Sylvanar seems very impatient about business proceeding forward rapidly." He promises to send you some sort of rare treasure when the contracts are fulfilled. See, he's already given me something." Juris showed off his new bejeweled earring, a beautiful, large, faceted ruby. Bast showed that he had a similar one. The two fat fellows left the room so Scotty could dress and pack. A full regiment of the Sylvanar's guards was on the street in front of the tavern. They surrounded a carriage crested with the official arms of Valenwood. Still dazed, Scotty climbed in, and the captain of the guard gave the signal. They began a quick gallop. Scotty shook himself and then peered behind. Bast and Juris were waving him goodbye. "Wait!" Scotty cried. "Aren't you coming back to the Imperial province too?" "The Sylvanar asked that we stay behind as Imperial representatives," yelled Leotis Juris, "in case there's a need for more contracts and negotiations. He's appointed us undraped, some sort of special honor for foreigners at court. Don't worry, lots of banquets to attend. You can handle the negotiations with Vanek and Atreus yourself, and we'll keep things settled here." Juris continued to yell advice about business, but his voice became indistinct with distance. Soon it disappeared altogether as the convoy rounded the streets of Sylvanar. The jungle loomed suddenly, and then they were in it. Scotty had only gone through it by foot or along the rivers by slow-moving boats. Now it flashed all around him in profusions of greens. The horses seemed even faster moving through underbrush than on the smooth paths of the city. None of the weird sounds or dank smells of the jungle penetrated the escort. It felt to Scotty as if he were watching a play about the jungle with a background of a quickly moving scrim, which offered only the merest suggestion of the place. So it went for 2 weeks. There was lots of food and water in the carriage with the clerk, so he merely ate and slept as the caravan pressed endlessly on. From time to time, he'd hear the sound of blades clashing, but when he looked around, whatever had attacked the caravan had long since been left behind. At last, they reached the border, where an Imperial garrison was stationed. Scotty presented the soldiers who met the carriage with the papers. They asked him a barrage of questions that he answered monosyllabically, and then let him pass. It took several more days to arrive at the gates of the Imperial city. The horses that had flown so fast through the jungle now slowed down in the unfamiliar territory of the wooded Colovian estates. By contrast, the cries of his province's birds and smells of his province's plant life brought Decumus Scotty alive. It was as if he had been dreaming all the past months. At the gates of the city, Scotty's carriage door was opened for him, and he stepped out on uncertain legs. Before he had a moment to say something to the escort, they had vanished, galloping back south through the forest. The first thing he did now that he was home was go to the closest tavern and have tea and fruit and bread. If he never ate meat again, he told himself, that would suit him very nicely. Negotiations with Lord Atreus and Lord Vanek proceeded immediately thereafter. It was most agreeable. Both commissions recognized how lucrative the rebuilding of Valenwood would be for their agency. Lord Vanek claimed, quite justifiably, that as the contracts had been written on forms notarized by his commission, he had the legal right to them. Lord Atreus claimed that Decumus Scotty was his agent and representative, and that he had never been released from employment. The Emperor was called to arbitrate, but he claimed to be unavailable. His advisor, the Imperial battle mage Jaeger Tharn, had disappeared long ago and could not be called on for his wisdom and impartial mediation. Scotty lived very comfortably off the bribes from Lord Atreus and Lord Vanek. Every week a letter would arrive from Juris or Bast asking about the status of negotiations. Gradually these letters ceased coming, and more urgent ones came from the Minister of Trade and the Sylvanar himself. The War of the Blue Divide with Somerset Isle ended with the Alt-Mary winning several new coastal islands from the Wood Elves. The war with Elsewhere continued, ravaging the eastern borders of Valenwood. Still, Vanek and Atreus fought over who would help. One fine morning in the early spring of the year, Third Era, 398, a courier arrived at Decumus Scotty's door. Lord Vanek has won the Valenwood Commission, and requests that you and the contracts come to his hall at your earliest convenience. Has Lord Atreus decided not to challenge further? Asked Scotty. He's been unable to, having died very suddenly just now from a terribly unfortunate accident, said the courier. Scotty had wondered how long it would be before the Dark Brotherhood was brought in for final negotiations. As he walked toward Lord Vanek's building commission, a long, severe piece of architecture on a minor but respectable plaza, he wondered if he had played the game as he ought to have. Could Vanek be so rapacious as to offer him a lower percentage of the commission now that his chief competitor was dead? Thankfully, he discovered, Lord Vanek had already decided to pay Scotty what he had proposed during the heat of the winter negotiations. His advisors had explained to him that other, lesser building commissions might come forward, unless the matter were handled quickly and fairly. "Glad we have all the legal issues done with," said Lord Vanek fondly. "Now we can get to the business of helping the poor Bosmeri and collecting the profits. It's a pity you weren't our representative for all the troubles with Bendermach and the Arnesian business. But there will be plenty more wars, I'm sure of that." Scotty and Lord Vanek sent word to the Sylvanar that at last they were prepared to honor the contracts. A few weeks later they held a banquet in honor of the profitable enterprise. Decumus Scotty was the darling of the Imperial city, and no expense was spared to make it an unforgettable evening. As Scotty met the nobles and wealthy merchants who would be benefiting from his business dealings, an exotic but somehow faintly familiar smell rose in the ballroom. He traced it to its source. A thick roasted slab of meat, so long and thick it covered several platters. The Cyrodiilic revelers were eating it ravenously, unable to find the words to express their delight at its taste and texture. "It's like nothing I've ever had before. It's like pig-fed venison. Do you see the marbling of fat and meat? It's a masterpiece." Scotty went to take a slice, but then he saw something embedded deep in the dried and rendered roast. He nearly collided with his new employer, Lord Vanek, as he stumbled back. "Where did this come from?" Scotty stammered. "From our client, the Sylvanar," beamed his lordship. "It's some kind of local delicacy they call unthrapa." Scotty vomited and didn't stop for some time. It cast rather a temporary pall on the evening. But when Decumus Scotty was carried off to his manor house, the guests continued to dine. The unthrapa was the delight of all. Even more so when Lord Vanek himself took a slice and found the first of 2 rubies buried within. How very clever of the Bosmer to invent such a dish, the Cyrodiils agreed. The Argonian Account by Wawen Jarth. Decumus Scotty's continued adventures in Black Marsh Volume 1. On a minor but respectable plaza in the Imperial city sat, or perhaps lounged, Lord Vanek's building commission. It was an unimaginative, austere building, not noted so much for its aesthetic or architectural design as for its prodigious length. If any critics wondered why such an unornamented, extended erection held such fascination for Lord Vanek, they kept it to themselves. In the 398 year of the Third Era, Decumus Scotty was a senior clerk at the Commission. It had been a few months since the shy, middle-aged man had brought Lord Vanek the most lucrative of all contracts, granting the Commission the exclusive right to rebuild the roads of Valenwood, which had been destroyed in the 5-year war. For this, he had become the darling of the managers and the clerks, spending his days recounting his adventures, more or less faithfully, although he did omit the ending of the tale, since many of them had partaken in the celebratory unthrapa roast provided by the Sealinstree. Informing one's listeners that they've gorged on human flesh improves very few stories of any good taste. Scotty was neither particularly ambitious nor hard-working, so he did not mind that Lord Vanek had not given him anything to actually do. Whenever the squat little gnomish man would happen upon Decumus Scotty in the offices, Lord Vanek would always say, "You're a credit to the Commission. Keep up the good work." In the beginning, Scotty had worried that he was supposed to be doing something, but as the months went on, he merely replied, "Thank you, I will." There was, on the other hand, the future to consider. He was not a young man, and though he was receiving a respectable salary for someone not doing actual work, Scotty considered that soon he might have to retire and not get paid for not doing work. It would be nice, he decided, if Lord Vanek, out of gratitude for the millions of gold the Valenwood contract was generating, might deign to make Scotty a partner, or at least give him a small percentage of the bounty. Decumus Scotty was no good at asking for things like that, which was one of the reasons why, previous to his signal successes in Valenwood as a senior clerk for Lord Atreus, he was a lousy agent. He had just about made up his mind to say something to Lord Vanek, when his lordship unexpectedly pushed things along. "You're a credit to the commission," the waddling little thing said, and then paused. "Do you have a moment free on your schedule?" Scotty nodded eagerly, and followed his lordship to his hideously decorated and very enviable hectare of office space. "Zenithar blesses us for your presence at the commission," the little fellow squeaked grandly. "I don't know whether you know this, but we were having a bad time before you came along. We had impressive projects for certain, but they were not successful. In Black Marsh, for example, for years we've been trying to improve the roads and other routes of travel for commerce. I put my best man, Fleecis Tijo, on it. But every year, despite staggering investments of time and money, the trade along those routes only gets slower and slower. Now, we have your very clean, very, very profitable Valenwood contract to boost the commission's profits. I think it's time you were rewarded." Scotty grinned a grin of great modesty and subtle avarice. "I want you to take over the Black Marsh account from Fleecis Tijo." Scotty shook, as if awaking from a pleasant dream to hideous reality. "My lord, I couldn't—" "Nonsense," chirped Lord Vanek. "Don't worry about Tijo. He will be happy to retire on the money I give him, particularly as soul-wrenchingly difficult as this Black Marsh business has been. Just your sort of a challenge, my dear Decumus." Scotty couldn't utter a sound, though his mouth feebly formed the word no, as Lord Vanek brought out the box of documentation on Black Marsh. "You're a fast reader," Lord Vanek guessed. "You can read it all en route." "En route to Black Marsh, of course," the tiny fellow giggled. "You are a funny chap. Where else would you go to learn about the work that's being done and how to improve it?" The next morning, the stack of documentation hardly touched, Decumus Scotty began the journey southeast to Black Marsh. Lord Vanek had hired an able-bodied guard, a rather taciturn redguard named Mylik, to protect his best agent. They rode south along the Niben and then southeast along the Silverfish, continuing on into the wilds of Cyrodiil, where the river tributaries had no names and the very vegetation seemed to come from another world than the nice, civilized gardens of the northern Imperial province. Scotty's horse was tied to Malich's, so the clerk was able to read. It made it difficult to pay attention to the path they were taking, but Scotty knew he needed at least a cursory familiarity with the Commission's business dealings in Black Marsh. It was a huge box of paperwork going back 40 years, when the Commission had first been given several million in gold by a wealthy trader, Lord Zelicles Pinos Ravina, to improve the condition of the road from Gideon to Cyrodiil. At that time, it took 3 weeks, a preposterously long time for the rice and root he was importing to arrive, half-rotten, in the Imperial province. Pinos Ravina was long dead, but many other investors over the decades, including Pelagius IV himself, had hired the Commission to build roads, drain swamps, construct bridges, devise anti-smuggling systems, hire mercenaries, and in short, do everything that the greatest empire in history knew would work to aid trade with Black Marsh. According to the latest figures, the result of this was that it took 2.5 months for goods, now thoroughly rotten, to arrive. Scotty found that when he looked up after concentrating on what he was reading, the landscape had always changed, always dramatically, always for the worse. "This is Blackwood, sir," said Malich, to Scotty's unspoken question. It was dark and woodsy, so Decumus Scotty thought that a very appropriate name. The question he longed to ask, which in due course he did ask, was, "What's that terrible smell?" "Slough Point, sir," Malik replied as they turned the next bend, where the umbrageous tunnel of tangled tree and vine opened to a clearing. There squatted a cluster of formal buildings in the dreary imperial design favored by Lord Vanek's commission, and every emperor since Tiber, together with a stench so eye-blindingly, stomach-wrenchingly awful that Scotty wondered suddenly if it were deadly poisonous. The swarms of blood-colored, sand-grain-sized insects obscuring the air did not improve the view. Scotty and Malik batted at the buzzing clouds as they rode their horses towards the largest of the buildings, which on approach revealed itself to be perched at the edge of a thick black river. From its size and serious aspect, Scotty guessed it to be the Census and Excise office for the wide, white bridge that stretched across the burbling dark water to the reeds on the other side. It was a very nice, bright, sturdy-looking bridge built, Scotty knew, by his commission. A poxy, irritable official opened the door quickly on Scotty's first knock. Come in, quickly. Don't let the flesh flies in." "Flesh flies?" Decumus Scotty trembled. "You mean they eat human flesh?" "If you're fool enough to stand around and let them," the soldier said, rolling his eyes. He had half an ear, and Scotty, looking around at the other soldiers in the fort, noted that they all were well chewed. One of them had no nose at all to speak of. "Now, what's your business?" Scotty told them, and added that if they stood outside the fortress instead of inside, they might catch more smugglers. "You better be more concerned with getting across that bridge," the soldier sneered. "Tide's coming up, and if you don't get a move on, you won't get to Black Marsh for 4 days. That was absurd. A bridge swamped by a rising tide on a river? Only the look in the soldier's eyes told Scotty he wasn't joking. Upon stepping out of the fort, he saw that the horses, evidently tired of being tortured by the flesh flies, had ripped free of their restraints and were bounding off into the woods. The oily water of the river was already lapping on the planks, oozing between the crevices. Scotty reflected that perhaps he would be more than willing to endure a wait of 4 days before going to Black Marsh, but Malik was already running across. Scotty followed him, wheezing. He was not in excellent shape and never had been. The box of commission materials was heavy. Halfway across, he paused to catch his breath, and then discovered he could not move. His feet were stuck. The black mud that ran through the river was a thick, gluey paste, and having washed over the plank Scotty was on, it held his feet fast. Panic seized him. Scotty looked up from his trap and saw Malik leaping from plank to plank ahead of him, closing fast on the reeds on the other side. "Help!" Scotty cried. "I'm stuck!" Malik did not even turn around, but kept jumping. "I know, sir. You need to lose weight." Decumus Scotty knew he was a few pounds over, and had meant to start eating less and exercising more. But embarking on a diet hardly seemed to promise timely aid in his current predicament. No diet on Nirn would have helped him just then. However, on reflection, Scotty realized that the Red Guard intended that he drop the box of documents, for Malik was no longer carrying any of the essential supplies he had had with him previously. With a sigh, Scotty threw the box of commission notes into the glop, and felt the plank under him rise 1/4 of an inch, just enough to free him from the mud's clutches. With an agility born of extreme fear, Scotty began leaping after Malik, dropping onto every 3rd plank, and springing up before the river gripped him. In 46 leaps, Decumus Scotty crashed through the reeds onto the solid ground behind Malik, and found himself in Black Marsh. He could hear behind him a slurping sound as the bridge and his container of important and official records of commission affairs was consumed by the rising flood of dark filth, never to be seen again. Decumus Scotty emerged from the dirt and reeds, exhausted from running, his face and arms sheathed in red flesh flies. Looking back toward Cyrodiil, he saw the bridge disappear beneath the thick black river, and he knew he was not getting back until the tide went down in a few days' time. The river also held in its adhesive depths his files on the Black Marsh account. He would have to rely on his memory for his contacts in Gideon. Malik was purposefully striding through the reeds ahead. Flailing ineffectually at the flesh flies, Scotty hurried after him. "We're lucky, sir," said the Red Guard, which struck Scotty as an extraordinarily odd thing to say, until his eyes followed where the man's finger was pointing. "The caravan is here." 21 rusted, mud-spattered wagons with rotting wood and wobbly wheels sat half-sunk in the soft earth ahead. A crowd of Argonians, gray-scaled and gray-eyed, the sort of sullen manual laborers that were common in Cyrodiil, pulled at one of the wagons which had been detached from the others. As Scotty and Malik came closer, they saw it was filled with a cargo of black berries so decayed that they had become hardly recognizable, more a festering jelly than a wagon load of fruit. Yes, they were going to the city of Gideon. And yes, they said, Scotty could get a ride with them after they were finished unloading this shipment of lumberies. "How long ago were they picked?" Scotty asked, looking at the wagon's rotten produce. "The harvest was in last seed, of course," said the Argonian, who seemed to be in charge of the wagon. It was now sun's dusk, so they had been en route from the fields for a little over 2 months. Clearly, Scotty thought, there were problems with transportation, but fixing that, after all, was what he was doing here as a representative of Lord Vannick's building commission. It took close to an hour of the berries rotting even more in the sun for the wagon to be pushed to the side, the wagons in front of it and behind it to be attached to one another, and one of the 8 horses from the front of the caravan to be brought around to the now independent wagon. The laborers moved with dispirited lethargy, and Scotty took the opportunity to inspect the rest of the caravan and talk to his fellow travelers. 4 of the wagons had benches in them, fit for uncomfortable riders. All the rest were filled with grain, meat, and vegetation in various stages of corruption. The travelers consisted of the 6 Argonian laborers, 3 Imperial merchants so bug-bitten that their skin looked as scaly as the Argonians themselves, and 3 cloaked fellows who were evidently Dunmer, judging by the red eyes that gleamed in the shadows under their hoods. All were transporting their goods along this, the Imperial Commerce Road. "This is a road?" Scotty exclaimed, looking at the endless field of reeds that reached up to his chin or higher. "It's solid ground of a sort," one of the hooded Dunmer shrugged. "The horses eat some of the reed, and sometimes we set fire to it, but it just grows right back up." Finally, the wagon master signaled that the caravan was ready to go, and Scotty took a seat in the 3rd wagon with the other Imperials. He looked around, but Malich was not on board. "I agreed to get to you to Black Marsh and take you back out," said the Red Guard, who had plumped down a rock in the sea of reeds and was munching on a hairy carrot. "I'll be here when you get back." Scotty frowned, and not only because Malich had dropped the deferential title Sir while addressing him. Now he truly knew no one in Black Marsh, but the caravan slowly grinded and bumped forward, so there was no time to argue. A noxious wind blew across the Commerce Road, casting patterns in the endless, featureless expanse of reeds. In the distance, there seemed to be mountains, but they constantly shifted, and Scotty realized they were banks of mist and fog. Shadows flitted across the landscape, and when Scotty looked up, he saw they were being cast by giant birds with long, saw-like beaks nearly the size of the rest of their bodies. Hackwings, Chirogemulus, an Imperial on Scotty's left, who might have been young but looked old and beaten, muttered, "Like everything else in this damnable place, they'll eat you if you don't keep moving. Beggars pounce down and give you a nasty chop, and then fly off and come back when you're mostly dead from blood loss." Scotty shivered. He hoped they'd be in Gideon before nightfall. It was then it occurred to him that the sun was on the wrong side of the caravan. "Excuse me, sir," Scotty called to the wagon master. "I thought you said we were going to Gideon." The wagon master nodded. "Why are we going north, then, when we should be going south?" There was no reply but a sigh. Scotty confirmed with his fellow travelers that they too were going to Gideon, and none of them seemed very concerned about the circuitous route to getting there. The seats were hard on his middle-aged back and buttocks, but the bumping rhythm of the caravan and the hypnotic waving reeds gradually had an effect on him, and Scotty drifted off to sleep. He awoke in the dark some hours later, not sure where he was. The caravan was no longer moving, and he was on the floor, under the bench, next to some small boxes. There were voices, speaking a hissing, clicking language Scotty didn't understand, and he peeked out between someone's legs to see what was happening. The moons barely pierced the thick mist surrounding the caravan, and Scotty did not have the best angle to see who was talking. For a moment, it looked like the gray wagon master was talking to himself, but the darkness had movement and moisture, in fact, glistening scales. It was hard to tell how many of these things there were, but they were big, black, and the more Scotty looked at them, the more details he could see. When one particular detail emerged, huge mouths filled with dripping needle-like fangs, Scotty slipped back under the bench. Their black little eyes had not fallen on him yet. The legs in front of Scotty moved and then began to thrash as their owner was grabbed and pulled out of the wagon. Scotty crouched further back, getting behind the little boxes. He didn't know much about concealment, but had some experience with shields. He knew that having something, anything, in between you and bad things was always good. A few seconds after the legs had disappeared from sight, there was a horrible scream, and then a second and a third. Different timbres, different accents, but the same inarticulate message. Terror and pain. Horrible pain. Scotty remembered a long-forgotten prayer to the god Stendar and whispered it to himself. Then there was silence. Ghastly silence that lasted only a few minutes, but which seemed like hours. Years. And then the carriage started rolling forward again. Scotty cautiously crawled out from under the carriage. Chero Gamulus gave him a bemused grin. "There you are," he said. "I thought the Nagas took you." "Nagas? Nasty characters," Jamulus said, frowning. "Puff adders with legs and arms, 7 feet tall, 8 when they're mad. Come from the inner swamp. And they don't like it here much, so they're particularly peevish. You're the kind of posh Imperial they're looking for." Scotty had never in his life thought of himself as posh. His mud and flesh-fly bespeckled clothing seemed eminently middle-class at best to him. "What would they want me for?" "To rob, of course," the Imperial smiled, "and to kill. You didn't notice what happened to the others?" The Imperial frowned as if struck by a thought. "You didn't sample from those boxes down below, did you? Like the sugar, do you?" "Gods, no," Scotty grimaced. The Imperial nodded, relieved. "You just seem a little slow. First time to Black Marsh, I gather?" "Oh, hi-ho," hissed Piss. Scotty was just about to ask Jamulus what that vulgar term meant when the rain began. It was an inferno of foul-smelling yellow-brown rain that washed over the caravan, accompanied by the growl of thunder in the distance. Jamulus worked to pull the roof up over the wagon, glaring at Scotty until he helped with the laborious process. He shuddered, not only from the cold damp, but from contemplation of the disgusting precipitation pouring down on the already nasty produce in the uncovered wagon. "We'll be dry soon enough," Jamulus smiled, pointing out into the fog. Scotty had never been to Gideon, but he knew what to expect. A large settlement more or less laid out like an imperial city, with more or less imperial-style architecture, and all the imperial comforts and traditions, more or less. The jumble of huts half sunk in mud was decidedly less. "Where are we?" asked Scotty, bewildered. "Hixinoag," replied Gamulus, pronouncing the queer name with confidence. "You were right. We were going north when we should have been going south." Decumus Scotty was supposed to be in Gideon, a thoroughly imperialized city in southern Black Marsh, arranging business dealings to improve commerce in the province on behalf of Lord Vanek's building commission and its clients. Instead, he was in a half-submerged, rotten little village called Hixinoag, where he knew no one, except for a drug smuggler named Chero Jamulus. Jamulus was not at all perturbed that the merchant caravan had gone north instead of south. He even let Scotty share his bucket of trod, tiny little crunchy fish he had bought from the villagers. Scotty would have preferred them cooked or at any rate dead, but Jamulus blithely explained that dead cooked trod are deadly poison. "If I were where I was supposed to be," Scotty pouted, putting one of the wriggling little creatures in his mouth, "I could be having a roast and some cheese and a glass of wine." "I sell moon sugar in the north and buy it in the south," he shrugged. "You have to be more flexible, my friend." "My only business is in Gideon," Scotty frowned. "Well, you have a couple choices," replied the smuggler. "You could just stay here. Most villages in Argonia don't stay put for very long, and there's a good chance Hixinoag will drift right down to the gates of Gideon. Might take you a month or two, probably the easiest way." That'd put me far behind schedule. "Next option, you could join up with the caravan again," said Jamulus. "They might be going in the right direction this time, and they might not get stuck in the mud, and they might not be all murdered by Naga highwaymen." "Not tempting," Scotty frowned. "Any other ideas?" "Ride the routes. The Underground Express," Jamulus grinned. "Follow me." Scotty followed Jamulus out of the village and into a copse of trees shrouded by veils of wispy moss. The smuggler kept his eye on the ground, poking at the viscous mud intermittently. Finally, he found a spot which triggered a mass of big, oily bubbles to rise to the surface. "Perfect," he said. Now the important thing is not to panic. The express will take you due south. That's the wintertide migration, and you'll know you're near Gideon when you see a lot of red clay. Just don't panic. And when you see a mass of bubbles, that's a breathing hole you can use to get out. Scotty looked at Gemulus blankly. The man was talking perfect gibberish. What? Gemulus took Scotty by the shoulder and positioning him on top of the mass of bubbles. You stand right here. Scotty sank quickly into the mud, staring at the smuggler, horror-struck. And remember to wait till you see the red clay, and then the next time you see bubbles, push up. The more Scotty wriggled to get free, the faster he sunk. The mud enveloped Scotty to his neck, and he continued staring, unable to articulate anything but a noise like oog. And don't panic at the idea that you're being digested. You could live in a rootworm's belly for months. Scotty took one last panicked gasp of air and closed his eyes before he disappeared into the mud. The clerk felt a warmth he hadn't expected all around him. When he opened his eyes, he found that he was entirely surrounded by a translucent goo and was traveling rapidly forward, southward, gliding through the mud as if it were air, skipping along an intricate network of roots. Scotty felt confusion and euphoria in equal measures, madly rushing forward through an alien environment of darkness, spinning around and over the thick fibrous tentacles of the trees. It was as if he were high in the sky at midnight, not deep beneath the swamp in the Underground Express. Looking up slightly at the massive root structure above, Scotty saw something wriggle past. A 8-foot-long, armless, legless, colorless, boneless, eyeless, nearly shapeless creature riding the roots. Something dark was inside of it, and as it came closer, Scotty could see it was an Argonian man. He waved, and the disgusting creature the Argonian was in flattened slightly and rushed onward. Gemulus's words began to reappear in Scotty's mind at this sight. The wintertide migration, air hole, you're being digested. These were the phrases that danced around as if trying to find some place to live in a brain which was highly resistant to them coming in. But there was no other way to look at the situation. Scotty had gone from eating living fish to being eaten alive as a way of transport. He was in one of those worms. Scotty made an executive decision to faint. He awoke in stages, having a beautiful dream of being held in a woman's warm embrace. Smiling and opening his eyes, the reality of where he really was rushed over him. The creature was still rushing madly, blindly forward, gliding over roots, but it was no longer like a flight through the night sky. Now it was like the sky at sunrise, in pinks and reds. Scotty remembered Gemulus telling him to look for the red clay, and he would be near Gideon. The next thing he had to find was the bubbles. There were no bubbles anywhere. Though the inside of the worm was still warm and comfortable, Scotty felt the weight of the earth all around him. Just don't panic, Gemulus had said. But it was one thing to hear that advice, and quite another to take it. He began to squirm, and the creature began to move faster at the increased pressure from within. Suddenly, Scotty saw it ahead of him, a slim spire of bubbles rising up through the mud from some underground stream, straight up, through the roots to the surface above him. The moment the rootworm went through it, Scotty pushed with all of his might upward, bursting through the creature's thin skin. The bubbles pushed Scotty up quickly, and before he could blink, he was popping out of the red, slushy mud. 2 gray Argonians were standing under a tree nearby, holding a net. They looked in Scotty's direction with polite curiosity. In their net, Scotty noticed, were several squirming, furry, rat-like creatures. While he addressed them, another fell out of the tree. Though Scotty had not been educated in this practice, he recognized fishing when he saw it. "Excuse me, lads," Scotty said jovially. "I was wondering if you'd point me in the direction of Gideon." The Argonians introduced themselves as Drawing Flame and Furl of Fresh Leaves, and looked at one another, puzzling over the question. "Who you seek?" asked Furl of Fresh Leaves. "I believe his name is," said Scotty, trying to remember the contents of his long-gone file of Black Marsh contacts in Gideon. "Archine right foot. Rock?" Drawing Flame nodded. "For 5 gold, show you way, just east. Is plantation east of Gideon. Very nice." Scotty thought that the best business he had heard of in 2 days, and handed Drawing Flames the 5 septums. The Argonians led Scotty onto a muddy ribbon of road that passed through the reeds, and soon revealed the bright blue expanse of Topal Bay far to the west. Scotty looked around at the magnificent walled estates, where bright crimson blossoms sprang forth from the very dirt of the walls, and surprised himself by thinking, "This is very pretty." The road ran parallel to a fast-moving stream, running eastward from Topal Bay. It was called the Oncobra River, he was told. It ran deep into Black Marsh, to the very dark heart of the province. Peeking past the gates to the plantations east of Gideon, Scotty saw that few of the fields were tended. Most had rotten crops from harvest past, still clinging to wilted vines, orchards of desolate, leafless trees. The Argonian serfs who worked the fields were thin, weak, near death, more like haunting spirits than creatures of life and reason. 2 hours later, as the three continued their trudge east, the estates were still impressive, at least from a distance. The road was still solid, if weedy, but Scotty was irritated, horrified by the field workers and the agricultural state, and no longer charitable towards the area. How much further? Furl of Fresh Leaves and Drawing Flame looked at one another, as if that question was something that hadn't occurred to them. Arkine is east, Furl of Fresh Leaves pondered. Near or far? Drawing Flame shrugged non-committally and said to Scotty, "For 5 gold, show you way. Just east. It's plantation. Very nice." "You don't have any idea, do you?" Scotty cried. "Why couldn't you tell me that in the first place when I might have asked someone else?" Around the bend up ahead, there was the sound of hoofbeats, a horse coming closer. Scotty began to walk towards the sound to hail the rider, and didn't see Drawing Flame's taloned claws flash out and cast the spell at him. He felt it, though. A kiss of ice along his spine, the muscles along his arms and legs suddenly immobile, as if wrapped in rigid steel. He was paralyzed. The great curse of paralysis, as the reader may be unfortunate enough to know, is that you continue to see and think, even though your body does not respond. The thought that went through Scotty's mind was, "Damn." For Drawing Flame and Furl of Fresh Leaves were, of course, like most simple day laborers in Black Marsh, accomplished illusionists, and no friend of the Imperial. The Argonians shoved Decumus Scotty to the side of the road, just as the horse and rider came around the corner. He was an impressive figure, a nobleman in a flashing dark green cloak the exact same color as his scaled skin, and a frilled hood that was part of his flesh and sat upon his head like a horned crown. "Greetings, brothers," the rider said to the two. "Greetings, Archine Rightfoot Rock," they responded, and then Furl of Fresh Leaves added, "What is my lord's business on this fine day?" "No rest, no rest," the Archine sighed regally. "One of my she-workers gave birth to twins. Twins. Fortunately, there's a good trader in town for those, and she didn't put up too much of a fuss. And then there's a fool of an Imperial from Lord Vanek's building commission I'm supposed to meet with in Gideon. I'm sure he'll want the grand tour before he opens up the treasury for me. Such a lot of fuss." Drawing Flame and Furl of Fresh Leaves sympathized, and then, as Argonian Rightfoot Rock rode off, they went to look for their hostage. Unfortunately for them, gravity being the same in Black Marsh as elsewhere in Tamriel, their hostage, Decumus Scotty, had continued to roll down from where they left him, and was, at that moment, in the Oncobra River, drowning. Decumus Scotty was drowning, and he didn't think much of it. He couldn't move his arms or his legs to swim because of the paralysis spell the Argonian peasant had lobbed at him, but he wasn't quite sinking. The Oncobra River was a crashing force of white water and currents that could carry along large rocks with ease, so Scotty tumbled head over heels, spinning, bumping, bouncing along. He figured that soon enough he would be dead, and that would be better than being in Black Marsh. He wasn't too panicked about it all when he felt his lungs fill with water and cold blackness fell upon him. For a while, for the first time in some time, Decumus Scotty felt peace. Blessed darkness won. And then pain came to him, and he felt himself coughing, spewing water up from his belly and his lungs. A voice said, "Oh, bother, he's alive, ain't he now?" Scotty wasn't quite sure if that were true, even when he opened his eyes and looked at the face above him. It was an Argonian, but unlike any he had seen anywhere. The face was thin and long like a thick lance. The scales were ruby red, brilliant in the sunlight. It blinked at him, its eyelids opening and closing in vertical slits. "I don't suppose we should eat you, should we now?" The creature smiled. and Scotty could tell from its teeth that it was no idle suggestion. "Thank you," said Scotty weakly. He craned his head slightly to find out who the "we" were, and discovered he was on the muddy bank of the still, sludgy river, surrounded by a group of Argonians with similarly needle-like faces and a whole rainbow of scales, bright greens and gem-like purples, blues, and oranges. "Can you tell me, am I near, well, anywhere?" The ruby-colored Argonian laughed. "No, you're in the middle of everywhere and near nowhere." "Oh," said Scotty, who grasped the idea that space did not mean much in Black Marsh. "And what are you?" "We are Agatsefs," the ruby-colored Argonian replied. "My name is Nomu." Scotty introduced himself. "I'm a senior clerk in Lord Vanek's building commission in the Imperial City. My job was to come here to try to fix the problems with commerce. But I've lost my agenda. Haven't met with any of my contacts. The Archines of Gideon. Pompous, assimilated slaver kleptocrats," a small lemon-colored Agasef murmured with some feeling. "And now, I just want to go home." Nomu smiled, his long mouth arching up like a host happy to see an unwanted guest leave a party. "She's will guide you." Shez, it seemed, was the bitter little yellow creature, and he was not at all pleased at the assignment. With surprising strength, he hoisted Scotty up, and for a moment the clerk was reminded of Gamulus dropping him into the bubbling muck that led to the Underground Express. Instead, Shez shoved Scotty toward a tiny little raft, razor thin, that bobbed on the surface of the water. "This is how you travel? We don't have the broken wagons and dying horses of our brothers on the outside," Shez replied, rolling his tiny eyes. "We don't know better." The Argonian sat at the back of the craft and used his whip-like tail to propel and navigate the craft. They traveled quickly around swirling pools of slime that stank of centuries of putrefaction, past pinnacled mountains that seemed sturdy, but suddenly fell apart at the slightest ripple in the still water, under bridges that might have once been metal, but were now purely rust. "Everything in Tamriel flows down to Black Marsh," Shez said. As they slid through the water, Shez explained to Scotty that the Agatsefs were one of the many Argonian tribes that lived in the interior of the province, near the Hist, finding little in the outside world worth seeing. He was fortunate to have been found by them. The Nagas, the toad-like Patru, and the winged Sarpa would have killed him on the spot. There were other creatures, too, to be avoided. Though there were few natural predators in inner Black Marsh, the scavengers that rooted in the garbage seldom shied away from a living meal. Hackwings circled overhead, like the ones Scotty had seen in the west. Shez fell silent and stopped the raft completely, waiting for something. Scotty looked in the direction Shez was watching and saw nothing unusual in the filthy water. Then he realized that the pool of green slime in front of them was actually moving, and fairly quickly from one bank to the other. It deposited small bones behind it as it oozed up into the reeds and disappeared. "Voroplasm," Shez explained, moving the boat forward again. "Big word. It'll strip you to the bone by the second syllable." Scotty, desirous to distract himself from the sights and smells that surrounded him, thought it a good time to compliment his pilot on his excellent vocabulary. It was particularly impressive, given how far from civilization they were. The Argonians in the east did, in fact, speak so well. "They tried to erect a temple of Mara near here in Umfolo 20 years ago," Shez explained, and Scotty nodded, remembering reading about it in the files before they were lost. They all perished quite dreadfully of swamp rot in the first month, but they left behind some excellent books. Scotty was going to inquire further when he saw something so huge, so horrifying it made him stop. Frozen. Half submerged in the water ahead was a mountain of spines, lying on 9-foot-long claws. White eyes stared blindly forward, and then suddenly the whole creature spasmed and lurched, the jaw of its mouth jutting out, exposing tusks clotted with gore. "Swamp Leviathan," Shez whistled, impressed. "Very, very dangerous." Scotty gasped, wondering why the Agatsef was so calm, and more, why he was continuing to steer the raft forward towards the beast. "Of all the creatures in the world, the rats are sometimes the worst," said Shez, and Scotty noticed that the huge creature was only a husk. Its movement was from the hundreds of rats that had burrowed into it, rapidly eating their way from the inside out, bursting from the skin in spots. "They are indeed," Scotty said, and his mind went to the Black Marsh files, buried deep in the mud, and 4 decades of Imperial work in Black Marsh. The two continued westward through the heart of Black Marsh. She showed Scotty the vast, complicated ruins of the Kothringi capitals, fields of ferns and flowered grasses, quiet streams under canopies of blue moss, and the most astonishing sight of Scotty's life, the great forest of full-grown hissed trees. They never saw a living soul until they arrived at the edge of the Imperial Commerce Road, just east of Slough Point, where Milik, Scotty's Redguard guide, was waiting patiently. "I was going to give you 2 more minutes," the Redguard scowled, dropping the last of his food onto the pile at his feet. "No more, sir." The sun was shining bright when Decumus Scotty rode into the Imperial city, and as it caught the morning dew, it lent a glisten to every building as if they had been newly polished for his arrival. It astonished him how clean the city was, and how few beggars there were. The protracted edifice of Lord Vanek's building commission was the same as it had always been, but still the very sight of it seemed exotic and strange. It was not covered in mud. The people within actually, generally, worked. Lord Vanek himself, though singularly squat and squinty, seemed immaculate, not only relatively clean of dirt and scabs, but also relatively uncorrupt. Scotty couldn't help but stare at him when he first caught sight of his boss. Vanek stared right back. "You are a sight," the little fellow frowned. "Did your horse drag you to Black Marsh and back? I would say go home and fix yourself, but there are a dozen people here to see you. I hope you have solutions for them." It was no exaggeration. Nearly 20 of Cyrodiil's most powerful and wealthiest people were waiting for him. Scotty was given an office even larger than Lord Vanek's, and he met with each. First among the commission's clients were 5 independent traders, blustering and loaded with gold, demanding to know what Scotty intended to do about improving the trade routes. Scotty summarized for them the conditions of the main roads, the state of the merchants' caravans, the sunken bridges, and all the other impediments between the frontier and the marketplace. They told him to have everything replaced and repaired, and gave him the gold necessary to do it. Within 3 months, the bridge at Slough Point had disappeared into the muck, the great caravan had collapsed into decrepitude, and the main road from Gideon had been utterly swallowed up by swamp water. The Argonians began once again to use the old ways, their personal rafts, and sometimes the underground express, to transport the grain in small quantities. It took 1/3 of the time, 2 weeks, to arrive in Cyrodiil, none of it rotten. The Archbishop of Mara was the next client Scotty met with. A kind-hearted man, horrified by the tales of Argonian mothers selling their children into slavery. He pointedly asked Scotty if it were true. "Sadly, yes," Scotty replied, and the Archbishop showered him with septums, telling the clerk that food must be brought to the province to ease their suffering, and the schools must be improved so they could learn to help themselves. Within 5 months, the last book had been stolen from the deserted Moran Monastery in Umfolo. As the Arkeens went bankrupt, their slaves returned to his parents' tiny farms. The backwater Argonians found that they could grow enough to feed their families provided they had enough hard workers in their enclave, and the buyer's market for slaves sharply declined. Ambassador Sleixth, concerned about the rising crime in northern Black Marsh, brought with him the contributions of many other expatriate Argonians like himself. They wanted more Imperial guards on the border at Slough Point, more magically lit lanterns posted along the main roads at regular intervals, more patrol stations, and more schools built to allow young Argonians to better themselves and not turn to crime. Within 6 months, there were no more Nagas roaming the roads, as there were no merchants traveling them to rob. The thugs returned to the fetid inner swamp, where they felt much happier, their constitutions enriched by the rot and pestilence that they loved. Sleixth and his constituency were so pleased by the crime rate dropping, they brought even more gold to Decumus Scotty, telling him to keep up the good work. Black Marsh simply was, is, and always shall be unable to sustain a large-scale cash crop plantation economy. The Argonians, and anyone else, the whole of Tamriel, could live in Black Marsh on subsistence farming, just raising what they needed. That was not sad, Scotty thought. That was hopeful. Scotty's solution to each of their dilemmas had been the same: 10% of the gold they gave him went to Lord Vanek's building commission. The rest, Scotty kept for himself, and did exactly nothing about the requests. Within a year, Decumus Scotty had embezzled enough to retire very comfortably, and Black Marsh was better off than it had been in 40 years. The Wolf Queen, by Wagan Jarth, Life of Queen Patima, from the pen of the 1st century 3rd Era, Sage Montakai. 3rd Era, year 63. In the autumn tide of the year, Prince Pelagius, son of Prince Uriel, who is son of the Empress Kintira, who is niece of the great Emperor Tiber Septim, came to the high rock city-state of Camlorn to pay court to the daughter of King Volstead. Her name was Quintilla, the most beauteous princess in Tamriel, skilled at all the maidenly skills and an accomplished sorceress. 11 years a widower with a young son named Antiochus, Pelagius arrived at court to find that the city-state was being terrorized by a great demon werewolf. Instead of wooing, Pelagius and Quintilla together went out to save the kingdom. With his sword and her sorcery, the beast was slain, and by the powers of mysticism, Quintilla chained the beast's soul to a gem. Pelagius had the gem made into a ring and married her, but it was said that the soul of the wolf stayed with the couple until the birth of their first child. 3rd Era, year 80. "The ambassador from Solitude has arrived, Your Majesty," whispered the steward Balvis. "Right in the middle of dinner?" muttered the Emperor weakly. "Tell him to wait." "No, Father. It's important that you see him," said Pelagius, rising. "You can't make him wait and then give him bad news. It's undiplomatic." "Don't go, then. You're much better at diplomacy than I am. We should have all the family here," Emperor Uriel II added, suddenly aware how few people were present at his dinner table. "Where's your mother?" "Sleeping with the archpriest of Kinnereth," Pelagius would have said, but he was, as his father said, diplomatic. Instead, he said, "At prayer." "And your brother and sister?" "Amiel is in Firsthold, meeting with the Archmagister of the Mages Guild. And Galana, though we won't be telling this to the ambassador, of course, is preparing for her wedding to the Duke of Narcissus, since the ambassador expects her to be marrying his patron, the King of Solitude, instead. We'll tell him that she's at the spa, having a cluster of pestilent boils removed. Tell him that, and he won't press too hard for the marriage, politically expedient though it may be." Pelagius smiled. "You know how queasy Nords are about warty women. But dash it, I feel like I should have some family around so I don't look like some old fool despised by his nearest and dearest," growled the Emperor, correctly suspecting this to be the case. "What about your wife? Where's she and the grandchildren?" "Quintilla's in the nursery with Sepphoris and Magnus. Antiochus is probably whoring around the city. I don't know where Patima is, probably at her studies. I thought you didn't like children around." "I do during meetings with ambassadors in damp staterooms," sighed the Emperor. "They lend an air of, I don't know, innocence and civility." "Ah, show the blasted ambassador in," he said to Balvis. Patima was bored. It was the rainy season in the Imperial province, wintertide, and the streets and the gardens of the city were all flooded. She could not remember a time when it was not raining. Had it been only days, or had it been weeks or months since the sun shone? There was no judging of time anymore in the constant flickering torchlight of the palace, and as Patima walked through marble and stone hallways, listening to the pelting of the rain, she could think nothing but that she was bored. Asthefi, her tutor, would be looking for her now. Ordinarily, she did not mind studying. Rote memorization came easily to her. She quizzed herself as she walked down through the empty ballroom. When did Orsinium fall? 1st Era, 980. Who wrote Tamrilean tractates? Cozy. When was Tiber Septim born? 2nd Era, 828. Who is the current king of Daggerfall? Morton, son of Gothlir. Who is the current Sylvanar? Varbarinth, son of Varbaril. Who is the warlord of Lilmuth? Trick question. It's a lady, Iowa. What will I get if I'm a good girl and don't get into any trouble? And my tutor says I'm an excellent student. Mother and father will renege on their promise to buy me a Daedric katana of my own, saying they never remembered that promise, and it's far too expensive and dangerous for a girl my age. There were voices coming from the Emperor's stateroom, her father, her grandfather, and a man with a strange accent. A Nord. Potema moved a stone she had loosened behind a tapestry and listened in. "Let us be frank, your Imperial Majesty," came the Nord's voice. "My sire, the King of Solitude, doesn't care if Princess Galana looked like an orc. He wants an alliance with the Imperial family, and you agreed to give him Galana or give back the millions of gold he gave to you to quell the Khajiit rebellion in Torval. This was the agreement you swore to honor." "I remember no such agreement," came her father's voice. "Can you, my liege?" There was a mumbling noise that Potema took to be her grandfather, the ancient emperor. "Perhaps we should take a walk to the Hall of Records, my mind may be going." The Nord's voice sounded sarcastic. "I distinctly remember your seal being placed on the agreement before it was locked away. Of course, I may verily be mistaken." "We will send a page to the hall to get the document you refer to," replied her father's voice with the cruel, soothing quality he used whenever he was about to break a promise. Potema knew it well. She replaced the loose stone and hurried out of the ballroom. She knew well how slowly the pages walked, used to running errands for a doddering emperor. She could make it to the Hall of Records in no time at all. The massive ebony door was locked, of course, but she knew what to do. A year ago, she caught her mother's Bosmer maid pilfering some jewelry, and in exchange for her silence, forced the young woman to teach her how to pick locks. Potema pulled 2 pins off her red diamond brooch and slid the first into the first lock, holding her hand steady and memorizing the pattern of tumblers and grooves within the mechanism. Each lock had a geography of its own. The lock to the kitchen larder, 6 free tumblers, a frozen 7th, and a counterbolt. She had broken into that just for fun. But if she had been a poisoner, the whole Imperial household would be dead by now, she thought, smiling. She had never been caught. Not when she broke into the Archmage's study and stole his oldest spellbook. Not when she broke into the guest room of the King of Gillane and stole his crown the morning before Magnus's official welcoming ceremony. It had become too easy to torment her family with these little crimes. But here was a document the Emperor wanted for a very important meeting. She would get it first. But this was the hardest lock she ever opened. Over and over she massaged the tumblers, gently pushing aside the forked clamp that snatched at her pins, drumming the counterweights. It nearly took her a half a minute to break through the door to the Hall of Records, where the Elder Scrolls were housed. The documents were well organized by year, province, and kingdom, and it took Potema only a short while to find the promise of marriage between Uriel Septim II, by the grace of the gods, Emperor of the Holy Cyrodiilic Empire of Tamriel, and his daughter the Princess Galana, and His Majesty King Mantiarco of Solitude. She grabbed her prize and was out of the hall with the door well locked before the page was even in sight. Back in the ballroom, she loosened the stone and listened eagerly to the conversation within. For a few minutes, the 3 men, the Nord, the Emperor, and her father just spoke of the weather and some boring diplomatic details. Then there was the sound of footsteps and a young voice, the page. "Your Imperial Majesty, I have searched the Hall of Records and cannot find the document you asked for." "There, you see," came Potema's father's voice. "I told you it didn't exist." "But I saw it." The Nord's voice was furious. "I was there when my liege and the Emperor signed it. I was there." "I hope you aren't doubting the word of my father, the sovereign Emperor of all Tamriel, not when there's now proof that you must have been mistaken." Pelagius's voice was low, dangerous. "Of course not," said the Nord, conceding quickly. "But what will I tell my king? He is to have no connection with the Imperial family, and no gold returned to him as he and I believed the agreement to be. We don't want any bad feelings between the Kingdom of Solitude and us," came the Emperor's voice, rather feeble but clear enough. "What if we offered King Mantiarco our granddaughter instead?" Potema felt the chill of the room descend on her. "The Princess Potema, is she not too young?" asked the Nord. "She is 13 years old," said her father. "That's old enough to wed." "She would be an ideal mate for your king," said the Emperor. "She is, admittedly, from what I see of her, very shy and innocent. But I'm certain she would quickly grasp the ways of court. She is, after all, a Septim. I think she would be an excellent Queen of Solitude, not too exciting but noble." "The granddaughter of the Emperor is not as close as his daughter," said the Nord rather miserably. but I don't see how we can refuse the offer. I will send word to my king." "You have our leave," said the emperor, and Potema heard the sound of the Nord leaving the stateroom. Tears streamed down Potema's eyes. She knew who the King of Solitude was from her studies, Mantiarco, 62 years old and quite fat. And she knew how far Solitude was and how cold in the northernmost clime. Her father and grandfather were abandoning her to the barbaric Nords. The voices in the room continued talking. "Well acted, my boy. Now make sure you burn that document," said her father. "My prince?" asked the page's querulous voice. "The agreement between the Emperor and the King of Solitude, you fool. We don't want its existence known." "My prince, I told the truth. I couldn't find the document in the Hall of Records. It seems to be missing." "By Lorcan," roared her father. "Why is everything in this palace always misplaced? Go back to the hall and keep searching until you find it." Potema looked at the document. Millions of gold pieces promised to the Kingdom of Solitude in the event of Princess Galana not marrying the king. She could bring it into her father, and perhaps as a reward he would not marry her to Mantiarco. Or perhaps not. She could blackmail her father and the Emperor with it, and make a tidy sum of money. Or she could produce it when she became Queen of Solitude to fill her coffers, and buy anything she wanted. More than a Daedric katana, that was for certain. So many possibilities, Potema thought, and she found herself not bored anymore. Third Era 82. A year after the wedding of his 14-year-old granddaughter, the Princess Potema, to King Mantiarco of the Nordic Kingdom of Solitude, the Emperor Uriel Septim II passed on. His son Pelagius Septim II was made emperor, and he faced a greatly depleted treasury, thanks to his father's poor management. As the new Queen of Solitude, Potema faced opposition from the old Nordic houses, who viewed her as an outsider. Mantiarco had been widowed, and his former queen was loved. She had left him a son, Prince Batorg, who was 2 years older than his stepmother, and loved her not. But the king loved his queen, and suffered with her through miscarriage after miscarriage until her 29th year, when she bore him a son. Third Era 97. "You must do something to help the pain," Potema cried, baring her teeth. The healer Kelmuth immediately thought of a she-wolf in labor, but he put the image from his mind. Her enemies called her the Wolf Queen for certes, but not because of any physical resemblance. "Your Majesty, there is no injury for me to heal. The pain you feel is natural and helpful for the birth." He was going to add more words of consolation, but he had to break off to duck the mirror she flung at him. "I'm not a pig-nosed peasant girl," she snarled. "I am the Queen of Solitude, daughter of the Emperor. Summon the Daedra. I'll trade the soul of every last subject of mine for a little comfort." "My lady," said the healer nervously, drawing the curtains and blotting out the cold morning sun. "It is not wise to make such offers even in jest. The eyes of Oblivion are forever watching for just such a rash interjection." "What would you know of Oblivion, healer?" she growled, but her voice was calmer, quieter. The pain had relaxed. "Would you fetch me that mirror I hurled at you?" "Are you going to throw it again, Your Majesty?" said the healer with a taut smile, obeying her. "Very likely," she said, looking at her reflection, "and next time I won't miss. But I do look a fright. Is Lord Vulcan still waiting for me in the hall?" "Yes, Your Majesty." "Well, tell him I just need to fix my hair and I'll be with him. And leave us. I'll howl for you when the pain returns." "Yes, Your Majesty." A few minutes later, Lord Vulcan was shown into the chamber. He was an enormous bald man whose friends and enemies called Mount Vulcan, and when he spoke it was with the low grumble of thunder. The Queen was one of the very few people Vulcan knew who was not the least bit intimidated by him, and he offered her a smile. "My Queen, how are you feeling?" he asked. "Damned, but you're looking like springtide has come to Mount Vulcan. I take it from your merry disposition that you've been made war chief." "Only temporarily, while your husband the king investigates whether there is evidence behind the rumors of treason on the part of my predecessor, Lord Thone." "If you've planted it as I've instructed, he'll find it," Potema smiled, propping herself up in the bed. "Tell me, is Prince Bathorg still in the city?" "What a question, Your Highness," laughed the mountain. "It's the Tournament of Stamina today. You know the prince would never miss that." The fellow invents new strategies of self-defense every year to show off during the games. Don't you recall last year where he entered the ring unarmored and after 20 minutes of fending off 6 bladesmen left the games without a scratch? He dedicated that bout to his late mother, Queen Amaditha. Yes, I recall. He's no friend to me or you, Your Highness, but you must give the man his due respect. He moves like lightning. You wouldn't think it of him, but he always seems to use his awkwardness to his advantage, to throw his opponents off. Some say he learned the style from the orcs to the south. They say he learned from them how to anticipate a foe's attack by some sort of supernatural power. There's nothing supernatural about it, said the queen quietly. He gets it from his father. Mantiarco never moved like that, Vulcan chuckled. I never said he did, said Potema. Her eyes closed and her teeth gritted together. The pain's returning. You must fetch the healer, but first, I must ask you one other thing. Has the new summer palace construction begun? I think so, Your Highness. Do not think, she cried, gripping the sheets, biting her lips so a stream of blood dripped down her chin. Do! Make certain that the construction begins at once, today. Your future, my future, and the future of this child depend on it. Go! 4 hours later, King Mantiarco entered the room to see his son. His queen smiled weakly as he gave her a kiss on the forehead. When she handed him the child, a tear ran down his face. Another one quickly followed, and then another. My lord, she said fondly, I know you're sentimental, but really, it's not only the child, though he is beautiful, with all the fair features of his mother. Mantiarco turned to his wife sadly, his aged features twisted in agony. My dear wife, there is trouble at the palace. In truth, this birth is the only thing that keeps this day from being the darkest in my reign. What is it? Something at the tournament? Potema pulled herself up in bed. Something with Bathorg? No, it isn't the tournament, but it does relate to Bathorg. I shouldn't worry you at a time like this. You need your rest. My husband, tell me. I wanted to surprise you with a gift after the birth of our child, so I had the old summer palace completely renovated. It's a beautiful place, or at least it was. I thought you might like it. Truth to tell, it was Lord Vulcan's idea. It used to be Amadetha's favorite place. Bitterness crept into the king's voice. Now I've learned why. What have you learned? Asked Potema quietly. Amadetha deceived me there with my trusted war chief, Lord Thone. There were letters between them, the most perverse things you've ever read. And that's not the worst of it. No. The dates on the letters correspond with the time of Bathorg's birth, the boy I raised and loved as a son. Mantiarco's voice choked up with emotion. He was Thone's child, not mine. My darling, said Potema, almost feeling sorry for the old man. She wrapped her arms around his neck as he heaved his sobs down on her and their child. Henceforth, he said quietly, Bathorg is no longer my heir. He will be banished from the kingdom. This child you have borne me today will grow to rule Solitude. And perhaps more, said Potema. He is the Emperor's grandson as well. We will name him Mantiarco II. My darling, I would love that, said Potema, kissing the king's tear-streaked face. But may I suggest Uriel, after my grandfather the Emperor, who brought us together in marriage? King Mantiarco smiled at his wife and nodded his head. There was a knock at the door. My liege, said Mount Vulcan, His Highness Prince Bathorg has finished the tournament and awaits you to present his award. He has successfully withstood attacks by 9 archers and the giant scorpion we brought in from Hammerfell. The crowd is roaring his name. They are calling him the man who cannot be hit. I will see him, said King Mantiarco sadly, and left the chamber. Oh, he can be hit all right, said Potema wearily, but it does take some doing. Third Era, 98. The Emperor Pelagius Septim II died a few weeks before the end of the year, on the 15th of Evening Star during the Festival of Northwind's Prayer, which was considered a bad omen for the Empire. He had ruled over a difficult 17 years. In order to fill the bankrupt treasury, Pelagius had dismissed the Elder Council, forcing them to buy back their positions. Several good but poor councillors had been lost. Many say the Emperor had died as a result of being poisoned by a vengeful former council member. His children came to attend his funeral and the coronation of the next emperor. His youngest son, Prince Magnus, 19 years of age, arrived from Almalexia, where he had been a counselor to the royal court. 21-year-old Prince Kephorus arrived from Gillane with his Redguard bride, Queen Bianchi. Prince Antiochus, at 43 years of age, the eldest child and heir presumptive, had been with his father in the Imperial city. The last to appear was his only daughter, Potema, the so-called Wolf Queen of Solitude. 30 years old and radiantly beautiful, she arrived with a magnificent entourage, accompanied by her husband, the elderly King Mantiarco, and her year-old son, Uriel. All expected Antiochus to assume the throne of the empire, but no one knew what to expect from the Wolf Queen. Third Era, 99. Lord Vulcan has been bringing several men to your sister's chambers late at night every night this week, offered the spy master. Perhaps if her husband were made aware. My sister is a devotee of the conqueror gods Reman and Talos, not the love goddess Adabal-a. She is plotting with those men, not having orgies with them. I'd wager I've slept with more men than she has, laughed Antiochus, and then grew serious. She's behind the delay of the council offering me the crown, I know it. 6 weeks now. They say they need to update records and prepare for the coronation. I'm the emperor. Crown me, and to oblivion with the formalities. Your sister is surely no friend of yours, your majesty, but there are other factors at play. Do not forget how your father treated the council. It is they who need following, and if need be, strong convincing, the spy master added with a suggestive stab of his dagger. Do so, but keep your eye on the damnable Wolf Queen as well. You know where to find me. At which brothel, your highness? Inquired the spy master. Today being Fredas, I'll be at the Cat and Goblin. The spy master noted in his report that night that Queen Potema had no visitors, for she was dining across the Imperial garden at the Blue Palace with her mother, the Dowager Empress Quintilla. It was a warm night for wintertide and surprisingly cloudless, though the day had been stormy. The saturated ground could not take any more, so the formal, structured gardens looked as if they had been glazed with water. The two women took their wine to the wide balcony to look over the grounds. I believe you are trying to sabotage your half-brother's coronation, said Quintilla, not looking at her daughter. Potema saw how the years had not so much wrinkled her mother as faded her, like the sun on a stone. It's not true, said Potema, but would it bother you very much if it were true? Antiochus is not my son. He was 11 years old when I married your father, and we've never been close. I think that being heir presumptive has stunted his growth. He is old enough to have a family with grown children, and yet he spends all his time at debauchery and fornication. He will not make a very good emperor, Quintilla sighed, and then turned to Potema. But it is bad for the family for seeds of discontent to be sown. It is easy to divide up into factions, but very difficult to unite again. I fear for the future of the empire. Those sound like the words. Are you by any chance dying, mother? I've read the omens, said Quintilla with a faint, ironic smile. Don't forget, I was a renowned sorceress in Camlorn. I will die in a few months' time, and then, not a year later, your husband will die. I only regret that I will not live to see your child Uriel assume the throne of solitude. Have you seen whether... Potema stopped, not wanting to reveal too many of her plans even to a dying woman. Whether he will be emperor? I know the answer to that too, daughter. Don't fear. You'll live to see the answer one way or the other. I have a gift for him when he is of age. The Dowager Empress removed a necklace with a single great yellow gem from around her neck. It's a soul gem, infused with the spirit of a great werewolf your father and I defeated in battle 36 years ago. I've enchanted it with spells from the School of Illusion so its wearer may charm whoever he chooses. An important skill for a king. And an emperor, said Potema, taking the necklace. Thank you, mother. An hour later, passing the black branches of the sculpted duad shrubs, Potema noticed a dark figure which vanished into the shadows under the eaves at her approach. She had noticed people following her before. It was one of the hazards of life in the Imperial court. But this man was too close to her chambers. She slipped the necklace around her neck. Come out where I can see you, she commanded. The man emerged from the shadows. A dark little fellow of middle age dressed in black-dyed goatskin. His eyes were fixed, frozen under her spell. "Who do you work for?" "Prince Antiochus is my master," he said in a dead voice. "I am his spy." A plan formed. "Is the prince in his study?" "No, milady." "And you have access?" "Yes, milady." Potema smiled widely. She had him. "Lead the way." The next morning the storm reappeared in all its fury. The pelting on the walls and ceiling was agony to Antiochus, who was discovering that he no longer had his youthful immunity to a late night of hard drinking. He shoved hard against the Argonian wench, sharing his bed. "Make yourself useful and close the window," he moaned. No sooner had the window been bolted, there was a knock at the door. It was the spy master. He smiled at the prince and handed him a sheet of paper. "What is this?" said Antiochus, squinting his eyes. "I must still be drunk. It looks like Orcish." "I think you will find it useful, your majesty. Your sister is here to see you." Antiochus considered getting dressed or sending his bedmaid out, but thought better of it. "Show her in. Let her be scandalized." If Potema was scandalized, she did not show it. Swathed in orange and silver silk, she entered the room with a triumphant smile, followed by the man-mountain Lord Vokkin. "Dear brother, I spoke to my mother last night, and she advised me very wisely. She said I should not battle with you in public, for the good of our family and the Empire. Therefore," she said, producing from the folds of her robe a piece of paper, "I am offering you a choice." "A choice?" said Antiochus, returning her smile. "That does sound friendly." "Abdicate your rights to the Imperial throne voluntarily, and there is no need for me to show the council this," Potema said, handing her brother the letter. "It is a letter with your seal on it, saying that you knew that your father was not Pelagius Septim II, but the royal steward, Fonduth. Now before you deny writing the letter, you cannot deny the rumors, nor that the Imperial Council will believe that your father, the old fool, was quite capable of being cuckolded. Whether it's true or not, or whether the letter is a forgery or not, the scandal of it would ruin your chances of being the Emperor." Antiochus's face had gone white with fury. "Don't fear, brother," said Potema, taking back the letter from his shaking hands. "I will see to it that you have a very comfortable life, and all the whores your heart or any other organ desires." Suddenly Antiochus laughed. He looked over at his spymaster and winked. "I remember when you broke into my stash of Khajiit erotica and blackmailed me. That was close to 20 years ago. We've got better locks now. You must have noticed. It must have killed you that you couldn't use your own skills to get what you wanted." Potema merely smiled. It didn't matter. She had him. "You must have charmed my servant here into getting you into my study to use my seal," Antiochus smirked. "A spell perhaps from your mother, the witch?" Potema continued to smile. Her brother was cleverer than she thought. "Did you know that charm spells, even powerful ones, only last so long? Of course you didn't. You never were one for magic. Let me tell you, a generous salary is a stronger motivation for keeping a servant in the long run, sister." Antiochus took out his own sheet of paper. "Now I have a choice for you." "What is that?" said Potema, her smile faltering. "It looks like nonsense, but if you know what you're looking for, it's very clear. It's a practice sheet. Your handwriting attempting to look like my handwriting. It's a good gift you have. I wonder if you haven't done this before, imitating another person's handwriting. I understand a letter was found from your husband's dead wife saying that his first son was a bastard. I wonder if you wrote that letter. I wonder if I showed this evidence of your gift to your husband, whether he would believe you wrote that letter. In the future, dear Wolf Queen, don't lay the same trap twice." Potema shook her head, furious, unable to speak. "Give me your forgery and go take a walk in the rain, and then, later today, unhatch whatever other plots you have to keep me from the throne." Antiochus fixed his eyes on Potema's. "I will be Emperor, Wolf Queen. Now go!" Potema handed her brother the letter and left the room. For a few moments, out in the hallway, she said nothing. She merely glared at the slivers of rainwater dripping down the marble wall from a tiny, unseen crack. "Yes, you will, brother," she said, but not for very long. Third Era, year 109. 10 years after being crowned Emperor of Tamriel, Antiochus Septim had impressed his subjects with little but the enormity of his lust for carnal pleasures. By his second wife, Gaisilla, he had a daughter in the year 104, who he named Kintira. after his great-great-great-grandaunt, the Empress. Enormously fat and marked by every venereal disease known to the healers, Antiochus spent little time on politics. His siblings, by marked contrast, excelled in this field. Magnus had married Helena, the Cyrodiil Queen of Lilmuth, the Argonian priest-king having been executed, and was representing the imperial interests in Black Marsh admirably. Sepphoris and his wife Bianchi were ruling the Hammerfell kingdom of Gilan with a healthy brood of children. But no one was more politically active than Potema, the Wolf Queen of the Skyrim Kingdom of Solitude. 9 years after the death of her husband, King Mantiarco, Potema still ruled as regent for her young son, Uriel. Their court had become very fashionable, particularly for rulers who had a grudge to bear against the emperor. All the kings of Skyrim visited Castle Solitude regularly, and over the years, emissaries from the lands of Morrowind and High Rock did as well. Some guests came from even farther away. Third Era, 110. Potema stood at the harbor and watched the boat from Piandonea arrive. Against the gray, breaking waves where she had seen so many vessels of Tamrielic manufacture, it looked less than exotic. Insectoid, certainly, with its membranous sails and rugged chitin hull, but she had seen similar, if not identical, seacraft in Morrowind. No, if not for the flag, which was markedly alien, she would not have picked out the ship from others in the harbor. As the salty mist ballooned around her, she held out her hand in welcome to the visitors from another island empire. The men aboard were not merely pale, they were entirely colorless, as if their flesh were made of some white, limpid jelly, but she had been forewarned. At the arrival of the king and his translator, she looked directly into their blank eyes and offered her hand. The king made noises. "His great majesty, King Orgnum," said the translator haltingly, "expresses his delight at your beauty. He thanks you for giving him refuge from these dangerous seas." "You speak Cyrodiilic very well," said Potema. "I am fluent in the languages of 4 continents," said the translator. "I can speak to the denizens of my own country, Piandonea, as well as those of Atmora, Akiviri, and here in Tamriel. Yours is the easiest, actually. I was looking forward to this voyage. Please tell His Highness that he is welcome here, and that I am entirely at his disposal," said Potema, smiling. Then she added, "You understand the context? That I am just being polite?" "Of course," said the translator, and then made several noises at the king, which the king reacted to with a smile. While they conversed, Potema looked up the dock and saw the now familiar gray cloaks watching her while they spoke with Levlet, Antiochus's man, the Sigic order from the Somerset Isle. Very bothersome. "My diplomatic emissary, Lord Vulcan, will show you to your rooms," said Potem. "Unfortunately, I have some other guests as well who require my attention. I hope your great majesty understands." His great majesty King Orgnum did understand, and Potema made arrangements to dine with the Piandonians that evening. Meeting with the Sigic order required all of her concentration. She dressed in her simplest black and gold robe and went to her stateroom to prepare. Her son Uriel was on the throne, playing with his pet Jugat. "Good morning, Mom." "Good morning, darling," said Potema, lifting her son in the air with feigned strain. "Talos, but you're heavy. I don't think I've ever carried such a heavy 10-year-old. "That's probably because I'm 11, said Uriel, perfectly aware of his mother's tricks. "And you're going to say that as an 11-year-old I should probably be with my tutor." "I was fanatical about studying at your age," said Potema. "I am king," said Uriel petulantly. "But don't be satisfied with that," said Potema. "By all rights you should be emperor already, you understand that, don't you?" Uriel nodded his head. Potema took a moment to marvel at his likeness to the portraits of Tiber Septim, the same ruthless brow and powerful chin. When he was older and lost his baby fat, he'd be a spitting image of his great-great-great-great-great-granduncle. Behind her, she heard the door opening and an usher bringing in several gray cloaks. She stiffened slightly, and Uriel, on cue, jumped down from the throne and left the stateroom, pausing to greet the most important of the Sigics. "Good morning, Master Iakesis," he said, enunciating each syllable with a regal accent that made Potema's heart soar. "I hope your accommodations at Castle Solitude meet with your approval." "They do, King Uriel, thank you," said Iakesis, delighted and charmed. Iakesis and his Sijiks entered the chamber and the door was shut behind them. Potema sat only for a moment on the throne before stepping off the dais and greeting her guests. "I am so sorry to have kept you waiting," said Potema. "To think that you sailed all the way from the Somerset Isles, and I should keep you waiting any longer. You must forgive me." "It's not all that long a voyage," said one of the gray cloaks angrily. "It isn't as if we sailed all the way from Piandonea." "Ah, you've seen my most recent guests, King Orgnum and his retinue," said Potema breezily. "I suppose you think it unusual, me entertaining them, as we all know the Piandonians mean to invade Tamriel. You are, I take it, as neutral in this as you are in all political matters?" "Of course," said Iakesis proudly. "We have nothing to gain or lose by the invasion. The Sijik order preceded the organization of Tamriel under the Septim dynasty, and we shall survive under any political regime." "Rather like a flea on whatever mongrel happens along, are you?" said Potema, narrowing her eyes. "Don't overestimate your importance, Iakesis. Your order's child, the Mages Guild, has twice the power you have, and they are entirely on my side. We are in the process of making an agreement with King Orgnum. When the Piandonians take over and I am in my proper place as Empress of this continent, then you shall know your proper place in the order of things." With a majestic stride, Potema left the stateroom, leaving the gray cloaks to look from one to the other. "We must speak to Lord Levlet," said one of the gray cloaks. "Yes," said Iakesis. "Perhaps we should." Levlet was quickly found at his usual place at the Moon and Nausea Tavern. As the three gray cloaks entered, led by Iakesis, the smoke and the noise seemed to die in their path. Even the smell of tobacco and flin dissipated in their wake. He rose and then escorted them to a small room upstairs. "You've reconsidered," said Levlet with a broad smile. "Your emperor," said Iakesis, and then corrected himself. "Our emperor originally asked for our support in defending the west coast of Tamriel from the Piandonian fleet in return for 12 million gold pieces. We offered our services at 50. Upon reflection on the dangers that a Piandonian invasion would have, we accept his earlier offer. The Mages Guild has generously, perhaps for as low as 10 million gold pieces," said Iakesis quickly. Over the course of dinner, Potema promised King Orgnum through the interpreter to lead an insurrection against her brother. She was delighted to discover that her capacity for lying worked in many different cultures. Potema shared her bed that night with King Orgnum, as it seemed the polite and diplomatic thing to do. As it turned out, he was one of the better lovers she had ever had. He gave her some herbs before beginning that made her feel as if she was floating on the surface of time, conscious only of the gestures of love after she had found herself making them. She felt herself like the cooling mist, quenching the fire of his lust over and over and over again. In the morning, when he kissed her on the cheek and said with his bald white eyes that he was leaving her, she felt a stab of regret. The ship left harbor that morning, en route to the Somerset Isles and the imminent invasions. She waved them off to sea as she heard footsteps behind her. It was Levlet. "They will do it for 8 million, Your Highness," he said. "Thank Mara," said Potema. "I need more time for an insurrection. Pay them from my treasury, and then go to the Imperial city and get the 12 million from Antiochus. We should make a good profit from this game, and you, of course, will have your share." 3 months later, Potema heard that the fleet of the Piandonians had been utterly destroyed by a storm that had appeared suddenly off the Isle of Artium, the home port of the Sijik order. King Orgnum and all of his ships had been utterly annihilated. "Sometimes making people hate you," she said, holding her son Uriel close, "is how you make a profit." Third Era, 119. For 21 years, the Emperor Antiochus Septim ruled Tamriel, and proved an able leader despite his moral laxity. His greatest victory was in the War of the Isle in the year 110, when the Imperial fleet and the royal navies of Somerset Isle, together with the magical powers of the Sijik order, succeeded in destroying the Piandonian invading armada. His siblings, King Magnus of Lilmoth, King Sepphoris of Gilane, and Potema, the Wolf Queen of Solitude, ruled well, and relations between the Empire and the kingdoms of Tamriel were much improved. Still, Centuries of neglect had not repaired all the scars that existed between the Empire and the kings of High Rock and Skyrim. During a rare visitation from his sister and nephew Uriel, Antiochus, who had suffered from several illnesses over his reign, lapsed into a coma. For months he lingered in between life and death, while the Elder Council prepared for the ascension of his 15-year-old daughter Kintira to the throne. Third Era, 120. "Mother, I can't marry Kintira," said Uriel, more amused by the suggestion than offended. "She's my first cousin, and besides, I believe she's engaged to one of the Lords of Council, Modelis." "You're so squeamish. There's a time and a place for propriety," said Potema. "But you're correct at any rate about Modelis, and we shouldn't offend the Elder Council at this critical juncture. How do you feel about Princess Rachma? You spent a good deal of time in her company in Faerun." "She's all right," said Uriel. "Don't tell me you want to hear all the dirty details." "Please spare me your study of her anatomy," Potema grimaced. "But would you marry her?" "I suppose so." "Very good. I'll make the arrangements then." Potema made a note for herself before continuing. "King Liromo has been a difficult ally to keep, and a political marriage should keep Faerun on our side. Should we need them, when is the funeral?" "What funeral?" asked Uriel. "You mean for Uncle Antiochus?" "Of course," sighed Potema. "Anyone else of note die recently?" "There were a bunch of little Redguard children running through the halls, so I guess Sepphoris has arrived. Magnus arrived at court yesterday, so it ought to be any day now." "It's time to address the council, then," said Potema, smiling. She dressed in black, not her usual colorful ensembles. It was important to look the part of the grieving sister. Regarding herself in the mirror, she felt that she looked all of her 53 years. A shock of silver wound its way through her auburn hair. The long, cold, dry winters in northern Skyrim had created a map of wrinkles, thin as a spider web, all across her face. Still, she knew that when she smiled, she could win hearts, and when she frowned, she could inspire fear. It was enough for her purposes. Potema's speech to the Elder Council is perhaps helpful to students of public speaking. She began with flattery and self-abasement. "My most august and wise friends, members of the Elder Council, I am but a provincial queen, and I can only assume to bring to issue what you yourselves must have already pondered." She continued on to praise the late emperor, who had been a popular ruler despite his flaws. He was a true septum and a great warrior, destroying, with your counsel, the near-invincible armada of Piandonea. But little time was wasted before she came to her point. "The Empress Gisela unfortunately did nothing to temper my brother's lustful spirits. In point of fact, no whore in the slums of the city spread out on more beds than she. Had she attended to her duties in the Imperial bedchamber more faithfully, we would have a true heir to the Empire, not the half-wit milksop bastards who call themselves the Emperor's children. The girl called Kintira is popularly believed to be the daughter of Gisela and the captain of the guard. It may be that she is the daughter of Gisela and the boy who cleans the cistern. We can never know for certain. Not as certainly as we can know the lineage of my son Uriel, the eldest true son of the Septim dynasty. My lords, the princes of the Empire will not stand for a bastard on the throne, that I can assure you." She ended mildly, but with a call to action. "Posterity will judge you. You know what must be done." That evening, Potema entertained her brothers and their wives in the map room, her favorite of the Imperial dining chambers. The walls were splashed with bright, if fading representations of the Empire and all the known lands beyond, Atmora, Yokuda, Akiviri, Piandonea, Thras. Overhead, the great glass-domed ceiling, wet with rain, displayed distorted images of the stars overhead. Lightning flashed every other minute, casting strange phantom shadows on the walls. "When will you speak to the council?" asked Potema as dinner was served. "I don't know if I will," said Magnus. "I don't believe I have anything to say." "I'll speak to them when they announce the coronation of Kintira," said Sepphoris, "merely as a formality to show my support and the support of Hammerfell." "You can speak for all of Hammerfell?" asked Potema with a teasing smile. "The Redguards must love you very much." "We have a unique relationship with the Empire in Hammerfell," said Sepphoris' wife, Bianchi. Since the Treaty of Stros-Makai, it's been understood that we are part of the Empire, but not a subject. I understand you've already spoken to the Council, said Magnus's wife, Helena, pointedly. She was a diplomat by nature, but as the Cyrodiilic ruler of an Argonian kingdom, she knew how to recognize and confront adversity. Yes, I have, said Potema, pausing to savor a slice of braised jalfbird. I gave them a short speech about the coronation this afternoon. Our sister is an excellent public speaker, said Sepphoris. You're too kind, said Potema, laughing. I do many things better than speaking. Such as? Asked Bianchi, smiling. Might I ask what you said in your speech? Asked Magnus suspiciously. There was a knock on the chamber door. The head steward whispered something to Potema, who smiled in response and rose from the table. I told the council that I would give my full support to the coronation, provided they proceed with wisdom. What could be sinister about that? Potema said, and took her glass of wine with her to the door. If you'll pardon me, my niece Kintira wishes to have a word with me. Kintira stood in the hall with the Imperial Guard. She was but a child, but on reflection, Potema realized that at her age, she was already married 2 years to Mantiarco. There was a similarity, to be certain. Potema could see Kintira as the young queen, with dark eyes and pallid skin smooth and resolute like marble. Anger flashed momentarily in Kintira's eyes on seeing her aunt, but emotion left her, replaced with calm, imperial presence. Queen Potema, she said serenely, I have been informed that my coronation will take place in 2 days' time. Your presence at the ceremony will not be welcome. I have already given orders to your servants to have your belongings packed, and an escort will be accompanying you back to your kingdom tonight. That is all. Goodbye, Aunt. Potema began to reply, but Kintira and her guard turned and moved back down the corridor to the stateroom. The Wolf Queen watched them go and then re-entered the map room. Sister-in-law, said Potema, addressing Bianchi with deep malevolence. You asked what I do better than speaking? The answer is war. Third Era, 120. The 15-year-old Empress Kintira Septim II, daughter of Antiochus, was coronated on the 3rd day of First Seed. Her uncles Magnus, King of Lilmuth, and Sepphoris, King of Gilane, were in attendance. But her aunt Potema, the Wolf Queen of Solitude, had been banished from the court. Once back in her kingdom, Queen Potema began assembling the rebellion, which was to be known as the War of the Red Diamond. All the allies she had made over the years of disgruntled kings and nobles joined forces with her against the new empress. The first early strikes against the Empire were entirely successful. Throughout Skyrim and northern High Rock, the Imperial army found themselves under attack. Potema and her forces washed over Tamriel like a plague, inciting riots and insurrections everywhere they touched. In the autumn of the year, the loyal Duke of Glenpoint on the coast of High Rock sent an urgent request for reinforcements from the Imperial army, and Kintira, to inspire the resistance to the Wolf Queen, led the army herself. Third Era, 121. We don't know where they are, said the Duke, deeply embarrassed. I've sent scouts out all over the countryside. I can only assume that they've retreated up north upon hearing of your army's arrival. I hate to say it, but I was hoping for a battle, said Kintira. I'd like to put my aunt's head on a spike and parade it around the Empire. Her son Uriel and his army are right on the border to the Imperial province, mocking me. How are they able to be so successful? Are they just that good in battle, or do my subjects truly hate me? She was tired after many months of struggling through the mud of autumn and winter. Crossing the Dragontail Mountains, her army nearly marched into an ambush. A blizzard snap in the normally temperate barony of Dwynnen was so unexpected and severe that it must certainly have been cast by one of Potema's wizard allies. Everywhere she turned, she felt her aunt's touch. And now, her chance of facing the Wolf Queen at last had been thwarted. It was almost too much to bear. It is fear, pure and simple, said the Duke. That is her greatest weapon. I need to ask, said Kintira, hoping that by sheer will she could keep her voice from revealing any of the fear the Duke spoke of. You've seen the army. Is it true that she has summoned a force of undead warriors to do her bidding? No. As a matter of fact, it's not true, but she certainly fosters that rumor. Her army attacks at night, partly for strategic reasons and partly to advance fears like that. She has, so far as I know, no supernatural aid other than the standard battle mages and night blades of any modern army. Always at night, said Kintira thoughtfully. I suppose that's to disguise their numbers. And to move her troops into position before we're aware of them, added the Duke. She's the master of the sneak attack. When you hear a march to the east, you can be certain she's already on top of you from the south. But listen, we'll discuss this all tomorrow morning. I've prepared the castle's best rooms for you and your men. Kintira sat in her tower suite, and by the light of the moon and a single tallow candle, she penned a letter to her husband-to-be, Lord Modelis, back in the Imperial city. She hoped to be married to him in the summer at the Blue Palace her grandmother Quintilla had loved so much, but the war may not permit it. As she wrote, she gazed out the window at the courtyard below and the haunted, leafless trees of winter. Two of her guards stood on the battlements, several feet away from one another, just like Modelis and Kintira, she thought, and proceeded to expound on the metaphor in her letter. A knock on the door interrupted her poetry. "A letter, Your Majesty, from Lord Modelis," said the young courier, handing the note to her. It was short, and she read it quickly before the courier had a chance to retire. "I'm confused by something. When did he write this?" "1 week ago," said the courier. "He said it was urgent that I make it here as quickly as possible while he mobilized the army. I imagine they've left the city already." Kintira dismissed the courier. Modelis said that he had received a letter from her, urgently calling for reinforcements to the battle at Glenpoint. But there was no battle at Glenpoint, and she had only just arrived today. Then who wrote the letter in her handwriting, and why would they want Modelis to bring a second army out of the Imperial city into High Rock? Feeling a chill from the night air at the window, Kintira went to shut the latch. The two guards on the battlements were gone. She leaned over at the sound of a muffled struggle behind one of the barren trees and did not hear the door open. When she turned, she saw Queen Patima and Mentin, Duke of Glenpoint, in the room with a host of guards. "You move quietly, Aunt," she said after a moment's pause. She turned to the Duke. "What turned you against your loyalty to the Empire? Fear?" "And gold," said the Duke simply. "What happened to my army?" asked Kintira, trying to look Patima steadily in the face. "Is the battle over so soon?" "All your men are dead," smiled Patima. "But there was no battle here. Merely quiet and efficient assassination. There will be battles ahead, against Modelis in the Dragontail Mountains, and against the remnants of the Imperial army in the city. I'll send you regular updates on the progress of the war." "So I am to be kept here as your hostage?" asked Kintira flatly, suddenly aware of the solidity of the stones and the great height of her tower room. "Damn you, look at me. I am your empress." "Think of it this way. I'm taking you from being a fifth-rate ruler to a first-rate martyr," said Patima with a wink. "But I understand if you don't want to thank me for that." Third Era, 125. The exact date of the Empress Kintira Septim II's execution in the tower at Glenpoint Castle is open to some speculation. Some believe she was slain shortly after her imprisonment in the 121st year, while others maintain that she was likely kept alive as a hostage until shortly before her uncle Sepphoris, King of Ghislaine, reconquered Western High Rock in the summer of the 125th year. The certainty of Kintira's demise rallied many against the Wolf Queen Patima and her son, who had been crowned Emperor Uriel Septim III 4 years previously when he invaded the underguarded Imperial city. Sepphoris concentrated his army on the war in High Rock, while his brother Magnus, King of Lilmoth, brought his Argonian troops through loyal Morrowind and into Skyrim to fight in Patima's home province. The reptilian troops fought well in the summer months, but during the winter, they retired south to regroup and attack again when the weather was warm. At this stalemate, the war lasted out 2 more years. Also, in the 125th year, Magnus's wife Helena gave birth to their first child, a boy who they named Pelagius, after the emperor who fathered Magnus, Sepphoris, the late Emperor Antiochus, and the dread Wolf Queen of Solitude. Third Era, 127. Patima sat on soft silk cushions in the warm grass in front of her tent and watched the sun rise over the dark woods on the other side of the meadow. It was a peculiarly vibrant morning, typical of Skyrim summertide. The high chirrup of insects buzzed all around her, and the sky surged with thousands of following birds, rolling over one another and forming a multitude of patterns. Nature was unaware of the war coming to Falkenstar, she surmised. "Your Highness, a message from the army in Hammerfell," said one of her maids, bringing in a courier. He was breathing hard, stained with sweat and mud, evidence of a long, fast ride over many, many miles. "My queen," said the courier, looking to the ground, "I bring grave news of your son, the Emperor. He met your brother King Sepphoris's army in Hammerfell in the countryside of Ichidag, and there did battle. You would be proud, for he fought well, but in the end the Imperial army was defeated, and your son, our Emperor, was captured. King Sepphoris is bringing him to Gilan." Potema listened to the news, scowling. "That clumsy fool," she said at last. Potema stood up and strolled into camp, where the men were arming themselves, preparing for battle. Long ago, the soldiers understood that their lady did not stand on ceremony, and she would prefer that they work rather than salute her. Lord Vulcan was ahead of her, already meeting with the commander of the battle mages, discussing last-minute strategy. "My queen," said the courier who had been following her, "what are you going to do?" "I'm going to win this battle with Magnus, despite his superior position holding the ruins of Cogmanthist Castle," said Potema. "And then, when I know what Sepphoris means to do with the Emperor, I'll respond accordingly. If there's a ransom to be paid, I'll pay it. If there's a prison exchange needed, so be it. Now please, bath yourself and rest, and try not to get in the way of the war." "It's not an ideal scenario," said Lord Vulcan when Potema had entered the commander's tent. "If we attack the castle from the west, we'll be running directly into the fire from their mages and archers. If we come from the east, we'll be going through swamps, and the Argonians do better in that type of environment than we do. A lot better." "What about the north and south? Just hills, correct?" "Very steep hills, Your Highness," said the commander. "We should post bowmen there, but we'll be too vulnerable putting out the majority of our force." "So it's the swamp," said Potema, and added pragmatically, "unless we withdraw and wait for them to come out before fighting. If we wait, Sepphoris will have his army here from High Rock, and we'll be trapped between the two of them," said Lord Vulcan. "Not a preferable situation." "I'll talk to the troops," said the commander. "Try to prepare them for the swamp attack." "No," said Potema. "I'll speak to them." In full battle gear, the soldiers gathered in the center of camp. They were a motley collection of men and women, Cyrodiils, Nords, Bretons, and Dunmer, youngbloods and old veterans, the sons and daughters of nobles, shopkeepers, serfs, priests, prostitutes, farmers, academics, adventurers, all of them under the banner of the Red Diamond, the symbol of the Imperial family of Tamriel. "My children," Potema said, her voice ringing out, hanging in the still morning mist. "We have fought in many battles together, over mountaintops and beachheads, through forests and deserts. I have seen great acts of valor from each one of you, which does my heart proud. I have also seen dirty fighting, backstabbing, cruel and wanton feats of savagery, which pleases me equally well. For you are all warriors." Warming to her theme, Potema walked the line from soldier to soldier, looking each one in the eye. "War is in your blood, in your brain, in your muscles, in everything you think and everything you do. When this war is over, when the forces are vanquished that seek to deny the throne to the true emperor, Uriel Septim III, you may cease to be warriors. You may choose to return to your lives before the war, to your farms and your cities, and show off your scars, and tell tales of the deeds you did this day to your wondering neighbors. But on this day, make no mistake, you are warriors. You are war." She could see her words were working. All around her, bloodshot eyes were focusing on the slaughter to come, arms tensing around weapons. She continued in her loudest cry, "And you will move through the swamplands like an unstoppable power from the blackest part of Oblivion, and you will rip the scales from the reptilian things in Cogmanthist Castle. You are warriors, and you need not only fight, you must win. You must win." The soldiers roared in response, shocking the birds from the trees all around the camp. From a vantage point on the hills to the south, Potema and Lord Vulcan had excellent views of the battle as it raged. It looked like two swarms of two colors of insect moving back and forth over a clump of dirt, which was the castle ruins. Occasionally, a burst of flame or a cloud of acid from one of the mages would flicker over the battle, arresting their attention. But hour after hour, the fighting seemed like nothing but chaos. "A rider approaches," said Lord Vulcan, breaking the silence. The young Redguard woman was wearing the crest of Ghislaine, but carried a white flag. Potema allowed her to approach. Like the courier from the morning, the rider was well travel-worn. "Your Highness," she said out of breath, "I have been sent from your brother, my Lord King Sepphoris, to bring you dire news. Your son Uriel was captured in Ichidag on the field in battle, and from there transported to Ghislaine." "I know all this," said Potema scornfully. "I have couriers of my own. You can tell your master that after I've won this battle, I'll pay whatever ransom or exchange." "Your Highness, an angry crowd met the caravan your son was in before it made it to Ghislaine," the rider said quickly. "Your son is dead. He had been burned to death within his carriage. He is dead." Potema turned from the young woman and looked down at the battle. Her soldiers were going to win. Magnus's army was in retreat. "One other item of news, Your Highness," said the rider. "King Sepphoris is being proclaimed emperor." Potema did not look at the woman. Her army was celebrating their victory. Third Era, 127. Following the Battle of Ichidag, the Emperor Uriel Septim III was captured, and before he was able to be brought to his uncle's castle in the Hammerfell kingdom of Ghislaine, he met his death at the hands of an angry mob. This uncle, Sepphoris, was thereafter proclaimed emperor and rode to the Imperial city. The troops formerly loyal to Emperor Uriel and his mother, the Wolf Queen Potema, pledged themselves to the new emperor. In return for their support, the nobility of Skyrim, High Rock, Hammerfell, the Somerset Isle, Valenwood, Black Marsh, and Morrowind demanded and received a new level of autonomy and independence from the Empire. The War of the Red Diamond was at an end. Potema continued to fight a losing battle, her area of influence dwindling and dwindling until only her kingdom of solitude remained in her power. She summoned Daedra to fight for her, had her necromancers resurrect her fallen enemies as undead warriors, and mounted attack after attack on the forces of her brothers, the Emperor Sepphoris Septim I and King Magnus of Lilmoth. Her allies began leaving her as her madness grew, and her only companions were the zombies and skeletons she had amassed over the years. The Kingdom of Solitude became a land of death. Stories of the ancient Wolf Queen being waited on by rotting skeletal chambermaids and holding war plans with vampiric generals terrified her subjects. Third Era, 137. Magnus opened up the small window in his room. For the first time in weeks, he heard the sounds of a city, carts squeaking, horses clopping over the cobblestones, and somewhere a child laughing. He smiled as he returned to his bedside to wash his face and finish dressing. There was a distinctive knock on the door. "Come in, Pell," he said. Pelagius bounded into the room. It was obvious that he had been up for hours. Magnus marveled at his energy and wondered how much longer battles would last if they were run by 12-year-old boys. "Did you see outside yet?" Pelagius asked. "All the townspeople have come back. There are shops and a mages' guild, and down by the harbor, I saw 100 shops come in from all over the place. They don't have to be afraid anymore. We've taken care of all the zombies and ghosts that used to be their neighbors, and they know it's safe to come back." "Is Uncle Sepphoris going to turn into a zombie when he dies?" asked Pelagius. "I wouldn't put that past him," laughed Magnus. "Why do you ask?" "I heard some people saying that he was old and sick," said Pelagius. "He's not that old," said Magnus. "He's 60 years old. That's just 2 years older than I." "And how old is Aunt Potema?" asked Pelagius. 70, said Magnus. "And yes, that is old. Any more questions will have to wait. I have to go meet with the commander now, but we can talk at supper. You can make yourself busy and not get into any trouble?" "Yes, sir," said Pelagius. He understood that his father had to continue to hold siege on Aunt Potema's castle. After they took it over and locked her up, they would move out of the inn and into the castle. Pelagius was not looking forward to that. The whole town had a funny, sweet, dead smell, but he could not get even as close as the castle moat without gagging from the stench. They could dump 1,000,000 flowers on the place, and it wouldn't make any difference at all. He walked through the city for hours, buying some food and then some ribbons for his sister and mother back in Lilmuth. He thought about who else he needed to buy gifts for and was stumped. All his cousins, the children of Uncle Tephorus, Uncle Antiochus, and Aunt Patima, had died during the war, some of them in battle and some of them during the famines because so many crops had been burned. Aunt Bianchi had died last year. There was only he, his mother, his sister, his father, and his uncle the Emperor left, and Aunt Patima, but she didn't really count. When he came upon the Mages Guild earlier that morning, he had decided not to go in. Those places always spooked him with their strange smoke and crystals and old books. This time, it occurred to Pelagius that he might buy a gift for Uncle Sepphoris, a souvenir of Solitude's Mages Guild. An old woman was having trouble with the front door, so Pelagius opened it for her. "Thank you," she said. She was easily the oldest thing he had ever seen. Her face looked like an old rotted apple framed with a wild whirl of bright white hair. He instinctively moved away from her gnarled talon when she started to pat him on the head. But there was a gem around her neck that immediately fascinated him. It was a single bright yellow jewel, but it almost looked there was something trapped within. When the light hit it from the candles, it brought out the form of a four-legged beast, pacing. "It's a soul gem," she said, "infused with the spirit of a great demon werewolf. It was enchanted long, long ago with the power to charm people, but I've been thinking about giving it another spell. Perhaps something from the school of alteration like lock or shield." She paused and looked at the boy carefully with yellowed, rheumy eyes. "You look familiar to me, boy. What's your name?" "Pelagius," he said. He normally would have said Prince Pelagius, but he was told not to draw attention to himself while in town. "I used to know someone named Pelagius," the old woman said, and slowly smiled. "Are you here alone, Pelagius?" "My father is with the army storming the castle, but he'll be back when the walls have been breached." "Which I dare say won't take too much longer," sighed the old woman. "Nothing, no matter how well built, tends to last. Are you buying something in the Mages Guild?" "I wanted to buy a gift for my uncle," said Pelagius, "but I don't know if I have enough gold." The old woman left the boy to look over the wares while she went to the guild enchanter. He was a young Nord, ambitious, and new to the kingdom of Solitude. It took little persuasion and a lot of gold to convince him to remove the charm spell from the soul gem and imbue it with a powerful curse, a slow poison that would drain wisdom from its wearer year by year until he or she lost all reason. She also purchased a cheap ring of fire resistance. "For your kindness to an old woman, I've bought you these," she said, giving the boy the necklace and the ring. "You can give the ring to your uncle and tell him it has been enchanted with a levitation spell, so if ever he needs to leap from high places, it will protect him. The soul gem is for you." "Thank you," said the boy, "but this is too kind of you." "Kindness has nothing to do with it," she answered, quite honestly. "You see, I was in the Hall of Records at the Imperial Palace once or twice, and I read about you in the foretellings of the Elder Scrolls. You will be emperor one day, my boy, the Emperor Pelagius Septim III, and with this soul gem to guide you, posterity will always remember you and your deeds." With those words, the old woman disappeared down an alley behind the Mages Guild. Pelagius looked after her, but he did not think to search behind a heap of stones. If he had, he would have found a tunnel under the city into the very heart of Castle Solitude. And if he had found his way there, he would have found, past the shambling undead and the moldering remains of a once grand palace, the bedroom of the Queen. In that bedroom, he would find the Wolf Queen of Solitude in repose, listening to the sounds of her castle collapsing, and he would see a toothless grin growing on her face as she breathed her last. Third Era, 137. Patima Septim died after a month-long siege on her castle. While she lived, she had been the Wolf Queen of Solitude, daughter of the Emperor Pelagius II, wife of King Mantiarco, aunt of the Empress Kintira II, mother of Emperor Uriel III, and sister of the Emperors Antiochus and Sepphoris. At her death, Magnus appointed his son Pelagius as the titular head of Solitude, under guidance from the Royal Council. Third Era, 140. The Emperor Sepphoris Septim died after falling from his horse. His brother was proclaimed the Emperor Magnus Septim. Third Era, 144. Pelagius, King of Solitude, is recorded as occasionally eccentric in the Imperial annals. He marries Kataraya, Duchess of Vardenfell. Third Era, 145. The Emperor Magnus Septim dies. His son, who will be known as Pelagius the Mad, is coronated. A Pocket Guide to the Empire and its Environs. Third edition, being a description of the lands and the chief features of their histories. Dedicated to our revered father and generous patron, His Majesty the Emperor Uriel Septim VII. Promulgated under the authority of the Imperial Geographical Society. Third Era, 432. Uriel VII, Blessed of Heaven, Emperor and Father and Son of Emperors, Inspiration of Faith and Safeguard of Justice, praise with great praisings. May the light of your wisdom and the glory of your reign illuminate this humble work of hand and heart. Come to me, Akatosh, for without you my resolution falters, and my pen is still and dry, though all the seas were full of ink, and the sky my parchment of dawn. Come to me, Talos, for without you my lord and emperor springs from rootless dust, and the empire is scattered before the winds of war and ignorance. Come to me, Julianos, for without you my wit is weak to sort the wheat from the chaff, and my eyes should neither know the true from the false, nor sense from folly, nor justice from prejudice and interest. Come to me, Kinnereth, for without you I might not know the mysteries of the world, and so blind and in error I might consume and profane the abundance of your beautiful treasures. Come to me, Zenithar, for without you, like a child, I might fiddle and fret, when only through struggle and labor may I craft a work worthy of your name and the name of my patron. Come to me, Stendar, for without you I might be deaf to the man-swarm murmurings of thy people, and forgetting their need for comfort and wisdom, I might indulge myself in vain scribblings. Come to me, Mara, for without you I might forget the ways of our fathers, and preening by the light of latest fashion, my words might tremble like the thin reeds of novelty in the tempest of enthusiasms. Come to me, Dibella, for without you my words must lie dull and leaden without the gilding of grace and sagacity to enchant the reader's ear and eye. Come to me, Arche, for without you there is neither breath nor beginning, nor can any man live, love, or learn without the spark of your spirit. Foreword. When the first edition of the Pocket Guide to the Empire was published over 400 years ago, it was to describe and delineate a new nation under the Emperor Tiber Septim. Ancient independent kingdoms had tumbled. The war-weary citizenry were frightened, believing wild rumors and fantastical stories about the people of neighboring provinces. The very notion of a single Tamrielic empire, the first in nearly 1,000 years, was strange and foreboding. The book was intended to inform, educate, and reassure the people of a new empire. The guide continued in circulation, being reprinted in its original form for over 300 years, unchanged while the empire continued to redefine itself. A vicious civil war between rival cousins for the imperial throne, a catastrophic insurrection in the west by the Cameron usurper, a disastrous invasion of Akiviri, and endless cycles of revolts and reformations all went unmentioned in the guide. At last, recognizing the original's multitudinous anachronisms, a second edition of the guide was commissioned in the 331st year of the Empire by the Empress Morrowind. The Imperial Geographic Society was once again called upon to update its descriptions, remove most of the propagandistic tone of the original, and to reiterate and modernize the claim that Tamriel was in fact a unified empire. Much has changed in the 101 years since the second edition, and much has remained the same. News of change still proceeds by the imperfect machine of gossip throughout the farms, hamlets, and cities of Tamriel. Fact is exaggerated, warped, invented, and ignored in favor of superstition and old prejudices. Even the literate and well-traveled can be believed and spread false information, depending on where they have been and what they have read. The need for a truthful and encyclopedic work is necessary. If the parochialism of the population has not changed, what has changed is much of the empire itself. In the West, Whole kingdoms have been transformed by the miracle of peace, sometimes called the warp in the West. In the East, the ancient tribunal has fallen, and with it, the governance of the temple. Wars during the Imperial simulacrum have further changed the face of the Empire as we know it. By the order of His Imperial Majesty, Uriel Septim VII, it has once again come upon the Imperial Geographical Society to prepare a new 3rd edition of the Pocket Guide to the Empire. Our aim is simply to paint a portrait of our known world at this moment in history for the edification of our readers, who we hope will include every literate creature who calls this place home. This must be by necessity an enormous painting, wide in scope. We must fall short of describing every blade of grass, and must be content with the knowledge that someday it will be outlawed, and a 4th edition will be necessary. We begin with the widest and most fundamental of all views, the nature of our own existence. Void. Oblivion is the most dangerous of outer realms, home to the powerful spirits of darkness called the Daedra. Everyone on Tamriel has had some brush with the capricious powers, whether it be in dream or war, or at festival. Indeed, simply staring into the night sky is enough to visit Oblivion, for it begins where Mundus ends and surrounds those terminals on every side. Its rulers are the immortal princes of Void, whose names are many and whose natures are inextricably tied to our own. In the same way mortals are infused with the 9 divines and other ethereal spirits through virtue and creation, we also share a relationship with the royalty of our baser vagaries. Since Oblivion is coterminous with the plane of Nirn, travel there has happened since time immemorial. Because of this, its quarters are the most mapped and charted of all the outer realms, though there is still much more mystery than understanding. While it is easiest to think of a void being exactly that, Oblivion is anything but, and while it is true that much of it is black and empty sea, through every era magicians and emperors and villains have all visited its borders and returned with tales of countless isles of wonder and cosmic whimsy. The Daedra Lords, here from the start, have through long eons hoarded so much surplus of existence that they have built not only their own domains, but much more besides. It is beyond the scope of this pamphlet to describe the Daedra principalities in any detail. Interested readers are encouraged to seek the works of Master Zenas of the Mages Guild or the Imperial Geographic Society's own census of Daedra Lords. Birth signs. Imperial Theosophy teaches us that our world was born from Magica, the creative force that informs and sustains all life. The sources of magic are the many and diverse heaves beyond the void, collectively known as the Aetherius. Aetherius, ancestral seat of the 9 divines and the other original spirits, is the plane of pure magica. Whereas Oblivion may surround us every night, it is ethereal energy that infuses our daily existence, from highest to lowest, and gives all the races of men, mer, and beast common purpose. Its magic brings the rain to the fields, love to our hearths, and scientific principles to our technological industries. It gives us the very sun itself. Finally, Aetherius is the home to the Aedra, those cornerstones of the Mundus whose aspects we see in the temple, in lordship, and the high walk of heroes. Visit to Aetherius occur even less frequently than to Oblivion, for the void is a long expanse and only the stars offer portal for ethereal travel or the judicious use of magic. The expeditions of the Reman dynasty and the Sunbirds of Alinor are the most famous attempts in our histories, and it is a cosmic irony that both of them were eventually dissolved for the same reason: the untenable expenditures required to reach magic by magica. Their only legacy is the Royal Imperial Manonauts of the Elder Council and the Great Orrery at Firsthold, whose spheres are made up of genuine celestial mineral gathered by travelers during the Merethic era. Arena Supermundus. The aim of the guide is to describe the Empire of Tamriel as it stands today, but we must at least briefly put it in context by describing what lies beyond us. As vast as Tamriel is, we are only but one small part of the greater world of Nirn. It is a physical place, but a spiritual one as well, comprising what teachers of mysticism call the Mundus, or, more delightfully, the Grey Maybe. As Cyrodiil is the center point of Tamriel, taking the best of what surrounds her, so Mundus is the center of the spiritual world, blending the darkness of Oblivion with the searing light of Aetherius. It is sometimes called the arena here, for forces are eternally at struggle. Wealth and subjugation, love and loss, life and death and undeath, inviolate laws of nature, and conversely, magical means of breaking those laws. There are some who even speak of good and evil, but these concepts are subjective and not spiritual. Still, they suggest one more of the many struggles in the arena of Mundus. Imperial scribes of the original guide ignored this totality for multitudinous reasons, mostly born from the shifting political and racial landscape of the time, and the exertions of moving mankind to the center stage of all things. Or perhaps it was a simple lack of knowledge. Precursor to Tiber's time of conquest were the dark and cumulative losses of 4 centuries of interregnum. In any case, a fair-weather hand-waving of the worlds beyond was preferable to an attempt at even a layman's introduction to the grandeur of high domain. And while the Morrowind edition tried valiantly to rectify a little of this in its opening pages, it is at the request of the current regime, which has experienced firsthand the peril and wonder of the Supermundus, that its citizenry be gifted with more than a casual glance of the mystic realms beyond our shores. Eras, the Elder Wilds. History, of course, begins with creation. Sadly, all the objectivity and solid evidence we require of other events in our records must be dismissed at this early point. Within each province, each culture, each religion, each family, there exists a different understanding of how this world came to be. It defines us, this belief in where we came from, and the Imperial Geographic Society prefers to leave that to you, gentle reader. That said, one persistent story that is accepted by many cultures is that as the world congealed into reality, the gods made a great tower to discuss how best to proceed with the making of Mundus. The physical, temporal, spiritual, and magical elements of Nirn were set at this convention, and the tower itself remained behind, even as some of the gods disappeared into Aetherius. Today, it is the Adamantine Tower, on the little island of Balfira, between High Rock and Hammerfell in the Iliac Bay. That such a humanoid structure remains the sole footprint of the Aedra speaks perhaps of the essentially mortal nature of our world. It is generally understood that neither Proto-Elves or Aldmer, nor the Proto-Men or Nedics, lived in Tamriel during the earliest years of creation. The hissed trees of Black Marsh, most say, were the original life forms on our continent, followed by the progenitors of the modern Khajiit, the modern Argonian, the modern Slode, the modern Druh, and other beast folk, some now gone our land, some so shy or rare that their presence is seldom detected. In what historian called the Merethic or Mythic era, the years before formal historical reckoning, the Aldmer came to Tamriel from the legendary mysterious land called Old Elnofe or Aldmeris. They settled in Somerset Isle, and then began to spread out eastward. The Nedic people, meanwhile, came from the frozen land of Atmora to the north to what is today Skyrim. Where elves and men met inevitably, there was hostility. The Aldmer changed over time culturally according to their new environments, being at first temperamentally and then physically very distinct races, separate from one another. The ones who stayed in Somerset became known as the Altmer, in Valenwood, Bosmer, in Morrowind, Chimer and Dwemer, in Cyrodiil, Ayleid, and in High Rock, a mix between Nedic and Aldmer birthed the Bretons. The Orsimer or Orcs were also created at this time. Altmer warped by the destruction of their leader Trinimac, who it is said became the Daedra Prince Malakath. This disparate chorus may have been crafted consciously by the Daedra or by the shifts of the Earthbones, but the reason why is not necessary for this history. Change they did. The Nedic people also changed over the centuries of their invasions from Atmora. The original Nedics of Skyrim are now known as the Nords. The ones who crossed west to High Rock, as we have said, interbred with the Aldmer there to create the Bretons, who are most commonly considered men, not mer. The Nedics who crossed south became the Cyrodiils, eventually the prisoners and slaves of the bellicose Ayleids of that region. The First Era. We begin counting time forward at the founding of the Cameron dynasty in Valenwood. It is perhaps an arbitrary starting date, but dynasty, discussed in the section on Valenwood below, and King Eplir himself were visionaries of the civilizations to come. In the center of Tamriel, the Ayleids were creating an empire of their own, with Cyrodiilic slaves, while to the north, the Nords began to unite into a common whole that was to be called Skyrim. The Nordic influence on their southern cousins was equally dramatic, inspiring the Cyrodiils to revolt against their Ayleid masters under the banner of Alesia, former slave turned queen. The Alesian Empire of Cyrodiil was born in First Era 243. The expansionist Nord also harried the kingdoms of the Dwemer and Chimer in Resdain, which is today called Morrowind. Eventually, in response, the embattled clans formed their own alliance with the Dwemer king Dumak and the Chimer king Nerevar, ruling jointly in First Era 416. In a few hundred years, however, the alliance between Dwemer and Chimer disintegrated into bloody battle, the War of the First Council. The aftermath of the war is legendary. The Dwemer were vanquished into extinction, and the Chimer were transformed into the red-eyed, dark-skinned Dunmer. Together with the Nords, the Alesians turned their eyes west towards the fertile land of High Rock, ruled by the hated elves. For much of the First Era, the west was disputed land, until the Bretons rose as the empires too extended fell back. The Ragada, or warrior wave, from Yokuda, arrived in Volenfell to the west in First Era 808, conquering the land and renaming it Hammerfell. Once settled, the Ragada, or Red Guards, joined with the Breton kingdoms in destroying an empire in its infancy, the Orcish homeland of Orsinium. As the various Tamrielic cultures battled one another, there were threats beyond its shores. The Thracian plague from the Slodes washed over the land, decimating the population from coast to coast. The Tsaishi of Akiviri preferred a more straightforward attack, invading Tamriel in First Era 2703, only to be defeated by the Cyrodiilic Emperor Reman I. The death of the Emperor Reman III in First Era 2920 left the Cyrodiilic Empire with no heirs. The reins of power were ably taken up by Reman's Akiviri Chancellor, whose ancestors had entered the Imperial service after their defeat by Reman I. Thus began the line of Akiviri potentates at the opening of the Second Era, who continued to rule the Cyrodiilic Empire until its demise more than 4 centuries later. The Second Era. The Cyrodiilic Empire continued to be a force of great power for the first 430 years, under the rule of the Akiviri potentates. Though alien to our culture, they established some of the great traditions of our land, granting charters to organizations such as mages and fighters' guilds. Another sign of peace and prosperity occurred in the year Second Era 309, when Elsewhere was created by the unison of 2 Khajiit tribe lands, Anaquina and Palatine. When the last potentate, Severian Korak, was assassinated in Second Era 430, leaving no heirs, the great empire was finally destroyed. Black Marsh forcibly split from the lands of men, as the Nahatan plague made the land uninhabitable by all but the Argonians themselves. Akivir once again invaded Tamriel, barely rebuffed after attacking Morrowind in Second Era 572. From one end of the continent to the other, war and rebellion struck at the heart of every great tradition of the land. The first sign of reunification occurred in the west. The Altmer of Somerset, long concerned with their own wars with other island kingdoms, allied with Valenwood to form the Aldmeri Dominion for their common good. Still greater, however, was the force that rose from the ancient seat of emperors, Cyrodiil. A great general, Talos, liegeless after his lord's assassination, began his career as the greatest conqueror in the history of the land. Better known by his Cyrodiilic name, Tiber Septim and his armies conquered all of Tamriel, creating the empire that bears name even today and ushering in the Third Era. The Third Era. For 38 years, the Emperor Tiber Septim reigned, bequeathing the throne of Tamriel to his grandson Pelagius on his deathbed. The Septim family, occasionally inclusive of adopted and married members, has ruled ever since. Within a few generations, however, the family had begun to develop rivalries and jealousies which exploded into a civil war in the year Third Era 120. The War of the Red Diamond ended with the death of Uriel III and his mother, Queen Potema of Solitude. But its reverberations may still be felt today. The unity of empire was never again to be assumed. The emperors who followed, such as the Sheogorath-kissed Pelagius Septim II, yielded to the authority of the Elder Council to keep some semblance of order in the land. It was only too evident what occurred when the Empire was without a strong leader. In the most horrible example, the people of Valenwood, the Colovian West and Hammerfell suffered under the depredations of the Cameron usurper, who ravaged their land with Undid and Daedric hordes for nearly 20 years before his defeat in Third Era, 267. Beginning with the Empress Morehatha, however, the rulers of Tamriel have been extraordinarily strong and capable. This has not meant that the last 120 years have been the most peaceful in Tamriel's history, utterly devoid of bloodshed. Merely that the wars and troubles of our recent past are a pale imitation of what has occurred before. The most famous trouble of recent years came early in the reign of our current emperor, Uriel Septim VII. By wile and sorcery, his trusted battle mage Jagger Tharn imprisoned and impersonated his liege. The 10 years that Tharn reigned, the so-called Imperial Simulacrum, was a time when old troubles resurfaced, forgotten grudges rekindled, and wars flared throughout the land. In the east, Morrowind attacked Black Marsh in the Arnesian War. In the north, Skyrim battled High Rock and Hammerfell in the War of Bender Mock. In the south, Elsewhere took arms against Valenwood in the 5-Year War. In the west, Valenwood also lost land to its old ally Somerset in the War of the Blue Divide. Yet all these troubles, and the even more recent bizarre circumstances in the Iliac Bay and Morrowind, paint only a picture with blood. In the year Third Era, 432, the year of this guide's publication, the Empire stands strong and united. In the chapters that follow, a more detailed portrait of the history and current events of each province is presented. Cyrodiil. Like the diamond in the center of the Amulet of Kings, Cyrodiil is the heart of the Septim Empire and Tamriel. Still largely forested and almost landlocked, the beauty of the land has been sung of since time immemorial. 3 empires have wielded their power from the strategic center of the continent, so it is little wonder that Cyrodiil is widely known simply as the Imperial Province. History. The early Aldmeri settlers to Tamriel established strongholds on the islands of Somerset and along the coasts, but did not venture far inland. Only oral histories and the fragmented ballad of Topal the Pilot offer glimpses of the ancient beast races that inhabited the land, but they are shadowy, misdrawn portraits of time before reckoning. It is not until the coming of the Aeliad that Cyrodiilic history truly begins. The Aeliads were ancient Aldmer, cousins of all the elven races that exist to this day. Over time, they became a distinct people, crafting a civilization whose ruins still puzzle and fascinate modern archaeologists and adventurers. The ancient Nedic people, spreading south from Skyrim, became the slave labor for their ambitions, centered around the White Gold Tower. The slave rebellion of Elysia, in the 242nd year of the First Era, is a seminal event in the history of Cyrodiil and all of Tamriel. While humans and elves had been battling in Skyrim for some time, and the Slave Queen's revolt could not be called the first victory of men over Mer, it represents a turning point in the continental power structure. The heart of Tamriel was going to belong to these former slaves, present-day Cyrodiilics or Imperials, forevermore. With the aid of the Nords of Skyrim, the Cyrodiilics consolidated their power, forming a loose alliance between the two sometimes disparate regions, the rich Nibene Valley and the remote, rough Colovian Highlands. While the Elysian Empire continued to push westward towards the Dureni lands in High Rock, the greatest change was a cultural and religious one. The prophet Maruk's teachings both brought identity to Cyrodiil, codifying the pantheon most civilized Tamrielians worship to this day, and brought conflict due to the more severe strictures he espoused. The next great transformation of the land came from distinctly external forces. The foiled Akiviri invasion of 2703 brought about a new dynasty and a new spirit of cooperation among independent nations dedicated to fighting the common threat. Under the Emperor Reman I, Cyrodiil became truly cosmopolitan, incorporating aspects of High Rock, Colovia, Nibene, and the sophisticated if strange culture of the defeated Akiviri into a common whole. The Cyrodiilic Empire, also called the Second Empire, began again the process of expansion, founding a strong single nation, if not actually succeeding in conquering the entire continent. The assassination of Raymond III and his son and heir Julek at the end of the Fourscore War with Morrowind marked the end of an era, if not the end of the Second Empire. Under the Akiviri potentates, the system of governing continued to evolve throughout the Second Era, progresses that abruptly ended with the assassination of the last potentate in the 430th year of the Second Era. The rest of the Second Era was a time of great darkness and chaos throughout Tamriel, nowhere more so than in Cyrodiil. Without a central government, Nibene and Colovia split apart, farms fell fallow, villages were left in ruin, and the former Imperial highways became no man's land, the realm of bandit kings. The Imperial city itself became the prize for an endless series of would-be emperors, fought over for centuries until its glory was only a faded shadow of the great days when it ruled Tamriel. The rise of Tiber Septim has been amply documented in the history and in 100 books besides. In Cyrodiil, his influence could not be overemphasized. He gave the land back its traditional power and more, and became the symbol of it. He founded the dynasty that reigns to this very day. Cyrodiil, of course, helped Tiber Septim as much as he helped it. It gave legitimacy and a sense of history to his legend, which grew even ahead of his conquests. The Imperial city in Cyrodiil rose again in splendor, occasionally tarnished by the weakness of some of Septim's descendants, the War of the Red Diamond and the Imperial Simulacrum, but never again did it lose its luster. Current events. The Imperial province has continued to be the stable heart of the Empire, offering a model to its satellites of a government that settles disputes by diplomacy, not by force of arms. The recent marriage of Lady Alicia, daughter of the Countess of Coral to Count Marius Caro of Leowin, typifies this, a perfect blend of love and sound political judgment. Nevertheless, there have been a few frightening moments in Cyrodiil in the recent years. A suspected outbreak of the Nahatan flu, a threat for the first time in hundreds of years, sparked panic along the southern border with Black Marsh. It was revealed to be a hoax, perhaps created by Argonians fighting back against Imperial excursions led by the Blackwood Company, and the fear was dissipated. Family strife in Kvatch claimed the lives of both sons of Count Hatteras Goldwine, vying for the inheritance. While peace has been restored, the Count, at the time of this writing, is still in mourning and has not designated a new heir. In the Imperial court, there is thankfully no such tragedy. While the Emperor chose not to remarry following the Empress' death more than 50 years ago, she left to him 3 healthy boys who have spent their adult years learning the arts of politics from their masterful liege and father. Crown Prince Geldal has already taken many of Uriel's responsibilities and has impressed one and all with his acumen. As the heart of the Empire is solid, all of Tamriel is strong. Skyrim. Skyrim is the northern province of Tamriel, a land of breathtaking beauty and lethal winters. It is one of the ancient seats of power in the Empire, and well populated by the Nords. As if to compensate for their freezing environment, the Nords are famously hot-blooded, and the political climate can be as shifting and dangerous as the winds. History. Looking at virtually any vista in Skyrim, one is looking at the remains of a battlefield. The great Adric cataclysms that brought Tamriel into existence in primeval times seems to have spent most of their fury in this northern land. Vast, majestic mountain ranges form the spiny, twisted backbone of the province, and one can hear echoes of the early Nedic people's battle cries whistling in the winds of the valleys. Tradition has it that the first humans came to Tamriel from the continent of Atmora in ancient days. It was not a single invasion, but a series of them over hundreds of years, creating many different Nedic cultures, the new arrived Atmorans always clashing with the generations that had already established themselves. The region around Sarthal and the high northern coastal mountains exchanged hands many times, becoming more powerful and more permanent, like the Nords themselves, by adversity. In addition to fighting one another, the Nedic people faced off against a new enemy, the Aldmer. The struggles between the two, prototypical men and prototypical elves, continues in some form or another to this very day, as the Nedic people became the Nords, Imperials, and Bretons, and the Aldmer became the Aeliad, Altmer, Dwemer, Chimer, Dunmer, and Bosmer. Out of this time also rose one of the most legendary of all Tamrielic figures, Ysgramor, from whom all Nordic kings are descended. Spreading out from the north, Ysgramor's clan stretched its arms, proving that no ancient force was more fearsome than the Nords. In the 113th year of the First Era, the entirety of modern Skyrim was under the reign of King Harald, and still it continued to expand. Leaving their snowy valleys and mountains, the Nords attacked the Dwemer of neighboring Resdain, the Altmer and Bretons of High Rock, and lent aid to the rising slave rebellion in Cyrodiil, which was to end the Aeliad rule of the south. In the centuries that followed, Skyrim expanded and contracted as battles were won and lost. Though Cyrodiil was considered a separate domain, the Nords and the early Imperials formed a loose alliance against their elven opponents, their cultures mixing together, creating the foundations of modern-day Aedric worship. Yet Skyrim remained the dominant human nation in Tamriel until it was torn apart by rivalries within the Ysgramor clan. As individual chieftains fought each other, Skyrim gradually lost her holdings in present-day Morrowind and High Rock, and certain localities in Skyrim became independent kingdoms. For brief periods, one ruler has managed to unite all of Skyrim, but the Nord character is one essentially of conflict, and the confederacies never last. The Cyrodiilic Empire, and later the Septim Empire, was able to take advantage of this tendency and recruit the warlike Nords to their side before they became a force of the opposition. In the Third Era, if Cyrodiil has been the heart of the Empire, Skyrim has been its strong arm. The greatest threat to the Empire's unity occurred in the 120th year, when the so-called Wolf Queen of Solitude, Potema, aunt of the Empress Kintira, launched a rebellion that became a blood civil war. Though it was eventually quelled, the repercussions are evident to this day. There is a strong underground movement called the Horm that believes Potema and her deposed son of Uriel III to be the last of Tiber Septim's true blood, and under that principle lead raids against Imperial interests in the province. Under the Imperial simulacrum of Jagar Tharn, cold animosities between the kingdoms of Skyrim and their neighbors in High Rock and Hammerfell were fanned into the fire of war. Upon the true Emperor's return to his throne, this war ended. But not before Skyrim had reasserted itself on territory it had not held since the First Era. Current events. The War of Bendermach increased the territory that is considered Skyrim considerably, allowing the Nordic counts to swallow up many miles of eastern High Rock and Hammerfell. Resistance by the Bretons and the Redguards is feeble in the cities of Gehenna and Elenhir, and more active in the border zones of the countryside. The city-state of Dragonstar continues to be divided into western and eastern sections, walled off from one another, each with its own government, and each with an atmosphere of mistrust and fear. There are few days without an act of terror from one resistance group or another, though. So far, little territory has changed hands since the days of the Imperial simulacrum. Solitude, always one of the richest and most influential counties in Skyrim, has grown ever more powerful, controlling much of the northern coastline following King Theon's alliance by marriage with Makala, the Queen of Dawnstar. It has sought to expand its influence further by annexing several former imperial fiefs, such as the island of Roscria, ruled directly by the Emperor since Uriel V conquered it in the 271st year. It has begun sponsoring exploratory missions even farther from the mainland into the misty waters of the Sea of Ghosts. Winterhold, Solitude's ancient rival, has also experienced a renaissance of power and influence. Refugees from Morrowind, far from burdening the eastern city, have brought with them new ideas, enriching her culture and stimulating its old mercantile spirit. Scholars from all over Tamriel have descended on the county since it became home to the Ysmir Collective, a library rescued from destruction in the east, and the cornerstone of academic life at the College of Winterhold. Hrothgar and Whiterun have not been as fortunate as their coastal northern cousins. A dynastic feud, attacks by Hormy bandits and frost trolls, and a series of annihilating winters of alternating floods, droughts, and fires has crippled the area that was once considered the imperial city of Skyrim. The population blamed and then curiously exalted the leader of the local witches' coven, Zashe, a self-proclaimed priestess of Lorkhan. The Witch Queen of Whiterun, as she is called, now wields effective control of the county, though her magic has not brought it prosperity as of yet. Morrowind. Located in the northeast of Tamriel, much of the landscape is as twisted and mountainous as its neighbor Skyrim, but it is a hot, desolate land, even far from Vvardenfell and its famous volcano, Red Mountain. Previously named Resdain, Veloth, Dwemerith, and Dunmerith, it was home to the mysterious lost elven tribe called the Dwemer, and their cousins, the Chimer of Somerset, who became the Dark Elves of today. For the last 2 eras, it has been called Morrowind. History. The earliest civilization of which there are records is that of the Dwemer. Sometimes called dwarves by the ignorant, the Dwemer were the remnants of the early Aldmer who had settled the coasts and developed a highly sophisticated and technological culture. The rule of the Dwemer in Morrowind was contested by another group of Mer, the Chimer. The Chimer were, like the Dwemer, descendants of the Aldmer, and had followed their prophet Veloth across Tamriel from the west. Soon they abandoned nomadic life and divided themselves into what were known as the Great Houses, tight-knit political clans that survive in Morrowind to this day. Disputes over territory marked the early interactions between the two groups of Mer. These battles were fueled by the conflicting religious beliefs of the two cultures. While the Dwemer were an agnostic people, preferring reason to faith, the Chimer were staunch Daedra worshippers, and considered the Dwemer's lack of belief an affront to their gods. It was not until Nordic invasions of the First Era that the two groups of Mer were able to achieve peace. An alliance led by Nerevar of the Chimer and Dumak of the Dwemer was successful in routing the Nords from the land and creating the First Council. Ultimately, though, the cultural differences between the two groups were too great to allow for a lasting peace. The War of the First Council culminated at the Dwemer fortress of Red Mountain, although accounts of the final hours of the war varied. It is known that Nerevar was slain during or shortly after the battle, although by whom remains a point of much contention. Dumak and all of his Dwemeri brethren were killed, but the exact manner of their extinction is still debated. Nor did the Chimer leave the Battle of Red Mountain unchanged. Their skins were turned to gray and their eyes fire red. They would henceforth be known as the Dunmer of Morrowind. Perhaps the most important consequences of the battle were the changes effected in Nerevar's closest advisors. His trusted tribunal Almalexia, Sothasil, and Vivek were found to have attained great, even godlike power. His general Dagoth originally thought killed at Red Mountain, was later found to have attained similar degree of power. These 4 former mortal individuals were to become seen as symbols, champions, gods, and villains, sometimes revered and sometimes despised. The 4, until recent years, exercised great influence over the development of the nation of Morrowind. While most of the local governance of the province continued through the Great Houses, the tribunal ruled the land indirectly through their temple and inspired the Dunmer with their status as living gods. The Daedra worship that the Chimer espoused was considered nothing more than a prelude to the new spiritual awakening of the land. Their powers were tested as they joined with the Reman dynasty to defend the land from the Akiviri. Though victorious, Morrowind's relationship with the Cyrodiilic Empire did not remain cordial, and after steadily growing mistrust, the Fourscore War erupted in the 2840th year of the First Era. The Tribunal, and Vivek in particular, demonstrated enormous power and leadership in battle after battle, yet neither side advanced for almost 80 years. In the end, it was the diplomatic skills of the 3 that ended the war. Whatever the extent of the Tribunal's power and how much fancy has been woven into their legend, there can be no doubt of their diplomatic prowess. While other provinces flailed in the chaos of the Second Era, the Tribunal kept the disparate houses of Morrowind in check and repelled yet another invasion from Akiviri. The Tribunal's diplomatic skills were put to the test yet again at the end of the Second Era, when they were faced with the external threat of Tiber Septim's rising empire, as well as the internal threat posed when Dagoth, after long slumbering, arose to take back his fortress of Red Mountain. Septim, not eager to fight 3 living gods and also worried about Dagoth-Ur's return, agreed to a treaty as described in the history section of this book. The treaty gave Morrowind autonomy and gave the Septim Empire the means to conquer the rest of Tamriel, an equitable solution for both parties involved. A further concession was given to Septim's demand for a central authority in Morrowind, a ruler who could be his hand in the domain. Barenziah, daughter of the ruling family of Mournhold, was the first to be given the title of Queen of Morrowind. The title was largely ceremonial, but the young queen and her consort, Tiber Septim's general Symmachus, proved to be extremely popular with the Dunmer people. The Arnesian War was one of the many during the troubled time of the Imperial simulacrum of Jagar Tharn. What started as a simple slave revolt in the house-dressed lands of the south built on itself until the swampy plains erupted with blood and fire, pitting Morrowind against Black Marsh. During the chaos, Symmachus was slain, and Barenziah, rightly fearing for her life, fled across the empire to the high rock kingdom of Wayrest. The queen abdicated her throne, leaving it to her uncle Athen Lethan, a House Hlalu noble. The uneasy truce between temple, king, and house was beginning to crumble. Dagoth-Ur was ascending, the tribunal was collapsing, and then, according to current popular rumor, a miracle occurred. Induril Nerevar was reborn and returned to Morrowind to set things to right. Current events. Whether the mysterious figure who arrived in Morrowind was truly Nerevar reborn cannot be known, but the repercussions of that arrival on the shores of Vardenfell may not yet be fully realized. Dagoth-Ur and 2 members of the tribunal, Almalexia and Sotha Sil, were destroyed in the Nerevarine's fury. Vivek too may have been killed, but his fate is currently undetermined. The Nerevarine likewise has vanished. During this time, another legendary figure, Queen Barenziah, also returned to Morrowind. The sudden death of King Lethan and the subsequent coronation of Barenziah's son Helseth was the source of much discussion, but as one Nord diplomat famously put it, the new king is manipulative, ruthless, and calculating. He is exactly what Morrowind needs. The young king has been somewhat of an enigma, both to outside observers and to his own subjects. One of Helseth's first edicts as king seemed particularly designed to dismantle the traditional power structures of the Dunmer. In accordance with the long-standing wishes of the Empire, he outlawed slavery throughout Morrowind. The reaction to this was bloody, as could be predicted, though the alliances formed were far from expected. As Helseth himself put it in a speech to his people, "If there is to be a revolution, it is best done by a king." Actions such as this have led many to label King Helseth as the latest in the lineage of Imperial figureheads, though some of his other actions would cast doubt on this pronouncement. Helseth's reformation of the Grand Council, which includes the heads of all the great houses, was seen by some as a return to more traditional Dunmer ways. The great houses themselves, long stagnant, are adjusting to the new powers in the land. Some, like Dres and Hlalu, appear to be on the rise, embracing the new traditions while welcoming the return of the old. Others, like Indoril and Redoran, seem to be waning, unable to change with the times. High Rock. High Rock, the westernmost province on the mainland of Tamriel, is a land of temperate climates and soft rolling hills, split in half by the towering Hrothgarian mountains. The quaint charm of its hamlets and austere grandeur of its cities speak of a gentle life, something that was only a distant dream for most of the long, peculiar history of the Bretons. History. With its fertile soils and generally clement weather, it is little wonder that the region that is now known as High Rock has attracted many cultures throughout history. The gods were the first of these. The Adamantine Tower in a little island in the middle of the Iliac Bay is widely considered to be the oldest structure in Tamriel. If the ancient tales are to be believed, it was crafted in the Dawn era by the gods themselves to have a place for meeting and deciding what would be the fate of Nirn. Perhaps this is merely a myth, but it is true that when the earliest Aldmer came to the region, the tower was already standing. There is evidence that early beastmen of one variety or another may have been the original inhabitants of High Rock, but the Aldmer coming from Somerset Isle were the first to settle and form permanent communities. The early Nedic people who arrived next were stumbling upon a highly sophisticated culture and were quickly overwhelmed and absorbed. One of the earliest tales of Cozy describes a Nord raiding party attacking a group of what they presumed to be Aldmer, but who were, on closer inspection, a mongrel race between elf and human, the remnants of the earlier lost Nedic tribe. They were somewhat awkwardly called Man-Meri, but we know them today as Bretons. It took many centuries for the Bretons to become the dominant force in High Rock. For most of the First Era, the elves kept their hold on the land, with the Nords founding fortified towns along the coasts to support their pillaging parties, such as Daggerfall, which as a kingdom would have a profound influence on High Rock in years to come. Of all the families of Aldmer who colonized High Rock, none did it so successfully as the clan Direni. So dominant were they that by the middle of the First Era, the whole of High Rock was commonly called the Direni Hegemony. As an economic and military power, they were formidable enough to pose a continued threat to the battle-hardened Nords and the nascent Elysian Empire of Cyrodiil. Taking advantage of the internal strife in Skyrim, the hegemony began taking land north and south of High Rock, claiming portions of Skyrim and Hammerfell. At the peak of their power, they controlled nearly a quarter of Tamriel. But they had overextended their reach, and slowly, year by year, they lost all that they had gained, falling back to their fortress in Balfiera, the Adamantine Tower, now called the Direni Tower. The Bretons were operating beneath the eyes of history, and their rise in High Rock was through commerce and the foundation of small villages in well-chosen positions, such as the sleepy fishing hamlet of Wayrest on the coast between the Bjulze River and the Iliac Bay. Daggerfall, Camlorn, Reich Gradkeep, and many other Nordic cities became Breton not by any act of war, but simply by being assimilated by them. By the end of the First Era, High Rock was the land of the Bretons, and would be so ever after. But High Rock was never a single cohesive Breton nation. The power vacuum left by the decline of the Durenis fractured High Rock into 100 fiefdoms of small, walled city-states. This has often left the Bretons at the mercy of the larger powers of Tamriel, but has also made High Rock surprisingly resilient during the times of chaos following the fall of the great empires. Scarcely had the rule of the Durenis passed into history before two new powers arrived in the region. The Redguards of Yokuda began their conquest of Hammerfell in the 808th year of the First Era, largely displacing beastfolk in their attacks, but also supplanting Breton settlements along the southern Iliac Bay. The two cultures warred over dominance in the bay until they were faced with a common enemy in the Orcish kingdom of Orsinium. The rise and fall and rebirth of Orsinium is detailed in a larger section, but suffice it to say for now that the discovery of the monstrous kingdom of the creatures, as they were regarded, was a very unpleasant surprise to both the Redguards and Bretons. An alliance between Daggerfall and the new kingdom of Sentinel led to the long war known as the Siege of Orsinium. The humans eventually prevailed. Orsinium was destroyed, and the orcs dispersed far and wide across Tamriel. High Rock fared relatively well during the long interregnum following the fall of the Cyrodiilic Empire, but its multitude of fractious kingdoms were easily conquered by Tiber Septim. Indeed, many Bretons welcomed the rebirth of the empire. Still, some of them managed to unite to stop the encroachment of the Cameron usurper in his destructive march northward from Valenwood in Third Era, 267. With a weak emperor on the imperial throne and no clear leadership from the usual powers of the West, the usurper may have swept over High Rock had the smallest of regions of the Iliac Bay not banded together under the Baron of Dwynnon to defeat him. Once again, an overwhelming force had underestimated the Bretons and been defeated. The unity was lost when the threat was removed, and for the next 150 years, internal and external conflicts continued. In the east, the Nords reclaimed some of their old kingdoms in the War of the Bender Mock. In the west, the War of Bettany, though ostensibly between Daggerfall and Sentinel, spilled into Daggerfall's neighboring kingdoms. In the center, Orsinium reappeared as the home of the orcs, threatening once again the fortunes of Wayrest. In the year 417, however, the province redefined itself in a most mysterious way. They call the event the Miracle of Peace. On the 10th of Frostfall, a strange force exploded over the Iliac Bay, displacing armies and decimating whole territories. Though its nature is still unknown, most Bretons believe it was the ancient gods who had once made High Rock their home, scouring the land, making it whole once again. Though it was a painful process for most, the miracle is sometimes spoken of as the warp in the West. The result of it is a province that is more unified than it has ever been in modern history. Where once there were 100 small squabbling kingdoms, today, just 2 decades after the miracle, there are 5. Current events. Battle-weary, the kingdoms of High Rock have eschewed violence recently in favor of diplomatic solutions. This is not to say that there have been no tensions over the new borders between Daggerfall and Wayrest, or between Camlorn and Northpoint and Evermore, but they are localized skirmishes and have yet to explode into war, as they might have done in the past. The royal family of Daggerfall has recently celebrated the marriage of their son Cameron to Lady Kelmina, the daughter of Duke Senhin of Camlorn, suggesting a possible unified kingdom along the western coast of Tamriel. King Gothrid and Queen Aubke's own marriage 20 years before had cemented relations and formed the basis of the peace between Daggerfall and Sentinel, which continues to this day. Northpoint and Evermore were not directly affected by the miracle of peace, but took advantage of it, swallowing up their small neighbors in the chaos of its aftermath. Far enough west to avoid the predations of Skyrim in the Bendermach, and far enough north not to be targeted by Daggerfall and Wayrest, they have been quiet of late, watching their neighbors distrustfully. The Queen of Wayrest, Elisana, is considered by many to be the most feared ruler in the West. It is hardly surprising, considering that in order to achieve the throne, she had to outmaneuver and defeat her stepbrother Helseth, a man now renowned in the East for his cunning, as well as his mother, Barenziah. With her consort, Elisana continues to control and dominate politics in High Rock, and her recent alliance with Wayrest's old enemies, the Orcs of Orsinium, has many observers wondering what her next move will be. Hammerfell. The most recent arrivals to Tamriel's shores are the Redguards of Hammerfell. They quickly adapted to the harsh desert of their new homeland and made a former wasteland into a power to be reckoned with. History. Hammerfell only acquired its name with the coming of the Redguards. Before then it was called Hegatha by the Aldmer, and Deathland by the Nedic people, roughly saying the same thing. Hegatha, as a name, lives on as the name of the original Redguard capital, but into the First Era, the Nedic name began to be used by one and all to refer to the barren land north of Colovia, south of the Iliac Bay. Not that there was much reference to it historically. It was desolation, a wasteland where hot winds blew over burning rock, and the only feet that walked the sands belonged to monsters. The elves and later the Bretons did set up outposts in what are now Sentinel and Laneland in order to protect their fisherfolk and seafaring merchants from the orcs who had taken over the interior of the land. Nor were these the only dangers of record. Wind spirits, fire spirits, goblins, trolls, and scorpions the size of horses regularly crept in from the desert and were rebuffed at the frontier, sometimes at a terrible cost. In the year 420 of the First Era, a tribe of Dwemer arrived in the Deathlands from the east. They were of Rorken's people, rebels against the alliance of Dunmer and Dwemer in Morrowind. Settling far from the bay along the southern coast, they soon established an easy trading relationship with the elves to the south and Bretons to the north, and the Deathlands took the Dwemer name of Volenfell, City of the Hammer, after the Dwemer capital, whose ruins now lie buried under the sands of the Alakir, near Ghislaine. The House Rorken's severing of ties with the Dwemer in Resdain did not protect them from the results of the War of the First Council. Like the other Dwemer, the Rorken seemed to have vanished suddenly from Hammerfell, leaving their wonders to the open sky. Akiviri and Nordic pirates plundered much of value from the abandoned cities, predators from the inland desert prowled the empty streets, and the harsh elements took their toll as well. By the time of the Ragada, over 100 years has passed since any civilization had touched southern Volenfell. The Yokudans left their continent following a cataclysm, discussed in a later section of the guide, arriving in Tamriel in an invading fleet called the Remanada. The disorganized orcs fell to them quickly, as did all the infestations of monster and beast further inland. The Red Guards, as the Remanada came to be called, made no concession to the Breton settlements along the coasts, slashing through the southern Iliac Bay, winning the entire area that is now the province of Hammerfell in only a few major battles. The Na Totambu, the government of Yokuda, was transplanted whole, together with their traditional system of agriculture and religion, which was well suited to the unforgiving climate of the Red Guard's new home. The high domes, the flying dew sails, and the mosaic colophons were constructed over the old and new ruins of past civilizations. The Red Guard's slaughter of men along the coast was not quickly forgiven, and their open scorn for their neighbors did nothing to ease relations between the newcomers and the Bretons. Over a century of unrelieved hostility only came to an end at the appearance of a common enemy in the form of the Orcish kingdom of Orsinium. Following the successful alliance, the cities of Hammerfell, as Volenfell had come to be called, finally began trading with High Rock and the Colovian West, joining the battles against new foes, such as the Slode of Thras, thanks to an alliance with Bendu Olo, the king of Anvil. Over time, Redguard society divided into two groups, depending on their allegiance to the old Yokudan ways or the new ways of Tamriel. The Crowns, who followed the traditions of the Na Totambu, violently resisted the efforts of the Forebears, named for the original warriors of the Remanada, to assimilate. With the death of the Crown High King Thasad, the second in the 864th year of the Second Era, Hammerfell was taken by the Septim Empire, though some concessions were made following a successful revolt in Stros Mackay. The division in Hammerfell society was not mended by joining the Empire, even to this day. In general, northern Hammerfell continued to be more traditionally Yokudan, in style, dress, and personality, and the southern lands where the Forebears landed tended to be more cosmopolitan. But in truth, Hammerfell was and is a patchwork, with conflicting traditions nestled side by side. It is for this reason that Elenhir, a crown city, did not answer the clarion call of the Forebear cities, Raihad and Tanith, in the 253rd year of the Third Era, allowing the Cameron usurper to continue his northward march. In return, the Forebear cities did not assist the Eastern Crown cities during the War of Bender Mock against Skyrim, preferring to watch as they were overtaken by Nords. Current events. Following the miracle of peace, the Forebear Kingdom of Sentinel grew to encompass the entirety of the northern coast of Hammerfell, from Abibon Gora in the west to Satakalam in the east, at the mouth of the Bulsai River. As most of the formerly independent lands in this northern area were crown in sympathy, King Lotun has continually been involved in military, diplomatic, and even religious mission to keep them under his wing. Lotun has been forced to create what some consider a third party, one with reverence for the Yokudan past, but respect for the Imperial ways, which is appropriately enough called Lotunic. Perhaps not surprisingly, the moderate Lotunics have attracted nothing but contempt from the Crown and Forebear kingdoms alike. Clavilla, the Queen of Tanith, has tried without success to have the charters of the independent guilds revoked from all Sentinel lands, saying that the accepted worship of Satakal is grounds enough for heresy against the Empire. Ayansi, High Prophet of Elenhir, has called upon the true crowns of the North to rebel against Lotun and financed a number of forays against the borders in Bergama and Dakfron. His one success thus far has been significant. The land of Totambu, named in ancient days after Na Totambu of Yokuda, the progenitors of the crowns, has returned to his fold and declared independence from Sentinel. As Lotun's kingdom surrounds Totambu on all four sides, it is questionable how much longer it can assert itself. But at the time of this writing, its people are holding their resistance. Eastern Hammerfell, less concerned with Sentinel, has continued its efforts to take back the lands conquered by Skyrim in the War of Bendermach. There is no question that Redguards, while currently lacking the cohesiveness as a society to form effective armies, are excellent warriors and unmatched at guerrilla warfare. Still, little ground has been regained, for the Nords too are renowned warriors. It is said that 100 civilizations are buried beneath the sands of elsewhere, and it may be unwise to assume our current empire will forever stand above the shifting sands of the desert province. The Khajiit who occupy the southern land between Blackmarsh and Valenwood have always been a restless people, and prove regularly that nothing in Tamriel is immortal. History. Khajiit are commonly considered one of the beast folks, one of the few survivors of the original inhabitants of Tamriel before the coming of Mer and Man, and elsewhere is their home. This tradition is not, of course, accepted by one and all. Alternate theories abound that their origin, based mainly around the fact that one of the breeds of Khajiit, the Ohm's Rot, so closely resembles the elven folk that they could be cousins. Some believe that the Khajiit are simply descendant of the original Aldmer settlers in Tamriel, who evolved, like the Altmer, Bosmer, Dunmer, and Orsimer, because of circumstance, Ito the cat-like race that walks the dunes of Elsewhere. If so, they are just one more of the alien, sentient species who have made themselves so much a part of Tamriel to be confused for natives. The more commonly held belief, however, is that they were not foreign intelligent creatures who became cats to survive the hostile, arid land of Elsewhere, but they were indigenous cats, whose knack for change allowed them to survive while other native creatures declined and disappeared. It is strange to think that so inhospitable a land, of blistering heat and crop-destroying wind, would have been the fecund womb for one of the original predators of Tamriel, but that seems to be the unlikely likelihood. Topol the pilot, in his peregrinations around Tamriel, encountered the Khajiit not in Elsewhere, but far up the Niben River, close to the Imperial city, where they preyed on the native creatures, and caused his crew much distress as they stalked the riverbanks. We have records, too, from the Merethic Bosmer that certain parts of Valenwood were to be avoided for fear of the great jungle catmen. It may be comfortably surmised that the Khajiit, though most at home in the deserts, reigned as the dominant culture across southern Tamriel in ancient days. The Khajiit kingdoms were simply a fact when historians began to put quill to paper and record life for posterity. When the early human settlers in Tamriel were only just beginning to understand what plants grew, where under what circumstance, there were already mercantile caravans in modern-day Rimmon. When the transplanted natives of Atmora and Aldmer were vying for dominance in the north, the Khajiit had already developed a sophisticated culture in the south. In the early First Era, there were 16 independent realms in Elsewhere. Unlike typical human and elvish kingdoms, these regions did not compete with one another for land and power. Earlier versions of this guide spoke of tribal conflict, but the truth was quite the opposite in the earliest Khajiit society. Recognizing their own idiosyncratic characters and strengths, each territory specialized in one specific duty, supplying its neighbors with its bounty in exchange for equal measure. Nequinal, where great warriors were born and trained, its Temple of Two Moons dance is famous even in our day, might trade its warriors to Torval in exchange for fish and other bounties of the sea. The dominance of each region was checked by the moons. It was said that when both moons were full, Nequinal was in dominance. When both moons were half, Torval. When both moons were new, Senchal. The other regions too had their days of power and influence. For 1,000 years, this delicate astronomic and political dance was equal to facing every threat posed against the Khajiit. The Elysian Empire chose not to extend its borders too far south, and Bosmer of Valenwood likewise knew how far eastward they dared to extend their kingdom. But the terrible Thracian plague of First Era 2260 finally upset this balance forever. Traveling down the trade routes into the heart of Elsewhere, the plague decimated the Khajiit, forcing the survivors into roles they did not choose. Thus was the province turned from 16 states to only 2, Pa'alatian and Nequin-Al, more commonly known by their Cyrodiilic names of Palatine and Anaquina. The two kingdoms, of course, represented the moons at their extremes, but also radically different interpretarians of Khajiit culture, which they adopted from the tribes each had absorbed. The people of Palatine considered their neighbors in Anaquina to be uncouth barbarians, while the Anaquinians looked to the south and saw only decadence and depravity. For many more centuries the two lands fought, neither gaining appreciable ground. The south had the wealth and could hire mercenaries and withstand sieges, but the north had a warrior culture and could never be dominated. When the two united in the 309th year of the Second Era, with the marriage of Kirgo of Anaquina and Eshita of Palatine, the two rulers fully recognized how historic their pact was and renamed their land accordingly to Elsewhere. The derivation of this unusual name has perplexed scholars. One commonly held rationale hinges on a particular Khajiit proverb that a perfect society is always found elsewhere, suggesting that the new king and queen had that aim and that sense of humor. Another is that it is reference to Liswer, a paradise promised to the Khajiit by the riddle Tha. Either possibility points to an optimism which was not to be matched by reality. The following centuries into and including the Third Era have been times of intermittent strife among the Khajiit of Elsewhere. Successive spiritual leaders, known as Manes, occasionally brought tenuous peace to the land, but never for long. The Khajiit have found security in being absorbed into the Cyrodiilic and then the Septim Empires, only to rebel against both. They have sought solace in their rich literary tradition, finding the tales of Rajin the Thief to speak to their people, but they have stopped the flow of books into their land, for fear of Imperial propaganda. They have tried to enrich their pockets with drug trafficking, only to enslave their minds to moon sugar. They have engaged in wars with Valenwood on grounds that have constantly shifted, like the sands of Elsewhere itself. It may be fair to say that Elsewhere is in crisis, and it may further be accurate to say that such chaos is home. Current events. The 5-year war with Valenwood shifted the borders of Elsewhere slightly west, taking both banks of the Xylo River. At the end of the Imperial simulacrum, a diplomatic attempt was made to return the land to Valenwood, but the Khajiit settlers who had already claimed the land refused to move. The Empire eventually found that it was best to leave the situation as it was, possibly persuaded by legal proof that the land rightly belonged to the Khajiit by ancient treaty, and to keep a dangerous situation from getting worse. Elsewhere's overall territory, however, has not increased, due to a border arrangement which was not that nation's favor. In the east, the long-disputed border with the Cyrodiilic County Leowin was recently resolved in Cyrodiil's favor, after an agreement between the current Maine and the Count of Leowin. But a group of Khajiit bandits known as the Renridra Kryn has taken up the cause of returning the land to Elsewhere, and the West Niben remains a trouble spot. The harbor city of Senchal, long considered one of the most dangerous slums in Tamriel, has had a remarkable renaissance. From principal port of the drug trade to coastal resort for wealthy, powerful Khajiit, that glimmer of good news belies the fact that the moon sugar trade in Elsewhere has increased multifold in the last 20 years. Yatirja, the Gold Cat, is rumored to even have a luxurious villa in Senchal, and helps pay for the abundant security that keeps the city safe and crime-free, all the while continuing his drug-smuggling business in Torval, Corinth, and Rimmon. Somerset Isles. Not a single isle at all, but an archipelago of 2 major islands and a dozen smaller ones. The land called Somerset is the birthplace of civilization and magic as we know it in Tamriel. On its idyllic sea-kissed shores live the Altmer, the High Elves. History. The Aldmer, the progenitor races of all elves, arrived in Tamriel from their original home in Aldmeris or Old Elnefey in ancient times. We don't know what precipitated this exodus or even the location of Aldmeris if it still exists today. Most scholars believe that the Aldmer settled Somerset first and then spread out across the rest of Tamriel. But there is some evidence to support the theory that Somerset was only one of several initial settlements of the earliest Aldmer. In any case, Somerset became one of the earliest centers of Aldmer civilizations, which developed over thousands of years into the Altmer of historical times. What creatures and prehistoric civilizations these Aldmeris refugees faced have largely been lost in the mists of time. Cloudrist, atop Eaton Near, the highest mountain in Somerset, is a decidedly odd mixture of architectural styles, with buildings like strangler vines built on top of other older structures. The oldest of all ruins there, and in a few isolated spots throughout the island, are made of coral, which must have been carried many, many miles away from the sea. The material and the style of the ruins strongly suggest that the Slode may have once counted Somerset as a part of their kingdom of Thras. More evidence of this may be found in the section on Thras in this pocket guide. The treasury of the Crystal Tower and the private collections in Somerset offer suggestions of other creatures the early Aldmer may have met in their new home, portrayed in sculpture and tapestry. Some of the beasts are surely and hopefully the work of the artist's imagination, but others appear with such regularity it can only be that they once existed, as bizarre as they seem. Though no one alive has ever seen them, they have names out of legend. Getus, a man or a group of men who are formed by the earth itself. The Welwa, strange, holy beasts of horns and savage teeth, depicted as ravagers and saviors of the land. The Iliadi, giants taller than trees with eyes that cover their head. These extinct monsters, and others like them, had to be defeated by the Aldmer in the days of yore. Early Aldmer society was agricultural and politically egalitarian. A system of ancestor worship had been exported whole from Aldmeris, and it brought with it a communal spirit that served the early settlers of Somerset well. When the Aldmer came together as a people to create the Crystal Tower, it was not a monument to any king or god, but rather to the spirit of the elven people, living and dead. Within the glittering walls of the tower are housed the graves of the early Aldmeri settlers, preserved forever as a lasting symbol of the power of the people for that brief moment in history, fully unified. Gradually, as the society grew, social stratification increased. A hierarchy of classes began to form, which is still largely enforced in Somerset to this day. At the top are the wise, teachers, and priests, followed by the artists, princes, warriors, landowners, merchants, and workers. Below workers were the beasts, such as the enslaved goblins, who the Aldmer used to perform the jobs beneath the dignity of the very least of them. The religion of the people also changed because of this change in society. No longer did the Aldmer worship their own ancestors, but the ancestors of their betters. Oriel, Trinimac, Ciribane, and Finister are among the many ancestor spirits who became gods. A group of elders rebelled against this trend, calling themselves the Sigics, the keepers of the old ways of Aldmeris. With their mystical powers, they were able to settle in Artome, away from what they considered the corruption of their society. They continued to return to the land to act as advisors, but never again would they call Somerset home. It was about this time that many Aldmer left Somerset to settle the mainland of Tamriel. There was probably no single reason for this second exodus of the Aldmer, but some evidence, such as the famed Ramaran tapestries, the very ones that show some of the creatures mentioned above, show how untouched and beautiful the mainland was considered to be by the Aldmer. Expeditions, such as those taken by Topal the pilot and others, had painted an image in their minds of a great land where even workers, at the lowest end of the Somerset hierarchy, could live as kings. The prophet Veloth was among those who led a group of discontented Aldmer away from Somerset to a new promised land. According to the traditions of Somerset, the Aldmer who went to be free on the mainland became all the disparate elven folk of history: Chimer, Bosmer, Aeliad. The ones who stayed behind became the Altmer. Even the earliest records of Somerset, however, shed no light on the origins of the Dwemer, who already occupied the northeast of Tamriel when Veloth and his people arrived there. The history of the Somerset Isle in the First Era, and most of the Second, is very much removed from the rest of mainland Tamriel. The rise and fall of empires, the battles between Man and Mer, none of these touched the Altmer as a society. Internal conflicts between Skywatch and Firsthold, and between Alinor and Lilendril, often sparked into full war, but far deadlier were the repeated attempts at invasion from the alien lands of Thras and Piandonea. The Slodes of Thras, as we have mentioned earlier, may have been original inhabitants of Somerset, and so their repeated attempts to take the islands could be regarded sympathetically, if not for their methods. Physically unable to fight due to their massive girth, the Slode used necromantic magic and infernal machines to attack the Altmer. Though they never succeeded in reclaiming Somerset, if that was even their goal, they visited horrors upon the land which are still remembered today. The sack of Skywatch in First Era 1301 and the War of the Uvachil from First Era 2911 to First Era 2917 are surely among the most terrible events in Tamriel's history. The Maormer of Piandinea, described more fully in a later section of this guide, were even more relentless in their drive to conquer Somerset. The chronicler can scarcely find a year throughout the First or Second Eras when the Maormer did not ravage the coastlines of the Altmer. As terrible as it was, it did force the Altmer to build a great navy to defend itself, and to this day, it is on the seas that the High Elves excel in combat. There are villages in the central valleys of Somerset that have never seen battle, but so much blood has been spilled along the coasts, it is a wonder it is not stained permanently crimson. The formation of the Aldmeri Dominion in the Second Era is discussed in the section on Somerset's ally, Valenwood. For Somerset, the kings of Colovia were no threat, but the Dominion allowed them to eliminate the Mormer outposts that had been established along the western coast of the mainland. Thus, the Dominion thrived until the coming of Tiber Septim. The conquest and assimilation of Somerset into the Empire is remembered by many a living Altmer with horror only partially diminished by time. Certainly the pride of the people has never recovered. During the War of the Isle in Third Era 310, the Maormer of Piandinea were very nearly successful in conquering their ancient enemy, and the Altmer had to call upon the aid of the Sigics and the Empire to help defend themselves. Even as recently as 20 years ago, during the Imperial Simulacrum when the Altmer invaded Valenwood, their former allies in the Dominion, Somerset was only successful in capturing a small sliver of the coastline that used to be theirs. It is hardly surprising that to many in Somerset, particularly the young, it is time to reinvent what it is to be a High Elf. Current events. In the last few years, Somerset Isle has been at peace with its neighbors. To all outward appearances, it has returned to its normal state of unchanging tranquility. In fact, the Altmer are perhaps the most bitterly divided society in the Empire. The war in the province today is a cultural one, which has its origins with the surrender to Tiber Septim 4 centuries ago, which shook Altmer society to its foundation. While in Skyrim and Morrowind, more blood has been shed in recent years, this struggle between the old and the new may have even more radical end results. The very future of the oldest province in the Empire of Tamriel is at stake. For thousands of years, the Altmer have implicitly believed in their superiority to all other races and cultures in Tamriel. For much of this time, they may have been right. But after the incorporation of Somerset into the Empire, doubts began to creep in. With the insularity of the Somerset decisively broken, many Altmer, particularly the young, which among the High Elves is a fairly loose term, began to take a more critical view of the rigid hierarchy of Altmer society and its strict cultural xenophobia. While there had always been discontent on the fringes of Altmer society, which was traditionally resolved by exile of the malcontents, for the first time, a significant element of Altmer began to agitate for social change. This nascent revolution in the Somerset Isle has taken many forms. Most constructive, surely, is the acceptance of new cultures and races onto its shores, some occupying positions that would have been forbidden just a century ago. The Queen of Firsthold, for example, is the Dunmer Morgia, daughter of Barenziah and sister of the King of Morrowind, Helseth. Her children, Goranthir and Rinala, though half Altmer, are fully Dunmer in appearance and stand to inherit the throne. A darker side of this movement, however, is exhibited by a shadowy group who call themselves the Beautiful. Originally a salon for artists with the reasonable philosophy that Somerset must let go of its past in order to move forward, the Beautiful became a revolutionary gang dedicated to the destruction of the greatest monuments of Altmer civilizations. The Crystal Tower was naturally an early target, and fortunately, attempts against it have failed. But many other great ancient sculptures and emblems of the past have been vandalized. Lately, the Beautiful have turned their attention to living symbols of the Isle, the royalty of Somerset. The particularly gruesome murder of the daughter of the King of Shimmerine has horrified and outraged the public. Finally, Some of Somerset's youth are rebelling against the present, ironically, by embracing the past. The Imperial Geographical Society is not allowed to visit Artium to survey and document it, but there is little doubt that the Psijic Order is increasingly popular among the young and is willing to exploit this. Over the past 1,000 years, only 17 new initiates were brought into the Order. In the past 2 years, however, another 30 have joined. 30 new members of an order may not be enough to be a surprising trend in most circles, but to the tradition-bound Grey Cloaks of Artium, it raises many questions. What the Psijics aim in this recent recruitment, however, is anyone's guess at this time. Valenwood. The great forest to the southwest of the continent has long been a buffer between the ambitions of the humans of Cyrodiil and the elves of Somerset. A sea of endless green, a maze of foliage with half-hidden cities growing like blooms from a flower. The home of the Bosmer is Tamriel's garden. History. The history of Valenwood stretches back to the very beginning of recorded time. The date traditionally used as the start of the First Era is the founding of the Cameron dynasty by King Eplier of Valenwood. The history of the land, of course, began long before the first year of the First Era. Before man or Mer came to Valenwood, the forest land was a salmagundi of creatures and strange civilizations. Centaurs, hippogriffs, satyrs, minotaurs, giants, basilisks, fairy folk, hydra, and intelligent apes all flourished there before the first Aldmeri stepped onto its shores. Indeed, the first challenge for the early Aldmeri was to rise from prey to predator in the forests. As the Aldmer began to change their ways to match their new environment, adapting to the forest in body and mind, they became known as the Bosmer. In return for the patronage of Yafre, the forest god, either one of the old ancestor spirits or an aspect of the true pantheon, they swore never to kill, injure, or eat any of the vegetation of the new home. Eplier's success in uniting the inherently wild Bosmer must be counted among the greatest military feats in Tamriel's history. The Cameron dynasty was itself a far different beast than the empires of man that also rose in the First Era. In the forests, after all, diversity was the law, and the Bosmer welcomed escaped slaves from the Aelids, and then Aelids fleeing the Elysian rebellion, and finally the new empire itself, forming a trade treaty in First Era 340 with men who had only recently thrown off the brutal Aelid yoke. The treaty was short-lived, however, and hostility grew between the dynasty and the empire as the prophet Maruk's teaching began to spread. One of Maruk's chief supporters, the Nord king Borgus, became a victim of Valenwood's infamous wild hunt as he traveled to Cyrodiil to urge a joint war against the Bosmer. Thus did Valenwood simultaneously defend itself and strike a devastating blow against its new enemies. Skyrim would spend the next 50 years in turmoil. Even with the eventual dissolution of the Elysian reform of Maruk, battles continued to be waged along the Cyrodiil and Valenwood borderlands. When the Empress Herda improved relations with the Colovian West, the attacks only intensified, though it was not until First Era 2714, after relenting warfare and a devastating plague from the island of Thras, that Valenwood fell to the Cyrodiilic Empire. The Cameron dynasty as an entity still existed, but its power was diminished. The Empire, eager to make sure that Valenwood would not unite against its new occupiers, granted independence to each Trethane of the dynasty, so nevermore would they battle together against a common foe. Falinesti, Sylvanar, Haven, Archon, Eldenroot, Woodhearth rose from being local trading posts to full-fledged powers in their own right. For centuries, the Bosmer were obedient, if not particularly loyal subject of the Cyrodiilic Empire. At the fall of the Cyrodiilic Empire in Second Era 430, the Camerons attempted to reinstate their authority over the other kingdoms, but culturally, each had drifted too far away to be united. Without any other greater power to rein in their ambitions, they began to war against one another, the Khajiit to the east and the Colovians to the north. Valenwood ate away at itself and offered no resistance to the coastal encroachments of the Maormer of Piandinea. It took another outside force to reunify Valenwood, the home of the ancient Bosmer, Somerset Isle. The unified elven kingdom of Valenwood and Somerset, the Aldmeri Dominion, was the most stable power in Tamriel until the coming of Tiber Septim. The new government of Valenwood was called the Thalmor, a congress of Bosmeri chieftains and Altmeri diplomats. While not particularly popular, the Thalmor proved better than the chaos of the previous years, and endured until Tiber Septim's armies swept it away. Wisely, the Emperor allowed Valenwood to keep some of the symbols of her independence, such as the tribal councils and a figurehead Cameron king. For 250 years, Valenwood was at peace. The War of the Isle and the War of the Red Diamond, which ravaged other parts of the Empire, left it unscathed. The Empire used the province as it saw fit and neglected it otherwise. Gradually, the Bosmer began to grow resentful of an authority which seemed increasingly alien, perfect breeding ground for the horror which was to follow. In the year 249 of the Third Era, a pretender to the ancient throne of the Camerons appeared, and with mundane and Daedric allies, stormed across Valenwood, destroying all who stood against him. The Bosmer were slow to unite against the threat, many too terrified to stand against the Cameron usurper, and some delighted that they were being freed, however violently, from the perceived yoke of the Empire. This minority grew as the usurper's power did, and once he had consolidated his power in Valenwood, he turned his attentions northward. It took nearly 2 decades of tyranny before Valenwood found the strength to shrug off Haemon Cameron's rule. When he lost his seat of power, the usurper's conquests in Colovia and Hammerfell rose in revolt, and his army was destroyed in the Iliac Bay between Hammerfell and High Rock in Third Era 267. In Valenwood, the usurper left behind was a broken land. No longer trusting the Empire or Somerset for support, or its local leaders for guidance, the Bosmer have become more and more isolationist in temperament. The people began leaving the cities, preferring life in the forests, returning to their earliest traditions. It is not surprising that when the province showed sign of weakness, its rapacious neighbors chose to attack. No other province suffered more during the Imperial simulacrum than Valenwood. With the Empire unwilling to lend its assistance and defend her, the land was attacked from the east by Elsewhere and from the west by Somerset Isle, both taking sizable chunks of the Bosmeri land. Current events. The political weakness of Valenwood has been evident for more than 20 years now, and the Bosmer seem resigned to this state of affairs. The land is considered by most to be a mere geographical designation without any political purpose. If there is honor or pride, it is with one's family or clan. National feeling, never strong, seems to have died. The tribal council has not met in decades. Valenwood appears to be adrift, and yet there are signs of other forces stirring. The Wild Hunt has been sighted for the first time in over 500 years, although to what purpose is not yet clear. Falinesti, the walking city of trees, has rooted itself for the first time in recorded history. A new Bosmer prophet has arisen, known only as the Precursor, who preaches that the old forest god Yefri is returning with new gifts for his favored people. Whether these are isolated events or signs of some great change coming to Valenwood remains to be seen. Black Marsh. It has been called the garbage heap of Tamriel, to where everything rotten and despoiled eventually flows. Its borderlands and coasts have been ravaged by civilization after civilization, but its heart is inviolate, for so poisonous is its air, ground, and water, its mysteries are secure. Detractors long ago called the southeastern swampland of Tamriel Black Marsh, but to its admirers, of whom there are a few, it is Argonia. History. Every province of Tamriel has its secret histories, but no land in the Empire is as undocumented and unexplored as Black Marsh. We know that Topol the Pilot and other early Aldmeri explorers passed through the fetid, evil swamplands and their human lizards, suggesting an early primitive species that might be related to the modern-day Argonians. By the phrasing of the poet's words, it is also clear that Black Marsh had begun its long tradition of being a place no one would want to live in, man or mer, which it maintains into the present day. Yet people did live there, and people did move there. Compared to much of Tamriel, there have been a large variety of cultures that have lived in Black Marsh at different points in the past. Most surprisingly, from a modern perspective, we hear of few wars or conflicts between these cultures until well into the Second Era. In addition to the reptilian Argonians, who are today Black Marsh's most visible denizen, there were once tribes of men, Kothringi, Orma, Yespest, Horwali, and tribes of Mer, the Barsebic Aelids and the Cantamiric Velothi, and even a tribe who may have been related to the Khajiit of elsewhere, the Vulpine Lilmothit. Some were sent to Black Marsh as refugees of prisoners, others settled along the coastal waterways and adapted to its strange and usually insalubrious environment. The cities of Stormhold and Gideon were originally founded by the Aelids. Their Aelid names are unknown, but were so far removed from their culture in the Heartland that they never were attacked by the Elysian army when it rose in revolt. The southern coastal regions, not surprisingly, were the realms of the Lilmothit, though they were a nomadic group and left few enduring signs of their existence that were not covered up by later civilizations. The Black Marsh elves settled in the eastern regions near present-day Archon, Arnesia, and Thorn. The origin of the species associated with the name Argonian is the stuff of myth, not history. We know they were spoken of in various terms by the early non-reptilian inhabitants of Black Marsh, as everything from funny curiosities that would wander in from the misty, mephitic inland bayous for short times, to noble heroes who saved the innocent from horrors of the swamps, to savage monsters who terrorized communities. The historian Brendan the Persistent writes, "The Argonian people have, throughout Tamrielic history, been perhaps the most misunderstood, vilified, and reviled of all the sentient races. Yet those who have taken the time to experience Argonian culture have gained a greater appreciation for this noble and beautiful people." It should be noted that the historian disappeared during his final expedition into the deeper swamps of Black Marsh. Rumors and speculation also abound regarding the Hist, a species of giant spore tree growing in the innermost swamps of Argonia. Some have maintained that natives worship the trees. Others claim the trees are, in fact, a sentient race, more ancient than all the races of Man and Mer. No reliable accounts of expeditions into central Argonia exist to lend credence to these claims, and modern Argonians are reticent to speak of the mysterious trees. The Argonians, as they came to be called, only occasionally left their homeland, though we find individuals in other parts of Tamriel in the early years of the First Era. The expatriates from Black Marsh did not offer any great insight into the tribal customs of their people, preferring to assimilate into the larger Tamrielic culture. Certainly, outside experience with the natives of Black Marsh in their own folkways, at least in any official capacity, was sporadic until middle of the First Era. A very successful enterprise of bandits and thieves had long been exploiting the swampland of southeastern Tamriel, a convenient location to the riches of the Empire where one could disappear without recourse. The coastline along the east of Topal Bay had become notorious for acts of piracy, and in First Era 1033, the Empress Hestra demanded the head of the most infamous of the brigadiers, Red Brahmin. After many an unsuccessful battle in the bay, the Imperial Navy discovered the pirate king's means of escaping capture, a narrow, winding river which emptied into the bay near Solrest, its mouth screened by dense thickets of mangroves. The Imperial fleet followed the course deeper into the heart of Black Marsh than any non-Argonian had ever been before. They eventually caught Brahmin in his bandit kingdom not far from what is now called Black Rose, and took his head for the Empress. More importantly, they provided the first reliable accounts of the true culture of Black Marsh. The Argonians in the interior swamps of Black Marsh were skittish and little wonder, as the contact they had with men from the outside was from the like of Brahmin and other brigands. Imperial civilization was, to them, pillage and slavery. As the Cyrodiils pushed deeper into their land, trying to settle it along the pirate routes, they encountered stronger and more violent resistance with each incursion. Once the pirate menace was dealt with, the First Empire was generally content to leave Black Marsh to its native inhabitants. It was not until the time of the Second Empire that Black Marsh was first conquered, at least in name. In First Era 2811, at the Battle of Argonia, the last organized army of reptilians in Black Marsh's history was defeated, and they retreated to Hellstrom, into the impenetrable center of the province, where the men and Mer wouldn't follow. The following year, Black Marsh was officially incorporated into the Cyrodiilic Empire. The coastal areas and some parts of the interior where it was safe to travel received imperial leaders to rule in the emperor's name. The land that had once been the home of freedom for Tamriel's criminals became its greatest prison state. Anyone considered too dangerous to hold in civilized dungeons in other provinces was sent to Black Marsh. Its most famous convicts include the notorious axe murderer Nye, the heretic Devir Mir, and Tavia, the wife of the last emperor of the First Era, who was sent to Gideon in First Era 2899, accused of treason. The worst of the dungeons was constructed in the following era by potentate Versidue Shea on the ruins of the Lilmothit community called Black Rose. The Rose, as it is called, is still the most secure and notorious prison of our own time, where Jagger Tharn's associates who were not executed await their final end. In the chaos of the Second Era, banditry returned to Black Marsh in force. Slave traders from Morrowind were freer than ever to exploit their southern neighbor, and entire tribes of Argonians were dragged in chains to the Dunmer land. Former Imperial officials founded warlord dynasties, which earned a reputation for tyranny even in that dark time. Whether the terrible Nahatan flu arose from natural causes or was created by an Argonian shaman in retaliation for his people's oppression is still a matter of debate, but its result was clear. The plague began in Stormhold in Second Era 560 and quickly spread to every corner of Black Marsh, killing all those not reptilian stock. For over 40 years, it held the province in its grip, decimating entire cultures, notably the Kothringi, and driving outsiders from the land. Even when the land became inhabitable again, fear of the disease kept most outsiders away. House Drez of Morrowind continued to send slavers into the north, but few others saw any reason to trouble themselves with the land. Even Tiber Septim, it was said, thought twice before conquering Black Marsh for his new empire. The borders of the province fell easily to his forces, but he wisely decided to avoid strategically unimportant inner swamps, and thus met with little resistance. Black Marsh's position in the Third Era has been much the same as it has been throughout the other times in history. The Empire finds strategic benefit in holding the coasts, and keeps its most dangerous criminals in Black Rose and other dungeons closer to its interior. The heart of Black Marsh remains the sole province of the reptilian Argonians, and any further annexation of this area by Imperial forces seems unlikely. Current events. Black Marsh continues to be a backward land economically by Imperial standards. Most of the agriculture is grown by subsistence farmers, though recently more has been shipped abroad of Tamriel. Banditry appears to be on the decline in recent years, with most criminal acts being perpetrated not by outsiders, but by natives, such as the Naga thugs of Argonian stock. Rumors persist of gangs such as these smuggling powerful drugs across the borders of Black Marsh, but this has remained unproven to this day. Still, the Emperor's fleet guards the Topal Bay carefully, protecting merchants from the pirates who have never truly been eliminated. Imperials continue to rule in the Empire's name along the coastal cities of the province, but most have native Argonians as advisors. These Arkeens also act as governors in the rural areas that still make up the majority of Black Marsh. Beyond the reach of the Empire, there is little supervision of the inner swamplands, and it is unknown whether or not these areas even recognize imperial rule of the province. Since the abolishment of slavery, Black Marsh's relationship with its northern neighbor Morrowind has been much improved, though border clashes continue as Argonians have begun to reclaim land conquered during the Arnesian War. There have also been reports of minor skirmishes with Imperial troops along the coastal regions, but it is not believed that there is any threat posed by these isolated incidents. More troubling is the recent prison break at the formidable Black Rose prison. Though it has since been sealed and its weak points mended, some of the worst murderers, thieves, and political revolutionaries had already escaped into the swamps. It is believed unlikely that any of them could have survived the cruel, dangerous lands of inner Black Marsh. Orsinium. The Orc homeland of Orsinium has had a troubled history. Indeed, for most of the past 2,000 years, Orsinium has existed only in the dreams of the Orc people. The current land, sometimes called Nova Orsinium, is the second incarnation of an orc homeland in the Hrothgarian mountain of High Rock. The first was a creation of the 10th century of the First Era, a refuge for Orsimer harried from High Rock, Cyrodiil, and Skyrim by the expansions of the empires of the Men and Mer. High in the mountains, far from their enemies, the orc chieftain Torug Gro Igron brought his people together. A few huts grew into more permanent structures as word spread to the far-flung orcs of Tamriel that there was a civilization on the rise that would welcome them from their wanderings. If the myth of Moloch is to be believed, the orcs or Orsimer had been pariah of the land for 200 years, and if it is not true, their destitution was even longer. The dream of Orsinium was too beautiful not to be sought. It is impossible to achieve an objective look at the reality of the first Orsinium. The chronicles of the time paint a picture of a fortress ruled by savage law, leading raids on its neighbors along the Bulsai River. According to orc historians, though, it was a utopia, a peaceable land of agriculture and commerce. The truth is likely somewhere in between, but all written and archaeological evidence was destroyed in the siege of Orsinium. For 30 years, a joint military force from Daggerfall, Sentinel, and the Ansai Order of Diagna attempted to breach the seemingly impenetrable walls of Torug Gro Igron's fortress kingdom. In First Era 980, they succeeded, annihilating all who lived within, scattering the stones into dust. The Orsimer exodus was long and particularly deleterious to the character of its people. They had never been well regarded by the other inhabitants of Tamriel, but now, with no hope, they became little more than monsters. Other orcs with vision attempted to create new homelands over the next 3,000 years, but all were attacked and destroyed before they could take root. In Third Era 399, however, a new orc visionary, Gortwog Gro Nagorm, acquired the land near the former site of Orsinium and began to construct a new city for his people. Graced by statues of orc heroes such as Moloch and Torug, and built of iron, Nova Orsinium seemed destined to provoke the same reaction by its neighbors as its predecessor did. Gortwog, however, proved a diplomatic as well as a political genius, and his land has prospered. Following the events of the Miracle of Peace, it now encompasses a substantial territory of central High Rock, and its application for elevation to provincial status is under review by the Imperial authorities. Its recent alliance with its former foe in Wayrest shows promise for a stable future. The only troubling sign for Orsinium is a religious conflict that has brewed over the last 10 years. Traditionally, the orcs have worshipped the Daedra Malakath, Mauloch, as their patron deity. Gortwog, however, has established a new priesthood devoted to the worship of Trinimac, the ancient hero of the orcs, who legend has it was devoured by Boethia and became the Daedra Malakath. The Orc King's belief that Trinimac still lives and that Malakath is a separate entity, a demon whose aim was to keep the Orsimer pariah folk forever, is the official position of the shaman priests of Orsinium. A minority of traditionalists within the territory, and the majority of orcs without, view this as heresy. There is fear among those who support Gortwog and Orsinium that turning their back on the Daedric Prince of the Bloody Oath is dangerous policy indeed. Other lands. Tamriel is, of course, just one continental system on the planet Nirn. How many others are out there is a matter of conjecture, for the oceans of Mundus are as dangerous to travel as the pathways of Oblivion. The following have had some influence on Tamriel, but perhaps other lands far away also exist, waiting inclusion in some future edition of this guide, Thras. The Coral Kingdom has been a powerful antagonistic force against the Somerset Isle since before recorded time. As mentioned in an earlier section, the Slode may have at one time even called Somerset part of Thras' home. For millennia, the hulking, slug-like creatures, notorious for their necromantic mastery, terrorized the Altmer, conjuring sea monsters along the coasts and laying siege to Skywatch. For naughty high elf children, a mother's warning that the Slode will get them is enough to give nightmares for days. Yet for all the horror and devastation that has come out of Thras, we know relatively little about the land itself. The first maps we have from cartographers who sailed to Thras and returned to tell the tale show a group of 16 islands, in a semicircle like a submerged coral atoll. Over the centuries, other maps have been charted by spies, and the number and size of islands has varied, suggesting that the amphibious Slode have a volatile kingdom which fluctuates in landmass, either by the tides or some other, less natural means. The largest of the islands, called Agonio on the most recent maps, seems the most stable, though later maps show it considerably larger than earlier ones. The true and permanent aspect of Thras, however, is not something mapmakers would know, merely by looking at the land above the surface. Many an Altmer has been captured by the Slode, and a few have escaped to tell of the brackish lagoon in the center of the island chain. There, the buoyant creatures may move about with relative quickness and grace through an intricate network of coral formations and ancient shipwrecks. The reach of Thras has been felt far beyond its own land. The Thracian plague, which decimated Tamriel's population in the year 2260 of the First Era, was their most egregious attack against the mainland, but other subtler predations have also been recorded. When the Redguard came to Tamriel in First Era 808, they brought with them a tradition of burying their criminals on islands off their shore to prevent their evil spirits from disturbing the living. The Slode took advantage of these graveyards off the coast, finding them suitable laboratories for their necromancy. The Redguards pushed back against the invaders, but reports of Slode living near settled lands from Stros Makai to Abibongora have surfaced well into the Third Era. In the past 30 years, things have been quiet in the western seas, and the hero of the Slode, the so-called King of Worms, Manimarco, has likewise ceased to trouble Tamriel. It may be that they slunk back into their dark seas together. That is the more hopeful assumption. Piandonea. It was once believed that the Mormor of Piandonea were originally exiles from the Somerset Isle, but while it is likely they came from similar Aldmeri ancestors, they certainly did not come from Somerset. Translations of tapestries in the Crystal Tower tell the tale of a far older enmity. The Maormer were likely separated from the ancient Aldmer not in Somerset, but in their original homeland of Aldmeris. Orgnum, their leader and self-styled king, according to the legend, was a phenomenally wealthy Aldmer nobleman who used his finances to launch a rebellion against the powers of the land. He and his followers were banished for this to a place separated from Aldmeris by an impenetrable mist, Piandonea, the Veil of Mist. This boundary proved so effective that the followers of Orgnum never again disturbed their former countrymen. The new Aldmeri homeland of Somerset, however, was not so lucky. For much of Somerset's history, the Maormer have launched attacks against their sister child of Aldmeris. Every one of these battles have been led by Orgnum himself, who it seems is not only immortal but grows more youthful by the century. No historian, to the knowledge of the staff of the Imperial Geographic Society, has counted the number of wars and number of strategies employed against Somerset, but somehow each has proved, no matter how ingenious, an ultimate failure. One attack in particular is worthy of mention, as it gives us our only glimpse into the actual landscape of Piandonea. In the year 486 of the Second Era, a small Maormeri fleet was sighted off the coast of Alinor, and King Hidelith ordered his navy to give chase. The navy followed the ships through uncharted waters into an ambush in Piandonea itself. Most of the Alinori navy was destroyed, but a single warship returned to Somerset to describe the land as a sea jungle. Massive plateaus spilling over with vegetation form mazes around valleys of ocean. Waving tendrils of kelp trap all but the Maormer's own ships and provide a well-camouflaged home for the sea serpents that are Orgnum's guards and occasional mounts. Mist storms spill over the land, further disorienting one's views. That even one ship survived the visit is a testament to the maritime genius of the Altmer. The last documented appearance of the Maormer was in Third Era 110 in the War of the Isle. The storm brewed by the Sigic of Artaeum, it was said, so annihilated Orgnum's fleet that he was never again able to muster together enough of a force to dare another battle. The mists to the south reveal nothing to corroborate or refute this belief, but one can hope. Akiviri. Thras and Piandonea have been implacable enemies of Somerset and parts of western Tamriel for thousands of years. But the deadliest adversary and most influential alien culture since the coming of the Aldmer and Atmarans has been Akiviri. The mysterious land to the east of Tamriel has been our opponent numerous times, and still we know little about them. The first appearance in history was as pirates, which we may now assume were also scouts for the eventual invasions. Ships manned by bizarre beastfolk bewildered and horrified the earliest inhabitants of Tamriel. Contemporary scholars find references to pirates with rat-like features, and still others who appeared canine, suggesting Akiviri cultures yet undiscovered and perhaps extinct. Then, of course, there are the dragons, Akiviri's most deadly and beautiful former native child. The very name Akiviri, in fact, means Dragonland. In the 2703rd year of the First Era, Tamriel first faced an organized armada of Saeshi, the so-called Akiviri Snakemen, and met the challenge with a resounding victory in the Pale Pass of Skyrim. The Emperor Reman was so impressed by the exotic weaponry and battle prowess of his defeated foe that he and his heirs allowed them to rise from prisoners to advisors of the Second Empire of Tamriel. Eventually, they became, on the death of Emperor Raymond III in the year 2920, the potentates of Tamriel, and the defeated Akiviri ruled the land for over 400 years. It is from this era that we know most of what we do know of the land of Akiviri. In addition to the Saeshi, Akiviri is said to be home to several other bestial and peculiar creatures, the monkeys of Tangmo, the snow demons of Kamal, and the tiger dragons of Kapotun. It should be noted that these various races of Akiviri have never been cited by modern scholars. While tales that survive for the Akiviri potentate describe these races in detail, it is unknown how literally they should be taken, given the possible mistranslation of the complex Saeshi language. Tamriel met Akiviri's aggression many centuries later, when Emperor Uriel V, a military genius by any measure, was so ambitious as to attempt an invasion of Akiviri based on the Saeshi intelligence of the Second Era. This proved to be a catastrophe, culminating with the loss of the Emperor and his entire army in Akiviri at the Battle of Ionith in Third Era 290. While our battles with Akiviri are likely far from over, their influence on Tamrielic culture has not been uniformly negative. The exotic weaponry and armor they used in the First Era has been adopted by warriors throughout the continent, and their dragon has been adopted as one of the most potent symbols of the Septim Empire. Yokuda. Among the original homelands of the people of Tamriel, we know far more about Yokuda than we do about the others, Aldmeris and Atmora. The Yokudans came to the shores of Volenfell, now Hammerfell, in the First Era, when chroniclers had begun to be more meticulous and less fanciful in the details. They also brought with them memory stones and a rich heritage they were proud to share in epic tales. The continent of Yokuda is no more, but it was once a place where rocky, barren hills were matched by the fecund combination of sophisticated agriculture, politics, and warfare. It was a harsh environment, training the Yokudans well for their lives in Tamriel. The Yokuda civil wars of the 4th and 8th centuries prepared them for their future conflicts, and the unwelcoming desert of Volenfell only yielded fruit and grain because of the experience the Yokudans had in their even more arid homeland. It's debated to this day what the nature of the disaster was that destroyed Yokuda. Tremors of the earth were not uncommon in the continent's history, and many argue that it was simply a natural, catastrophic series of quakes at the foundation of the land. Others suggest that it may have had human origins. During the last civil war, a renegade band of Ansai called the Hiradirge were said to be masters of stone magic. When they were defeated in battle in First Era 792, the argument goes, they had their revenge on the entire land, destroying what they would never rule. Aldmeris. Virtually nothing is known of the elven homeland. Its location, its environment, its politics, its religion, even its current existence are the stuff of conjecture. Translation from the ancient tapestries and texts in the Crystal Tower of Somerset have yielded only the barest of sketches of a beautiful but very strange land. In no representation of Aldmeris are there any trees or life but the Aldmer themselves. It appears always as an endless city, built upon itself over and over again until no nature remains at all. The highest towers are reserved for interring the dead, a tradition continued on the Crystal Tower itself. What had happened in Aldmeris since the elves who settled in Tamriel left is perhaps the oldest of all mysteries. For countless centuries, adventurers have sought lost Aldmeris, only to return disappointed if they return at all. Some say that Aldmeris was sunk into the sea by the angry gods of the Aldmer. Others claim that the elven homeland has left Mundus, and will only return when the races of Mer are united as one, at Mora. For hundreds of years in the Merethic era, raiders crossed the Sea of Ghosts to invade Tamriel from the frozen lands of Atmora, becoming after generations of living in our land the Nords, Cyrodiils, and the Bretons of today. The last invasion, if that is the word for two ships, largely laden with corpses begging to make port, occurred in the 68th year of the First Era. The description of the land these raiders had left changes radically over the years, leaving many to believe that it was gradually dying, smothered by frost. Expeditions to Atmora in modern times describe a place of permanent winter, with little life and no sign of human habitation. Whatever population did not succeed in fleeing to Tamriel doubtless succumbed to the ever-worsening climate many centuries ago. Even before the Frostfall, Atmora was apparently not a temperate place. The early Nedic peoples who came from Atmora were hunters with no knowledge of agriculture. A land where every denizen was a predator doubtless ensured that only the most brutal and savage survived. It is easy to see how these traits passed the raider men and down to the nature of the arena of Tamriel. The Song of Pelinal, the life of Pelinal Whitestrake, assembled from various old fragmentary texts. Editor's note: Volumes 1 through 6 are taken from the so-called Riemann manuscript located in the Imperial Library. It is a transcription of older fragments collected by an unknown scholar of the early Second Era. Beyond this, little is known of the original sources of these fragments, some of which appear to be from the same period, perhaps even from the same manuscript. But as no scholarly consensus yet exists on dating these 6 fragments, no opinions will be offered here. Volume 1, On His Name. That he took the name Pelinal was passing strange, no matter his later sobriquets, which were many. That was an elvish name, and Pelinal was a scourge on that race, and not much given to irony. Pelinal was much too grim for that. Even in youth he wore white hair, and trouble followed him. Perhaps his enemies named Pelinal of their own in their tongue, but that is doubtful, for it means glorious knight, and he was neither to them. Certainly, many others added to that name during his days in Tamriel. He was Pelinal the Whitestrake because of his left hand, made of a killing light. He was Pelinal the Bloody, for he drank it in victory. He was Pelinal Insurgent, because he gave the Crusades a face. He was Pelinal in Triumph, as the words eventually became synonymous, and men-at-arms gave thanks to the Eight when they saw his banner coming through war. He was Pelinal the Blamer, for he was quick to admonish those allies of his that favored tactics that ran counter to his, that is, sword theory. And he was Pelinal the Third, though whether this was because some said he was a god-geyser who had incarnated twice before already, or that, simpler, he was the third vision given to Perith, anon Alicia, in her prayers of liberation before he walked among the quarters of rebellion, is unknown. Volume 2, On His Coming. And then Perith spoke to the handmaiden again, eyes to the heavens which had not known kindness since the beginning of elven rule, and she spoke as a mortal, whose kindle is beloved by the gods for its strength in weakness, a humility that can burn with metaphor, and yet break easily and always doomed to end in death. And this is why those who let their souls burn anyway are beloved of the dragon and his kin. And she said, And this thing I have thought of, I have named it, and I call it freedom, which I think is just another word for Shazar who goes missing. You made the first rain at his sundering, and that is what I ask now for our alien masters, that we might sunder them fully and repay their cruelty by dispersing them to drown in the Topol. Morahouse your son, mighty and snorting, gore-horned, winged, when next he flies down, let him bring us anger. And then Kine granted Perith another symbol, a diamond soaked red with the blood of elves, whose facets could unsector and form into a man whose every angle could cut her jailers and a name. Pelinal, which is the star-made knight, and he was arrayed in armor from the future time. And he walked into the jungles of Cirid already killing, Morrowind stamping at his side, froth-bloody and bellowing from excitement because the Pelinal was come. And Pelinal came to Perif's camp of rebels holding a sword and mace, both encrusted with the smashed viscera of elven faces, feathers and magic beads, which were the markings of the Aliadun, stuck to the redness that hung from his weapons. And he lifted them, saying, "These were their eastern chieftains, no longer full of their talking." Volume 3. On his enemy. Pelinal Whitestrake was the enemy of all elfkind that lived in Cirid in those days. Mainly, though, he took it upon himself to slay the sorcerer kings of the Aliads in pre-arranged open combats rather than at war. The fields of rebellion he left to the growing armies of the Paravania and his bull nephew. Pelinal called out Haramir of Copper and Tea into a duel at the Tor, and ate his neck veins while screaming praise to Reman, a name that no one knew yet. Gordhaur the Shaper's head was smashed upon the goat-faced altar of Ninindava, and in his wisdom, Pelinal set a small plague spell to keep that evil from reforming by welkind magic. Later that season, Pelinal slew Hadhul on the granite steps of Seatar, the Fire King's spears knowing their first refute. For a time, no weapon of the Aliads could pierce his armor, which Pelinal admitted was unlike any crafted by men, but would say no more even when pressed. When Huna, whom Pelinal raised from grain slave to hoplite and loved well, took death from an arrowhead made from the beak of Selethalel the Singer, the Whitestrake went on his first madness. He wrought destruction from Narlame all the way to Seladil, and erased those lands from the maps of elves and men and all things in them. And Perif was forced to make sacrifice to the gods to keep them from leaving the earth in their disgust. And then came the storming of White Gold, where the Aliads had made pact with the Aurorans of Meridia, and summoned them, and appointed the terrible and golden-hued half-elf Umaril the Unfeathered as their champion. And for the first time since his coming, it was Pelinal who was called out to battle by another, for Umaril had the blood of the Ada, and would never know death. Volume 4. On his deeds. Pelinal drove the sorcerer armies past the Niben, claiming all the eastern lands for the rebellion of the Paravania. And Kine had to send her rain to wash the blood from the villages and forts that no longer flew Aliad banners, for the armies of men needed to make camps of them as they went forward. And he broke the doors open for the prisoners of the Vatash with the slave queen flying on Morrowind above them, and men called her Al-Esh for the first time. He entered the gate to win back the hands of the 1,000-strong of Sidor, a tribe now unknown but famous in those days, which the Aliads had stolen in the night. 2,000 hands that he brought back in a wagon made of demon bone, whose wheels trailed the sound of women when ill at heart. And after the first pogrom, which consolidated the northern holdings for the men of Kreeth, he stood with white hair gone brown with elf blood at the bridge of Helden, where Perif's falconers had sent for the Nords, and they, looking at him, said that Shor had returned, but he spat at their feet for profaning that name. He led them anyway into the heart of the hinterland west, to drive the Aliads inward, towards the Tower of White Gold, a slow, retreating circle that could not understand the power of man's sudden liberty, and what fury idea that brought. His mace crushed the Thunderknocks that Umaril sent as harriers on the rebellion's long march back south and east, and carried Morrowind's breath of Kine to Zuathas, the clever cutting man for healing when the bull had fallen to a volley of bird beaks. And of course at the Council of Skiffs, where all of the Paravania's armies and all of the Nords shook with fear at the storming of White Gold, so much so that the Al-Esh herself counseled delay. Pelinal grew furious, and made names of Umaril, and made names of what cowards he thought he saw around him, and then made for the tower by himself, for Pelinal often acted without thought. Volume 5. On his love of Morrowind. It is a solid truth that Morrowind was the son of Kine, but whether or not Pelinal was indeed the Shezarene is best left unsaid, For once Plantinu, who favored the short sword, said it, and that night he was smothered by moths. It is famous, though, that the two talked of each other as family, with Morrowind as the lesser, and that Pelinal loved him and called him nephew, but these could be merely the fancies of immortals. Never did Pelinal counsel Morrowind in time of war, for the man-bull fought magnificently and led men well, and never resorted to madness. But the White Strake did warn against the growing love with Perith. We are Ada more, and change things through love. We must take care lest we beget more monsters on this earth. If you do not desist, she will take to you, and you will transform all Sirad if you do this. And to this, the bull became shy, for he was a bull, and he felt his form too ugly for the Paravania at all times, especially when she disrobed for him. He snorted, though, and shook his nose hoop into the light of the Secunda moon and said, "She is like this shine on my nose hoop here. An accident sometimes. But whenever I move my head at night, she is there. And so you know what you ask is impossible." Volume 6, On His Madness. And it is said that he emerged into the world like a Patamaic, that is, born by Sithis and all the forces of change therein. Still others, like Fift of New Teed, say that beneath the Pelinal's star armor was a chest that gaped open to show no heart, only a red, raid-shaped diamond fashion, singing like a mindless dragon, and that this was proof that he was a myth echo, and that where he trod were shapes of the first urging. Pelinal cared for none of this, and killed any who would speak god logic, except for fair Perith, who, he said, enacts rather than talks, as language without exertion is dead witness. When those soldiers who heard him say this stared blankly, he laughed and swung his sword, running into the rain of kine to slaughter their Ayleid captives, screaming, "O aka, for our shared madness I do this. I watch you watching me watching back. Umaril dares call us out, for that is how we made him." And it was during these fits of anger and nonsense that Pelinal would fall into the madness, where whole swaths of lands were devoured in divine rampage to become void, and Elysia would have to pray to the gods for their succor, and they would reach down as one mind and soothe the White Strake until he no longer had the will to kill the earth in whole. And Garrod of the men of GE once saw such a madness from afar, and maneuvered after it had abated to drink together with Pelinal, and he asked what such an affliction felt like, to which Pelinal could only answer, like when the dream no longer needs its dreamer. Volume 7, On His Battle with Umaril and His Dismemberment. Editor's note. This fragment comes from a manuscript recovered from the ruins of the Elysian Order's monastery at Lake Canulus, which dates it to sometime prior to the War of Righteousness, year 2321 of the First Era. However, textual analysis suggests that this fragment actually preserves a very early form of the song, perhaps from the mid-6th century. And so, after many battles with Umaril's allies, where dead Aurorans lay like candlelight around the throne, the Pelinal became surrounded by the last Ayleid sorcerer kings and their demons, each one heavy with Varliance. The White Strake cracked the floor with his mace, and they withdrew, and he said, "Bring me Umaril that called me out." And while mighty in his aspect and wicked, deathless golden Umaril favored ruin from afar over close combat, and so he tarried in the shadows of the White Tower before coming forth. More soldiers were sent against Pelinal to die, and yet they managed to pierce his armor with axes and arrows, for Umaril had wrought each one by long Varliance, which he had been hoarding since his first issue of challenge. Presently the half-elf showed himself bathed in meridian light, and he listed his bloodline in the Eilidun, and spoke of his father, a god of the world river, and taking great delight in the heavy breathing of Pelinal, who had finally bled. And Umaril was laid low, the angel face of his helm dented into an ugliness which made Pelinal laugh, and his unfeathered wings broken off with sword strokes delivered, while Pelinal stood frothing above him, insulting his ancestry, and anyone else that took ship from old Elnothe, which angered the other elvish kings, and drove them to a madness of their own. And they fell on him, speaking to their weapons, cutting the Pelinal into eighths, while he roared in confusion which even the council of skiffs could hear. They ran when Mor shook the whole of the tower with mighty bashing from his horns the next morning, and some were slain in overabundance in the taking, and men looked for more aliens to kill, but Pelinal had left none save those kings and demons that had already begun to flee. It was Morrowind who found the Whitestrake's head, which the kings had left to prove their deeds, and they spoke, and Pelinal said things of regrets, but the rebellion had turned anyway. And more words were said between these immortals that even the Paravant would not deign to hear. Volume 8. On his revelation at the death of the Alesh. Editor's note. This is the oldest and most fragmentary of all the extant Pelinal texts. It is, however, likely closest to the original spoken or sung form of the song, and therefore has great value despite its brevity. Strangely, it appears that Pelinal is present at Alicia's deathbed, although he was killed by Umaril earlier in the saga, years before Alicia's death. Some scholars believe that this fragment is not actually a part of the Song of Pelinal, but most accept its authenticity, although there is still much debate as to its significance. And left you to gather sinew with my other half, who will bring light thereby to that mortal idea that brings the gods great joy, that is, freedom, which even the heavens do not truly know. Which is why our Father, in those first days before convention, that which we echoed in our earthly madness, let us now take you up. We will show our true faces, which eat one another in amnesia each age. The Knights of the Nine, by Caroline of Solitude, the founding and breakup of the original Knights of the Nine. Few people now remember the Knights of the Nine, but in their time, they were famous throughout Cyrodiil. Indeed, throughout the Empire. For a brief period in the early days of the Septim Empire, their adventures were the talk of the land. But their renown, as with so much else, was swallowed up by the War of the Red Diamond. And today, even the location of their priory house has been lost to history. The Knights were founded by Sir Amiel Lannis in year 111 of the Third Era, following his heroic turn in the War of the Isle, with the high purpose of recovering the legendary Crusaders' relics, the weapons and armor of Pelinal Whitestrake, which have been lost for thousands of years. They were born out of the sense of optimism and ambition that characterized the first century of the Third Era. Tamriel was united and at peace for the first time in many centuries. Nothing was impossible. The fame of the Knights was established early on when Sir Amiel led them against the Worm of Ellinglen to recover the cuirass of the Crusader, which had not been seen since the First Era. Soon, the greatest knights of the day were lining up to join the new order, and the Priory of the Nine in the West Weald of Cyrodiil became a magnet for the great and the good. The knights were the toast of the Empire. When Beric Vlindrel joined the order, the scion of one of the great noble families of Colovia, it was clear that the Knights of the Nine had become the Empire's most prestigious knightly order. In relatively short order, the Knights reclaimed 3 more relics, and their fame soared to new heights with each one. No one doubted that they would eventually succeed in their quest to recover all 8 relics. Sadly, this early promise of the Knights did not survive the ravages of the War of the Red Diamond, which tore apart the Empire beginning in year 101 of the Third Era. At first, it seems that Sir Amiel was able to keep his knights out of the war, but the very success of the knights undermined this, as many of the knights came from important families from across the Empire, which were lining up on either side of the bloody civil war. Sir Beric was apparently the first to leave the order to join the war on the side of Sepphoris, carrying the sword and greaves of the Crusader into battle with him. Many other knights seem to have left the order shortly after this, some joining the war on one side or the other. The end of the order was as ignominious as its beginning was glorious. Following the victory of Sepphoris in year 127 of the Third Era, Beric Vlindrel became an important figure on the winning side. It seems likely that he was behind the Imperial decree which officially dissolved the Knights of the Nine in year 131 of the Third Era, although in truth this was little more than a formality. Despite Sir Amiel's best efforts, the Order had never recovered from the bitterness of the Civil War. What happened to the various relics originally recovered by the Knights of the Nine? The sword and the greaves went with Sir Beric, but where he bestowed them is unknown. The gauntlets famously lie immovable on the floor of the chapel of Stendar in Coral, where Sir Casimir left them after his disgraceful murder of a beggar in year 139 of the Third Era. The location of the cuirass is a mystery, lost to history along with the eventual fate of Sir Amiel, who was last reported still living alone in the empty Priory of the Nine by a passing traveler in year 150 of the Third Era. And so the Knights of the Nine faded away into history. The Adabal-a by Morrowind, the Memoirs of Morrowind, consort to Alicia and taker of the Citadel. Editor's note. The Adabal-a is traditionally believed to be the Memoirs of Morrowind, consort to Alicia the Slave Queen. While this cannot be historically verified, the Adabal-a is certainly among the oldest written accounts to come down to us from the early First Era. Pelinal's death, and in the blood-floored throne room of white gold, the severed head of Pelinal spoke to the winged bull, Morrowind, demigod lover of Alesh, saying, "Our enemies have undone me and spread my body into hiding. In mockery of divine purpose, the Aelids cut me into eighths, for they are obsessed with this number." And Morrowind, confused, snorted through his ring, saying, "Your crusades went beyond her counsel, Whitestrake, but I am a bull, and therefore reckless in my wit. I think I would go and gore our prisoners if you had left any alive. You are blood made glorious, uncle, and will come again as fox animal or light. Sirod is still ours." Then Pelinal spoke again for the last time. "Beware, Morrowind, beware. With the foresight of death, I know now that my foe yet lives. Bitter knowledge to take to my grave. Better that I had died believing myself the victor. Although cast beyond the doors of night, he will return. Be vigilant. I can no longer shield the host of men from Umaril's retribution." Alicia's youth during the slave years. Perif's original tribe is unknown, but she grew up in Sard, anon Sardarvar Lead, where the Aelids herded in men from across all the Niben, Kothri, Nede, Algemha, men of Creth, though these were later known to be imported from the north. Keptu, men of G, who were eventually destroyed when the Flower King Nilichi made great sacrifice to an insect god. Alhared, men of Ket, and others. But this was Sirod, the heart of the Imperatum Saliash, where men knew no freedom, even to keep family or choice of name except in secret. And so to their alien masters, all of these designations were irrelevant. Men were given over to the lifting of stones and the draining of the fields and the upkeep of temple and road, or to become art tortures for strange pleasures, as in the wailing wheels of Vindicel and the gut gardens of Sersen, and flesh sculpture, which was everywhere among the slaves of the Aelids in those days, or worse, the realms of the Fire King Hadhul, where the begetting of drugs drawn from the admixture of daedrons into living hosts let one inhale new visions of torment, and children were set aflame for nighttime tiger sport. Morrowind explains Alicia's names. Then Morrowind said to them, "In your tales you have many names for her. Al-Esh, given to her in awe, that when translated sounds like a redundancy. The High, from which come the more familiar corruptions. Alashut Esha, Alicia, you knew her as Paravant, given to her when crowned. First of its kind, by which the gods meant a mortal worthy of the majesty that is killing, questing, healing, which is also Paraval, Pavesh, Perethu, Perif, and in my case, for it is what I called her when we were lovers, Paravania. Though she is gone to me, she remains bathed in stars, first Empress, Lady of Heaven, Queen at Sirod, and they considered themselves full answered, and departed." Remanada, fragmented mythical recounting of the conception of Reman, and the return of the Chim-El Adabal with the people of Tamriel. Chapter 1. Sankar Tor and the birth of Reman. And in those days the empire of the Cyrodiils was dead, save in memory only. For through war and slug famine and iniquitous rulers, the west split from the east, and Colovia's estrangement lasted some 400 of years. And the earth was sick with this sundering. Once worthy western kings, of Anvil and Sarchal, of Falkreath and Delodil, became through pride and habit as like thief barons and forgot covenant. In the heartland, things were no better, as arcanists and false moth princes lay in drugged stupor or the studies of vileness, and no one sat on the throne in dusted generations. Snakes and the warnings of snakes went unheeded, and the land bled with ghosts and deep-set holes unto cold harbors. It is said that even the Adabal, the amulet of the kings of glory, had been lost, and its people saw no reason to find it. And it was in this darkness that King Hrall set out from the lands beyond Lost Twill, with a sortie of questing knights numbered 18 less 1, all of them Western sons and daughters. For Hrall had seen in his visions the snakes to come, and sought to heal all the borders of his forebears. And to this host appeared at last a spirit who resembled none other than Celestia, queen of ancient times, who bore in her left hand the dragon fire of the Akatosh, and in her right hand the jewels of the covenant, and on her breast a wound that spilt void onto her mangled feet. And seeing Celestia and Adabal, Hrall and his knights wailed and set to their knees and prayed for all things to become as right. Unto them the Spirit said, I am the healer of all men and the mother of dragons, but as you have run so many times from me, so shall I run until you learn my pain, which renders you and all this land dead. And the Spirit fled from them, and they split among hills and forests to find her, all grieving that they had become a villainous people. Hrall and his shield thane were the only ones to find her, and the king spoke to her, saying, I love you, sweet Alice, sweet wife of Shor and of Ariel and the sacred bull, and would render this land alive again, not through pain, but through a return to the dragon fires of covenant, to join east and west and throw off all ruin. And the shield thane bore witness to the Spirit opening naked to his king, carving on a nearby rock the words, and Hrall did love unto a hillock, before dying in the sight of their union. When the 15 other knights found King Hrall, they saw him dead after his labors against a mound of mud, and they parted each in their way, and some went mad, and the 2 that returned to their homeland beyond Twill would say nothing of Hrall, and acted ashamed for him. But after 9 months that mound of mud became as a small mountain, and there were whispers among the shepherds and bulls. A small community of believers gathered around that growing hill during the days of its first churning, and they were the first to name it the Golden Hill, Sancre Tor. And it was the shepherdess Sedyenna who dared climb the hill when she heard his first cry, and at its peak she saw what it had yielded, an infant she named Reman, which is light of man. And in the child's forehead was the Adabal, alive with the dragon fires of yore and divine promise. And none dared obstruct Sedyenna when she climbed the steps of White Gold Tower to place the babe Reman on his throne, where he spoke as an adult, saying, I am Cyrodiil come. Chapter 2. The Chevalier Reynold, Blade of the Pig. And in the days of interregnum, the Adabal was lost again amid the petty wars of gone heathen kings. West and East knew no union then, and all the lands outside of them saw Cyrodiil as a nest of snake-men and snakes. And for 4 more hundreds of years did the seat of Reman stay sundered, with only the machinations of a group of loyal knights keeping all its borders from throwing wide. These loyal knights did go by no name then, but were known by their eastern swords and painted eyes, and it was whispered that they were descended from the bodyguard of old Reman. One of their number, called the Chevalier Reynold, discovered the prowess of Cuchulainn and then supported him towards the throne. Only later would it be revealed that Reynold did this thing to come closer to Talos, anon Stormcrown, the glorious yet Emperor Tiber Septim. Only later still that he was under instruction by a pig. Long Glory was wife to all the knights of the Dragon Banner, who knew no other, and were brothers before beyond many seas, and now were brothers under the law, named the Blade Surrender of Pale Pass. And having vampire blood, these brother knights lived for ages through and past Reman, and then kept guard over his ward, the coiled king, Versidu Shai. The snake captain Vershu became Reynold, became the protector of the northern west when the black dart was hooked into Severia and Korak. Here torn pages indicate that the rest of this ancient book has been lost. Broken Diamonds by Riston Baylor, A Tale of a Sorrowful Holiday. I remember as a young lad in Glenumbra Moors my first Broken Diamonds holiday. The big noisy festivals I remember very well. Harvest's End, Mid-Year, New Year, the Emperor's Day. All of these I have memories of that stretch back before I became truly aware of the meaning of our celebrating. On the 19th of Frostfall, every year, my family and I would walk to a ruined castle in the middle of the wilderness, together with everyone else we knew in the moors. Hands clutched in hands, we would form an enormous circle around the ruins, and head reverently bowed, we would sing a song, the Sefavre. For years we did this, and I never asked why. It is an odd thing that normally curious children, from my experience, never ask questions about broken diamonds, and adults seldom volunteer information. Gradually, as we learn about our homeland through university or the prattling of ancient relatives, we come to guess and then know the meaning of broken diamonds. I cannot be objective as a native of Glenumbra Moors, but visitors have told me that the sorrow, more often they use the word shame, of the natives is almost overwhelming. There is a sense that a great and ancient crime still burns in the conscience of the people of the Moors. Though it did not happen in our lifetimes, we know that the debt is not yet paid. I refer, of course, to the murder of Her Terrible Majesty, Kintira II, Empress of Tamriel, on the frozen morning of the 23rd of Frostfall, in the year 123 of the Third Era. We do not know the name of the castle where she was held. We do not know the name of her murderer, though the man who ordered the murder was her cousin and usurper, Uriel III. We do not know where she was buried, but our ancestors knew that their rightful ruler was imprisoned somewhere in their land and did nothing to help her. For that, we bear their shame. On that morning, when our great-great-grandparents heard of Kintira's death, all were stricken with horror and regret at their lack of action. All the people of Glen Point and Glenumbra Moors searched out those responsible in every Imperial castle. They formed barriers with their bodies to hold the killer within. Flags bearing the red diamond of the Septim family were torn and scattered, and broken diamonds littered the snow. The song we sing every Broken Diamonds, as I mentioned before, is the Sefavre. I asked everyone in Glenumbra Moor what the meaning of the song is, for it is in Old Bretic, and each generation only knows it because they were taught by their parents. No one knew the exact meaning of the words. Not even the tone and emotion the words can be easily translated. When I later talked to a scholar who gave me an accurate translation of the Sefavre, I began to understand both why our ancestors chose it as the anthem for the great injustice of the murder of Kintira II, and the sorrow that still pervades Glenumbra Moors since that dark morn. The Sefavre souls of our fathers suffer deeply, for you have led us to the dark time, when our own souls, filled with air, allowed ignorance and villainy to thrive in what used to be our land. Howl, ancestors, howl, and bring us memories of our conformance with evil. We do anything we can to survive, giving up our minds and hearts and bodies. We will not fight, and we will be torn, and like flotsam in a whirling tide, we will be forever the agents of injustice, but we will mourn it forever. Biography of the Wolf Queen by Qatar Ariphanes. A history of the unambiguously evil Queen Potema, the so-called Wolf Queen of Solitude. Few historic figures are viewed as unambiguously evil, but Potema, the so-called Wolf Queen of Solitude, surely qualifies for that dishonor. Born to the Imperial family in the 67th year of the Third Era, Potema was immediately presented to her grandfather, the Emperor Uriel Septim II, a famously kind-hearted man who viewed the solemn, intense babe and whispered, "She looks like a she-wolf about ready to pounce." Potema's childhood in the imperial city was certainly difficult from the start. Her father, Prince Pelagius Septim, and her mother, Kizara, showed little affection for their brood. Her eldest brother, Antiochus, 16 at Potema's birth, was already a drunkard and womanizer, infamous in the empire. Her younger brothers Sepphoris and Magnus were born much later, so for years she was the only child in the imperial court. By the age of 14, Potema was a famous beauty with many suitors, but she was married to cement relations with King Mantiarco of the Nordic Kingdom of Solitude. She entered the court, it was said, as a pawn. but she quickly became a queen. The elderly King Mantiarco loved her and allowed her all the power she wished, which was total. When Uriel Septim II died the following year, her father was made emperor, and he faced a greatly depleted treasury, thanks to his father's poor management. Pelagius II dismissed the Elder Council, forcing them to buy back their positions. In Third Era 97, after many miscarriages, the Queen of Solitude gave birth to a son, who she named Uriel after her grandfather. Mantiarco quickly made Uriel his heir, but the queen had much larger ambitions for her child. 2 years later, Pelagius II died, many say poisoned by a vengeful former council member, and his son, Potema's brother Antiochus, took the throne. At age 48, it could be said that Antiochus's wild seeds had yet to be sown, and the history books are nearly pornographic in their depictions of life at the imperial court during the years of his reign. Potema, whose passion was for power, not fornication, was scandalized every time she visited the imperial city. Mantiarco, King of Solitude, died the springtide after Pelagius II. Uriel ascended to the throne, ruling jointly with his mother. Doubtless, Uriel had the right and would have preferred to rule alone, but Potema convinced him that his position was only temporary. He would have the empire, not merely the kingdom. In Castle Solitude, she entertained dozens of diplomats from other kingdoms of Skyrim, sowing seeds of discontent. Her guest list over the years expanded to include kings and queens of High Rock and Morrowind as well. For 13 years, Antiochus ruled Tamriel and proved an able leader despite his moral laxity. Several historians point to proof that Potema cast the spell that ended her brother's life, but evidence one way or another is lost in the sands of time. In any event, both she and her son Uriel were visiting the imperial court in Third Era 112 when Antiochus died, and immediately challenged the rule of his daughter and heir, Kintira. Potema's speech to the Elder Council is perhaps helpful to students of public speaking. She began with flattery and self-abasement. "My most august and wise friends, members of the Elder Council, I am but a provincial queen, and I can only assume to bring to issue what you yourselves must have already pondered." She continued on to praise the late emperor, who was a popular ruler in spite of his flaws. He was a true septim and a great warrior, destroying, with your counsel, the near-invincible armada of Piandania. But little time was wasted before she came to her point. The Empress Magna unfortunately did nothing to temper my brother's lustful spirits. In point of fact, no whore in the slums of the city spread out on more beds than she. Had she attended to her duties in the imperial bedchamber more faithfully, we would have a true heir to the empire, not the half-wit, milksop bastards who call themselves the emperor's children. The girl called Kintira is popularly believed to be the daughter of Magna and the captain of the guard. It may be that she is the daughter of Magna and the boy who cleans the cistern. We can never know for certain, not as certainly as we can know the lineage of my son Uriel, the last of the Septim dynasty. Despite Potema's eloquence, the Elder Council allowed Kintira to assume the throne as the Empress Kintira II. Potema and Uriel angrily returned to Skyrim and began assembling the rebellion. Details of the War of the Red Diamond are included in other histories. We need not recount the Empress Kintira II's capture and eventual execution in High Rock in the year 114 of the Third Era, nor the ascension of Potema's son, Uriel III, 7 years later. Her surviving brothers, Sepphoris and Magnus, fought the emperor and his mother for years, tearing the empire apart in a civil war. When Uriel III fought his uncle Sepphoris in Hammerfell at the Battle of Ichidag in Third Era 127, Potema was fighting her other brother, Uriel's uncle Magnus, in Skyrim at the Battle of Falkenstar. She received word of her son's defeat and capture just as she was preparing to mount an attack on Magnus's weakest flank. The 61-year-old Wolf Queen flew into a rage and led the assault herself. It was a success, and Magnus and his army fled. In the midst of the victory celebration, Potema heard the news that her son the Emperor had been killed by an angry mob before he had even made it for trial in the Imperial city. He had been burned to death within his carriage. When Sepphoris was proclaimed Emperor, Potema's fury was terrible to behold. She summoned Daedra to fight for her, had her necromancers resurrect her fallen enemies as undead warriors, and mounted attack after attack on the forces of the Emperor Sepphoris I. Her allies began leaving her as her madness grew, and her only companions were the zombies and skeletons she had amassed over the years. The Kingdom of Solitude became a land of death. Stories of the ancient Wolf Queen being waited on by rotting skeletal chambermaids and holding war plans with vampiric generals terrified her subjects. Potema died after a month-long siege on her castle in the year 137 of the Third Era at the age of 70. While she lived, she had been the Wolf Queen of Solitude, daughter of the Emperor Pelagius II, wife of King Mantiarco, aunt of the Empress Kintira II, mother of Emperor Uriel III, and sister of the Emperors Antiochus and Sepphoris. 3 years after her death, Sepphoris died, and his, and Potema's, brother Magnus took the throne. Her death has hardly diminished her notoriety. Though there is little direct evidence of this, some theologians maintain that her spirit was so strong, she became a Daedra after her death, inspiring mortals to mad ambition and treason. It is also said that her madness so infused Castle Solitude that it infected the next king to rule there. Ironically, that was her 18-year-old nephew Pelagius, the son of Magnus. Whatever the truth of the legend, it is undeniable that when Pelagius left Solitude in Third Era 145 to assume the title of the Emperor Pelagius III, he quickly became known as Pelagius the Mad. It is even widely rumored that he murdered his father Magnus. The Wolf Queen must surely have had the last laugh. Biography of Queen Barenziah by Stern Gamboge, Imperial Scribe. Late in the Second Era, a girl child, Barenziah, was born to the rulers of the Kingdom of Mournhold in what is now the Imperial province of Morrowind. She was reared in all the luxury and security befitting a royal dark elven child until she reached 5 years of age. At that time, His Excellency Tiber Septim I, the first Emperor of Tamriel, demanded that the decadent rulers of Morrowind yield to him and institute imperial reforms. Trusting to their vaunted magic, the Dark Elves impudently refused until Tiber Septim's army was on the borders. An armistice was hastily signed by the now eager Dunmer, but not before there were several battles, one of which laid waste to Mournhold, now called Almalexia. Little Princess Barenziah and her nurse were found among the wreckage. The Imperial General Symmachus, himself a Dark Elf, suggested to Tiber Septim that the child might someday be valuable, and she was therefore placed with a loyal supporter who had recently retired from the Imperial army. Sven Advinson had been granted the title of Count upon his retirement. His fiefdom, Darkmoor, was a small town in central Skyrim. Count Sven and his wife reared the princess as their own daughter, seeing to it that she was educated appropriately, and more importantly, that the imperial virtues of obedience, discretion, loyalty, and piety were instilled in the child. In short, she was made fit to take her place as a member of the new ruling class of Morrowind. The girl Barenziah grew in beauty, grace, and intelligence. She was sweet-tempered, a joy to her adoptive parents and their 5 young sons who loved her as their elder sister. Other than her appearance, she differed from young girls of her class only in that she had a strong empathy for the woods and fields, and was wont to escape her household duties to wander there at times. Barenziah was happy and content until her 16th year, when a wicked orphan stable boy, whom she had befriended out of pity, told her he had overheard a conspiracy between her guardian, Count Sven, and a Redguard visitor to sell her as a concubine in Rihad, as no Nord or Breton would marry her on account of her black skin, and no dark elf would have her because of her foreign upbringing. "Whatever shall I do?" the poor girl said, weeping and trembling, for she had been brought up in innocence and trust, and it never occurred to her that her friend the stable boy would lie to her. The wicked boy, who was called Straw, said that she must run away if she valued her virtue, but that he would come with her as her protector. Sorrowfully, Barenziah agreed to this plan, and that very night she disguised herself as a boy, and the pair escaped to the nearby city of Whiterun. After a few days there, they managed to get jobs as guards for a disreputable merchant caravan. The caravan was heading east by side roads in a mendacious attempt to elude the lawful tolls charged on the Imperial highways. Thus, the pair eluded pursuit until they reached the city of Riften, where they ceased their travels for a time. They felt safe in Riften, close as it was to the Morrowind border, so that dark elves were enough of a common sight. Volume 2. The first volume of this series told the story of Barenziah's origin heiress to the throne of Mournhold, until her father rebelled against His Excellency Tiber Septim I and brought ruin to the province of Morrowind. Thanks largely to the benevolence of the Emperor, the child Barenziah was not destroyed with her parents, but reared by Count Sven of Darkmoor, a loyal Imperial trustee. She grew up into a beautiful and pious child, trustful of her guardian's care. This trust, however, was exploited by a wicked orphan stable boy at Count Sven's estate, who with lies and fabrications tricked her into fleeing Darkmoor with him when she turned 16. After many adventures on the road, they settled in Riften, a Skyrim city near the Morrowind borders. The stable boy, Straw, was not altogether evil. He loved Barenziah in his own selfish fashion, and deception was the only way he could think of that would cement possession of her. She, of course, felt only friendship toward him, but he was hopeful that she would gradually change her mind. He wanted to buy a small farm and settle down into a comfortable marriage, but at the time his earnings were barely enough to feed and shelter them. After only a short time in Riften, Straw fell in with a bold, villainous Khajiit thief named Theris, who proposed that they rob the Imperial Commandant's house in the central part of the city. Theris said that he had a client, a traitor to the Empire, who would pay well for any information they could gather there. Barenziah happened to overhear this plan and was appalled. She stole away from their rooms and walked the streets of Riften in desperation, torn between her loyalty to the Empire and her love for her friends. In the end, loyalty to the Empire prevailed over personal friendship, and she approached the Commandant's house, revealed her true identity, and warned him of her friend's plan. The Commandant listened to her tale, praised her courage, and assured her that no harm would come to her. He was none other than General Symmachus, who had been scouring the countryside in search of her since her disappearance, and had just arrived in Riften, hot in pursuit. He took her into his custody, and informed her that, far from being sent away to be sold, she was to be reinstated as the Queen of Mournhold as soon as she turned 18. Until that time, she was to live with the Septim family in the newly built Imperial city, where she would learn something of government and be presented at the Imperial court. At the Imperial city, Barenziah befriended the Emperor Tiber Septim during the middle years of his reign. Tiber's children, particularly his eldest son and heir Pelagius, came to love her as a sister. The ballads of the day praised her beauty, chastity, wit, and learning. On her 18th birthday, the entire Imperial city turned out to watch her farewell procession, preliminary to her return to her native land. Sorrowful as they were at her departure, all knew that she was ready for her glorious destiny as sovereign of the Kingdom of Mournhold. Volume 3. In the second volume of this series, it was told how Barenziah was kindly welcomed to the newly constructed Imperial city by the Emperor Tiber Septim and his family, who treated her like a long-lost daughter during her almost one-year stay. After several happy months there, learning her duties as vassal queen under the Empire, the Imperial General Symmachus escorted her to Mournhold, where she took up her duties as queen of her people under his wise guidance. Gradually, they came to love one another and were married and crowned in a splendid ceremony at which the Emperor himself officiated. After several hundred years of marriage, a son, Helsith, was born to the royal couple amid celebration and joyous prayer. Although it was not publicly known at the time, it was shortly before this blessed event that the Staff of Chaos had been stolen from its hiding place deep in the Mournhold mines by a clever, enigmatic bard known only as the Nightingale. 8 years after Helsith's birth, Barenziah bore a daughter, Morgaya, named after Symmachus's mother, and the royal couple's joy seemed complete. Alas, shortly after that, relations with the Empire mysteriously deteriorated, leading to much civil unrest in Mournhold. After fruitless investigations and attempts at reconciliation, in despair, Barenziah took her young children and traveled to the Imperial city herself to seek the ear of then-Emperor Uriel Septim VII. Symmachus remained in Mournhold to deal with the grumbling peasants and annoyed nobility, and do what he could to stave off an impending insurrection. During her audience with the Emperor, Barenziah, through her magical arts, came to realize to her horror and dismay that the so-called Emperor was an impostor, none other than the bard Nightingale who had stolen the Staff of Chaos. Exercising great self-control, she concealed this realization from him. That evening, news came that Symmachus had fallen in battle with the revolting peasants of Mournhold, and that the kingdom had been taken over by the rebels. Barenziah at this point did not know where to seek help or from whom. The gods that fateful night were evidently looking out for her, as if in redress of her loss. King Eadwire of High Rock, an old friend of Uriel Septim and Symmachus, came by on a social call. He comforted her, pledged his friendship, and furthermore, confirmed her suspicions that the Emperor was indeed a fraud, and none other than Jaeger Tharn, the Imperial battle mage, and one of the Nightingale's many alter egos. Tharn had supposedly retired into seclusion from public work and installed his assistant, Rhea Silmaine, in his stead. The hapless assistant was later put to death under mysterious circumstances. Supposedly a plot implicating her had been uncovered, and she had been summarily executed. However, her ghost had appeared to Eadwire in a dream and revealed to him that the true Emperor had been kidnapped by Tharn and imprisoned in an alternate dimension. Tharn had then used the Staff of Chaos to kill her when she attempted to warn the Elder Council of his nefarious plot. Together, Eadwire and Barenziah plotted to gain the false Emperor's confidence. Meanwhile, another friend of Rhea's, known only as the Champion, who apparently possessed great, albeit then untapped potential, was incarcerated at the Imperial dungeons. However, she had access to his dreams, and she told him to bide his time until she could devise a plan that would effect his escape. Then he could begin on his mission to unmask the impostor. Barenziah continued to charm, and eventually befriended the ersatz Emperor. By contriving to read his secret diary, she learned that he had broken the Staff of Chaos into 8 pieces and hidden them in far-flung locations scattered across Tamriel. She managed to obtain a copy of the key to Rhea's friend's cell and bribed a guard to leave it there as if by accident. Their champion, whose name was unknown even to Barenziah and Eadwire, made his escape through a shift gate Rhea had opened in an obscure corner of the Imperial dungeons, using her already failing powers. The champion was free at last, and almost immediately went to work. It took Barenziah several more months to learn the hiding places of all 8 staff pieces through snatches of overheard conversation and rare glances at Tharn's diary. Once she had the vital information, however, which she communicated to Rhea forthwith, who in turn passed it on to the champion, she and Eadwire lost no time. They fled to Wayrest, his ancestral kingdom in the province of High Rock, where they managed to fend off the sporadic efforts of Tharn's henchmen to haul them back to the Imperial city, or at the very least, obtain revenge. Tharn, whatever else might be said of him, was no one's fool save perhaps Barenziah's, and he concentrated most of his efforts toward tracking down and destroying the champion. As all now know, the courageous, indefatigable, and forever nameless champion was successful in reuniting the 8 sundered pieces of the Staff of Chaos. With it, he destroyed Tharn and rescued the true Emperor, Uriel Septim VII. Following what has come to be known as the Restoration, a grand state memorial service was held for Symmachus at the Imperial city, befitting the man who had served the Septim dynasty for so long and so well. Barenziah and good King Eadwire had come to care deeply for one another during their trials and adventures, and were married in the same year shortly after their flight from the Imperial city. Her 2 children from her previous marriage with Symmachus remained with her, and a regent was appointed to rule Mournhold in her absence. Up to the present time, Queen Barenziah has been in Wayrest with Prince Helseth and Princess Morgaya. She plans to return to Mournhold after Eadwire's death. Since he was already elderly when they wed, she knows that that event, alas, could not be far off as the elves reckon time. Until then, she shares in the government of the Kingdom of Wayrest with her husband, and seems glad and content with her finally quiet and happily unremarkable life. The Asylum Ball by Morrowind Jarth. Story of a ball held by the mad Emperor of Tamriel, Pelagius III, at an asylum. My great-great-uncle was a warder at an asylum in Torval. Maybe he was my great-great-great-uncle. It was quite a long time ago, and this is the story that has been passed down in my family from his generation to mine. Perhaps it is purely apocryphal, but when I was told it, it was whispered in such a way that it was meant to be taken seriously. Not having any children of my own to whisper to and being in need of some gold, I have elected to publish my story. The asylum my great-great-uncle worked in was apparently very posh. Only the right class of lunatics were admitted. Eccentric dukes, mad baronesses, touched lords, and daft ladies filled the asylum's tapestried and gilded halls. Still, it was a time of great excitement when the rumor began that the unhinged Emperor of Tamriel, Pelagius III, was transferring there from a resort in Valenwood. When the rumor became a reality, the asylum went into nice, calm, restive chaos. Pelagius was given an entire wing of the asylum for his own use, for, though he was madder than a jackal, he was still His Terrible Majesty, the Emperor of Tamriel. The Emperor was remarkably well behaved, my great-great-uncle supposedly asserted. Of course, he did not have to face the commoners who came on all sorts of pretenses to gawk at their overlord, the loon. When one of the warders, not, I have been assured, my uncle, forgot himself and let His Terrible Majesty know that people had been there to see him, the Emperor grew very excited. He made up his mind right there and then to have a ball, a huge party with musicians, dancing, and dinner right at the lunatic asylum, or precisely in his wing of the asylum. Rumors of the Emperor's interest in holding a ball spread throughout Torval, and eventually it reached the ears of the Empress Regent Kataraya, Pelagius's dear wife, in the Imperial city. Eager to make her husband happy, she sent a caravan laden with gold to the asylum so a ball might be held befitting the imperial dignity. The Emperor picked a date for the ball and preparations began immediately. The old asylum walls were beautifully decorated but needed cleaning. A pit had to be constructed to house the orchestra. Servants for cooking and serving the food had to be hired. Gold and ebony candelabras and matching chandeliers were ordered. The old rugs were destroyed, and new rugs embroidered with gems were weaved. Lists of guests had to be compiled, reconsidered, and recompiled. The Emperor knew that the guest list had to be very exclusive, and he relied on his advisors to tell him who was alive, who was dead, and who was imaginary. The party was set to begin at 9 o'clock. At 6, the hairdresser he had hired from Torval finished his imperial coiffure. At 7, he was fully dressed in the robes he had ordered for the ball, voluminous black silk and piled velvet crusted with red diamonds. At 8, he walked down the newly reconstructed staircase to supervise the final preparations, the lighting of the candles, the opening of the wine, the murder of the first course. At 9 o'clock, he took his seat at the facsimile throne he had ordered and awaited the first guests. At 9:30, his advisor, seeing the royal eyes beginning to glaze over with madness, said, "Your Terrible Majesty surely knows that it is not fashionable to arrive at any ball for at least an hour after the desired time, yes?" The Emperor just stared. At 10:30, the Emperor called for some food and wine and sat at his throne looking at the open door, eating. 30 minutes later, he ordered the orchestra to begin playing. For the next 3 hours, they played gaily for the empty candlelit ballroom. At 1 o'clock, the Emperor announced his intention to retire for the evening. My uncle was one of the warders who assisted His Terrible Majesty up the staircase. Halfway to his room, Pelagius threw himself on the floor in a hysteria, screaming and laughing, ordering more wine. My mother was good at this part of the story, rolling her eyes and shrieking, "More wine, more wine, wine!" and in short, imagining that he was possessed by all the revelers at his party that never was. 2 days later, he was still not better. He had cut himself, and those who tried to grapple him horribly, with the red diamonds of his robe. Eventually, it was decided that the Torval Asylum was not equipped to deal with a lunatic of his severity, and he was sent to a more secure location in Black Marsh. It was only 3 months later, my uncle heard that the Emperor had died. One of my uncle's duties was to clear out the personal property of the inmates after their death. Being primarily landed nobility, the personal property was often quite extensive. Several years after the Asylum Ball, my uncle was called to clear out the apartment of a duchess whose chief eccentricity was a propensity to pilfer. Kleptomania, I believe it's called. Locked away in a secret door in her desk, protected by a trap armed with a barbed needle, was a variety of jewels, piles of gold, and 5 large stacks of beautifully engraved invitations signed in the Emperor's childlike handwriting. Second Invasion. Reports. Diary surrounding the Battle of Windhelm during the Akiviri invasion of year 572 of the Second Era. 7. Sun's Height. The Akiviri land their ships in force. Several have been turned away or sunk, but more slip past our guard. Our forces move forward to meet them on the cliffs above the beaches where we hold the high ground. From our vantage point, the Queen watches their approach. She will get to see firsthand the ferocity and strength of the Blood Claws. 8. Sun's Height. The Akiviri ships have dropped anchor back from the beach. Perhaps they fear our blades. I say let them starve themselves in their ships, but Princess Nirnhilda believes they plot rather than cower. She is wiser than I, so I have sent scouts to find and foil any cowardly, underhanded tactics they might be ready to deploy. 19. Sun's Height. More than a week, and still the Akiviri do not attack. The soldiers grow restless, and Princess Nirnhilda broods. Scouts have returned without any information. Still, I continue to send them out day after day. None have spoken against me, but I see their looks as I order yet another patrol along the beaches. The Blood Claws were made for slaughter, not waiting. 22. Sun's Height. Arguments and fighting in the camp, and the Akiviri still wait with their fleet, just beyond of our grasp. We've heard reports of attacks north and south of us along the coast, even as far south as the Dark Elf lands. The troops wonder why we wait when fighting takes place elsewhere, and wonder begins to turn to anger. Princess Nirnhilda insists that this is their main fleet, and that they are trying to lure us away from our position. When she speaks, the soldiers become calm and thoughtful. She cuts right through their anger and bitterness. I wish she would address them more often. 26. Sun's Height. An Akiviri ship landed today. It hit the beach in the darkness just before morning. Our soldiers surrounded it, expecting a hail of arrows from within, but none came. It was odd that such a large ship beached itself, but the troops were bored and hungry for blood. The magical traps on the ship claimed the lives of 7 warriors. I have never seen the troops so angry. Even the princess had trouble calming them. When the Akiviri land, they will be torn to shreds. If we don't tear ourselves apart first, that is. 29 Sun's Height. Reports of the Dark Elf lands being overrun. There is little love lost between Nords and Dark Elves, but at this moment we share the frustration they must feel. The report talks of Akiviri in their fields, and our warriors hunger for combat. I spoke with the princess. I told her this news may have pushed the Blood Claws to a new level of rage. She said nothing, only pressed her lips together. She's always several steps ahead of the rest of us, and I fear she has seen something I have yet to notice. 2 Last Seed. The Akiviri landed this morning, a massive wave of destruction crashing upon the beach. Our soldiers were whipped into a frenzy as the call to arms rang out. They were reckless, and the first rush was cut down by archers before a proper line could be formed. Our recklessness cost us the beach, and the invaders now have a foothold in our land. 3. Last Seed. We had to fall back. Fighting was too intense, and Princess Nirnhilda ordered the troops back to Windhelm. We'll fight from the walls and use the strength of the city to crush the invaders once and for all. 4. Last Seed. Tension runs high tonight as we wait for the Akiviri to press forward. I saw Nirnhilda donning armor. The Blood Claws will follow her, listen to her orders like the voice of the dragon itself, but the risk is so great. Word has come to us the princes are nearby, fighting their way to the city. I pray they arrive in time to help. 7. Last Seed. Queen Mabjarn and Princess Nirnhilda are dead. Nirnhilda led the Blood Claws into combat when the gates of Windhelm fell. They fought like I have never seen anyone fight before, raging in perfect coordination. When the Queen went down, the rage took over, though Nirnhilda donned the crown and tried to restore order to our lines. The Akiviri were driven from the city. They thought to goad us, and they did, but the beast they awoke was more than they could handle. But then they came back. Now Queen Nirnhilda is dead. I should have been able to command my warriors, control them. It should have been me, not her. The responsibility for their deaths is mine, and I will explain that to the princes personally. A concise account of the Great War between the Empire and the Aldmeri Dominion by Legate Justianus Quintius. A soldier's summation of the major events before and during the Great War. Author's note. Much of what is written in this book is pieced together from documents captured from the enemy during the war, interrogation of prisoners, and eyewitness accounts from surviving soldiers and Imperial officers. I myself commanded the 10th Legion in Hammerfell and Cyrodiil until I was wounded in 175 during the assault on the Imperial city. That said, the full truth of some events may never be known. I have done my best to fill in the gaps with educated conjectures based on my experience as well as my hard-earned knowledge of the enemy. The rise of the Thalmor. Although it is not well known, Somerset Isle suffered from the Oblivion crisis as much as Cyrodiil did. The elves made war upon the Oblivion invaders, occasionally even crossing over to close down Oblivion gates. As a nation, they had more successes than Cyrodiil did, although the limitless Daedric hordes made the outcome a foregone conclusion. The Thalmor had always been a powerful faction within Somerset Isle, but had also always been a minority voice. During the crisis, the Crystal Tower was forced to give the Thalmor greater power and authority. Their efforts almost certainly saved Somerset Isle from being overrun. They capitalized on their success to seize total control in 4th Era 22. They renamed the nation Alinor, which harkens back to an earlier age before the ascendancy of man. Most people outside of the Aldmeri Dominion still call it Somerset Isle, either out of peevishness or ignorance. In 4th Era 29, the government of Valenwood was overthrown by Thalmor collaborators and a union with Alinor proclaimed. It appears that Thalmor agents had formed close ties to certain Bosmeri factions even before the Oblivion crisis. The Empire and its Bosmer allies, caught completely off guard, were quickly defeated by the much better prepared Altmer forces that invaded Valenwood on the heels of the coup. Thus was the Aldmeri Dominion reborn. Shortly afterward, the Aldmeri Dominion severed all contact with the Empire. For 70 years they were silent. Most scholars believe there was some sort of internal strife in Alinor, but very little is known of the factional struggles that went on inside the Dominion while the Thalmor consolidated its power in Somerset and Valenwood. In 4th Era 98, the two moons, Massor and Secunda, vanished. Within most of the Empire, this was viewed with trepidation and fear. In elsewhere, it was far worse. Culturally, the moons are much more influential to the Khajiit. After 2 years of the Void Knights, the moons returned. The Thalmor announced that they had restored the moons using previously unknown dawn magics, but it is unclear if they truly restored the moons or just took advantage of foreknowledge that they would return. Regardless of the truth of the matter, the Khajiit credited the Thalmor as their saviors. Within 15 years, Imperial influence in elsewhere had so diminished that the Empire was unable to respond effectively to the coup of 4th Era 115, which dissolved the Elsewhere Confederacy and recreated the ancient kingdoms of Anakina and Palatine as client states of the Aldmeri Dominion. Once more, the Empire failed to stop the advance of Thalmor power. When Titus Mede II ascended the throne in 4th Era 168, he inherited a weakened empire. The glory days of the Septums were a distant memory. Valenwood and elsewhere were gone, ceded to the Thalmor enemy. Black Marsh had been lost to Imperial rule since the aftermath of the Oblivion crisis. Morrowind had never recovered fully from the eruption of Mount Vardenfell. Hammerfell was plagued by infighting between crowns and forebears. Only High Rock, Cyrodiil, and Skyrim remained prosperous and peaceful. Emperor Titus Mede had only a few short years to consolidate his rule before his leadership was put to the ultimate test. The war begins. On the 30th of Frostfall, 4th Era 171, the Aldmeri Dominion sent an ambassador to the Imperial city with a gift in a covered cart and an ultimatum for the new emperor. The long list of demands included staggering tributes, disbandment of the Blades, outlawing the worship of Talos, and ceding large sections of Hammerfell to the Dominion. Despite the warnings of his generals of the Empire's military weakness, Emperor Titus Mede II rejected the ultimatum. The Thalmor ambassador upended the cart, spilling over 100 heads on the floor, every Blades agent in Somerset and Valenwood. And so began the Great War which would consume the Empire and the Aldmeri Dominion for the next 5 years. Within days, Aldmeri armies invaded Hammerfell and Cyrodiil simultaneously. A strong force commanded by the Thalmor general Lord Narafin attacked Cyrodiil from the south, marching out of hidden camps in northern Elsewhere and flanking the Imperial defenses along the Valenwood border. Leowyn soon fell to the invaders, while Bravil was cut off and besieged. At the same time, an Aldmeri army under Lady Aranelia crossed into western Cyrodiil from Valenwood, bypassing Anvil and Kvatch and crossing into Hammerfell. Smaller Aldmeri forces landed along the southern coastline of Hammerfell. The disunited Redguard forces offered only scattered resistance to the invaders, and much of the southern coastline was quickly overrun. The greatly outnumbered Imperial legions retreated across the Alakir Desert in the now famous March of Thirst. Fourth Era, 172 to 173, the Aldmeri advance into Cyrodiil. It appears now that the initial Aldmeri objective was in fact the conquest of Hammerfell, and that the invasion of Cyrodiil was intended only to pin down the Imperial legions while Hammerfell was overrun. However, the surprising initial success of Lord Narafin's attack led the Thalmor to believe that the Empire was weaker than they had thought. The capture of the Imperial city itself and the complete overthrow of the Empire thus became their primary objective of the next 2 years. As we know, the Thalmor nearly achieved their objective. It was only because of our Emperor's determined leadership during the Empire's darkest hour that this disaster was averted. During Fourth Era, 172, the Aldmeri advanced deeper into Cyrodiil. Bravil and Anvil both fell to the invaders. By the end of the year, Lord Narafin had advanced to the very walls of the Imperial city. There were fierce naval clashes in Lake Rumar and along the Niben as the Imperial forces attempted to hold the eastern bank. In Hammerfell, the Thalmor were content to consolidate their gains as they took control of the whole southern coastline, which was in fact their stated objective in the ultimatum delivered to the Emperor. Of the southern cities, only Hegeta still held out. The survivors of the March of Thirst regrouped in northern Hammerfell, joined by reinforcements from High Rock. The year Fourth Era, 173, saw stiffening Imperial resistance in Cyrodiil, but the seemingly inexorable Aldmeri advance continued. Fresh legions from Skyrim bolstered the Emperor's main army in the Imperial city, but the Aldmeri forced the crossing of the Niben and began advancing in force up the eastern bank. By the end of the year, the Imperial city was surrounded on 3 sides. Only the northern supply route to Bruma remained open. In Hammerfell, Imperial fortunes took a turn for the better. In early Fourth Era, 173, a forebear army from Sentinel broke the siege of Hegeta, a crown city, leading to the reconciliation of the two factions. Despite this, Lady Aranelia's main army succeeded in crossing the Alakir Desert. The Imperial legions under General Decianus met them outside Skaven in a bloody and indecisive clash. Decianus withdrew and left Aranelia in possession of Skaven, but the Aldmeri were too weakened to continue their advance. Fourth Era, 174, the sack of the Imperial city. In Fourth Era, 174, the Thalmor leadership committed all available forces to the campaign in Cyrodiil, gambling on a decisive victory to end the war once and for all. During the spring, Aldmeri reinforcements gathered in southern Cyrodiil, and on 12th of Second Seed, they launched a massive assault on the Imperial city itself. One army drove north to completely surround the city, while Lord Narafin's main force attacked the walls from the south, east, and west. The Emperor's decision to fight his way out of the city rather than make a last stand was a bold one. No general dared advise him to abandon the capital, but Titus II was proven right in the end. While the 8th Legion fought a desperate and doomed rearguard action on the walls of the city, Titus II broke out of the city to the north with his main army, smashing through the surrounding Aldmeri forces and linking up with reinforcements marching south from Skyrim under General Yona. Meanwhile, however, the capital fell to the invaders, and the infamous sack of the Imperial city began. The Imperial palace was burned, the white gold tower itself looted, and all manner of atrocities carried out by the vengeful elves on the innocent populace. In Hammerfell, General Decianus was preparing to drive the Aldmeri back from Skaven when he was ordered to march for Cyrodiil. Unwilling to abandon Hammerfell completely, he allowed a great number of invalids to be discharged from the legions before they marched east. These veterans formed the core of the army that eventually drove Lady Aranelia's forces back across the Alikir late in 174, taking heavy losses on their retreat from harassing attacks by the Alikir warriors. 4th Era, 175. The Battle of the Red Ring. During the winter of 4th Era, 174 to 175, the Thalmor seemed to have believed that the war in Cyrodiil was all but over. They made several attempts to negotiate with Titus II. The Emperor encouraged them in their belief that he was preparing to surrender. Meanwhile, he gathered his forces to retake the Imperial city. In what is now known as the Battle of the Red Ring, a battle that will serve as a model for Imperial strategists for generations to come, Titus II divided his forces into three. One army, with the legions from Hammerfell under General Decianus, was hidden in the Colovian highlands near Corel. The Aldmeri were unaware that he was no longer in Hammerfell, possibly because the Imperial veterans Decianus had left behind led Lady Aranelia to believe that she still faced an Imperial army. The second army, largely of Nord legions under General Yona, took up position near Cheydinhall. The main army was commanded by the Emperor himself and would undertake the main assault of the Imperial city from the north. On the 30th of Rain's Hand, the bloody Battle of the Red Ring began, as General Decianus swept down on the city from the west, while General Yona's legionnaires drove south along the Red Ring Road. In a 2-day assault, Yona's army crossed the Niben and advanced west, attempting to link up with Decianus's legions and thus surround the Imperial city. Lord Narafin was taken by surprise by Decianus's assault, but Yona's troops faced bitter resistance as the Aldmeri counterattacked from Breville and Skingrad. The heroic Nord legionnaires held firm, however, beating off the piecemeal Aldmeri attacks. By the 5th day of the battle, the Aldmeri army in the Imperial city was surrounded. Titus II led the assault from the north, personally capturing Lord Narafin. It is rumored the Emperor wielded the famed sword Goldbrand, although this has never been officially confirmed by the Imperial government. An attempt by the Aldmeri to break out of the city to the south was blocked by the unbreakable shield wall of General Yona's battered legions. In the end, the main Aldmeri army in Cyrodiil was completely destroyed. The Emperor's decision to withdraw from the Imperial city in 4th Era 174 was bloodily vindicated. Lord Narafin was kept alive for 33 days, hanging from the White Gold Tower. It is not recorded where his body was buried, if it was buried at all. One source claims he was carried off by a winged Daedra on the 34th day. The White Gold Concordat and the end of the war. Although victorious, the Imperial armies were in no shape to continue the war. The entire remaining Imperial force was gathered in Cyrodiil, exhausted and decimated by the Battle of the Red Ring. Not a single legion had more than half its soldiers fit for duty. 2 legions had been effectively annihilated, not counting the loss of the 8th during the retreat from the Imperial city the previous year. Titus II knew that there would be no better time to negotiate peace, and late in 4th Era, 175, the Empire and the Aldmeri Dominion signed the White Gold Concordat, ending the Great War. The terms were harsh, but Titus II believed that it was necessary to secure peace and give the Empire a chance to regain its strength. The 2 most controversial terms of the Concordat were the banning of the worship of Talos and the cession of a large section of southern Hammerfell, most of what was already occupied by Aldmeri forces. Critics have pointed out that the Concordat is almost identical to the ultimatum the Emperor rejected 5 years earlier. However, There is a great difference between agreeing to such terms under the mere threat of war and agreeing to them at the end of a long and destructive war. No part of the Empire would have accepted these terms in 4th Era 171, dictated by the Thalmor at Swords Point. Titus II would have faced civil war. By 4th Era 175, most of the Empire welcomed peace at almost any price. Epilogue. Hammerfell fights on alone. Hammerfell, however, refused to accept the White Gold Concordat, being unwilling to concede defeat and the loss of so much of their territory. Titus II was forced to officially renounce Hammerfell as an imperial province in order to preserve the hard-won peace treaty. The Redguards understandably looked on this as a betrayal. In this, the Thalmor certainly achieved one of their long-term goals by sowing lasting bitterness between Hammerfell and the Empire. In the end, the heroic Redguards fought the Aldmeri Dominion to a standstill, although the war lasted for 5 more years and left southern Hammerfell devastated. The Redguards say that this proves that the White Gold Concordat was unnecessary, and that if Titus II had kept his nerve, the Aldmeri could have been truly defeated by the combined forces of Hammerfell and the rest of the Empire. The truth of that assertion can, of course, never be known. But the Redguards should not forget the great sacrifice of Imperial blood, Breton, Nord, and Cyrodiilic, at the Battle of the Red Ring that weakened the Dominion enough to allow the eventual Second Treaty of Stros-Mackay in 4th Era 180 and the withdrawal of Aldmeri forces from Hammerfell. There can be no doubt that the current peace cannot last forever. The Thalmor take the long view, as is proved by the sequence of events leading up to the Great War. All those who value freedom over tyranny can only hope that before it is too late, Hammerfell and the Empire will be reconciled and stand united against the Thalmor threat. Otherwise, any hope to stem the tide of Thalmor rule over all of Tamriel is dimmed. Rising Threat by Lathanil of Sunhold. The following is the account of Lathanil of Sunhold, an Altmer refugee from Somerset Isle who came to Cyrodiil in the early years of the 4th Era. According to Lathanil, he did not flee the aftermath of the Oblivion crisis in Somerset. Rather, he fled the darkening shadow of the Thalmor upon my beloved homeland. Lathanil had a very intense presence, to put it politely, and some of his accusations of Thalmor involvement border on madness. This may be why his fervent warnings and outspoken criticisms of the Thalmor and the Aldmeri Dominion went unheeded, but history has at least partially vindicated Lathanil's claims. Praxis Erratuum, Imperial Historian. I was barely more than a child when the great anguish fell upon us. The very air was torn asunder, leaving gaping, infected wounds that spewed Daedra from the bowels of oblivion. Many flocked to the shores, seeking escape from Dagon's murderous host. But the seas betrayed our people, raising up to smash our ships and our ports, leaving us to fates so vile and wicked that death would seem a mercy. The Crystal Tower stood as our last bastion of hope, in both the literal and figurative sense. Refugees filled the Crystal Tower until it could hold no more. I could taste the fear hanging in the air, feel the pall of despair suffocating us. We could see the Daedra moving through the trees in the distance, but they did not come. Days passed, and still the Daedra would not approach within arrow shot of the battlements. Hope began to grow. They fear us, some would say. Even a Daedra knows not to trifle with the wisdom and magics of the crystal-like law. It was as if the foul denizens of Oblivion had been waiting for this very spirit to stoke our hearts before they acted. As we slept, innumerable legions of Daedra amassed around us, and they were not alone. Hundreds of Altmer prisoners were gathered with them. As dawn broke, we were awoken by their screams as the Daedra began to flail them and flay them. We watched in abject horror as our kinfolk were defiled completely, carved up and eaten alive, impaled on their depraved war machines, and worried apart as meals for their profane beasts. This bloodletting was only a prelude to whet their appetites. Once the Daedra finished with our kinfolk, they turned their eyes to the Crystal Tower. Our great and noble bastion proved as much of an impediment as a mighty oak to a landslide, standing tall for but a few moments, appearing almost able to ride the tide of destruction around it, but ultimately being swept away. Our exalted wizards decimated the fiends, roasting them by the dozens. Archers were finding the narrowest of chinks in their Daedric armor at over 100 paces, felling their captains and commanders. The might and skillfulness of our heroic defenders was astonishing to behold, but it was not enough. The Daedra clambered over the corpses of their cohort. They marched headlong into death and destruction that would make the mightiest armies in all of Tamriel quake with fear. When they breached the walls, I fled along with the other cowards. I take no pride in that act. It has haunted my existence ever since, and I burn with shame to admit it. But it is truth. We fled in mindless panic, abandoning those stalwart Altmer who held the line against the onslaught to preserve and defend our illustrious Crystal Tower. We raced through cleverly concealed passageways and emerged well away from the chaos that had descended upon the tower. That is when it happened. It started like a gust rustling through the leaves of a dense forest, but the sound did not taper off. It rose into a roar as the very ground on which I stood began to shudder. I turned to look, and the world held its breath. I stood transfixed as the heart of my homeland was torn as if from my own breast. The unthinkable, the incomprehensible. The tower of crystal-like law cast to the ground with all the dignity of a beggar meeting an iron-clad fist. An eternity I watched, trying to reconcile what I knew with what I saw. Sobs racked my chest, and weeping filled the air around me as the spell loosened its hold, and I realized where I was. There were scores of other refugees mesmerized by the horror that had likewise ensorcelled me. "Go!" I croaked out as my heart, the heart of my land, shattered. No one moved, not even me. I mustered what will I could and bellowed all the fear and hatred and agony at what had just happened, turning the word into a mindless shriek. "Go!" I ran then, feeling more than seeing that the others had followed. What happened after the Tower of Crystal-like Law fell was a daze. It was as if my mind simply stopped. Instinct took over, as my every thought sank into a black abyss of despair. Time lost all meaning, and to this day I know not how long I was in this state. Eventually, a conscious thought managed to break my fugue. The Daedric horde had vanished, gone as suddenly as they had come. Before my numbed mind could comprehend the tumult that consumed my beloved Somerset Isle, before I could formulate the question how, they were there, dripping honeyed poison in our ears. The Thalmor. They were the ones that saved us, they claimed, working deep and subtle magics. It was their efforts, their sacrifices that delivered the Altmer from extinction. Oh, what fools we were. We wanted so desperately someone to thank for ending our tribulations. We lavished it upon the first to step up and claim the glory. With that simple act of gratitude, we allowed a vile rot to seep into our homeland, to putrefy our once noble and distinguished civilization. It was months before I began to suspect the error we had made. Small twinges of unease would vex me, but each one alone was easy enough to disregard and push aside. The exile of the great seer mage Rinendor the Bold was the final doubt that I could not ignore. You see, Rinendor was one of the very few who survived the collapse of the Crystal Tower. I saw some of his bravery and heroics with my own eyes. It was his leadership and sorcery that made the Daedra pay such a high price for their destruction of the Crystal Tower. The Thalmor besmirched his name when he had the audacity to publicly doubt and question their role in ending the Oblivion crisis on Somerset Isle. Rinendor made the mistake of ignoring the consensus gentium, trusting instead to logic and facts. The shrewdness of the Thalmor, however, was not such to allow something as trivial as the truth stand in their way. As soon as they shifted the collective opinion ever so slightly against Rinendor, they had him sequestered and intensified their efforts to tarnish his reputation. Unable to mount any sort of defense to the Thalmor's attacks, Rinendor was quickly denounced and exiled. Ever so cautiously, I formed a cabal made up of others who distrusted the motives and methods of the Thalmor. Over several months I liquidated my ancestral holdings and took whatever inheritance I could without raising any suspicions. I would follow after Rinendor and help him restore his reputation and status. We would then return to best the Thalmor at their own game and win back the mores and morals of the Altmer. The rest of my cabal would stay on Somerset Isle and win the trust of the Thalmor on whatever level best suited each of them, sending clandestine missives to me when possible. After weeks of painstaking investigations and exorbitant bribes, I was able to learn that Renandor was placed on a ship to Anvil. I booked my own passage to Anvil. My search almost ended there, for Renandor had never arrived in Anvil Harbor. My instinct that Renandor met a duplicitous end was confirmed when I sought out several of the deckhands who were reported to be aboard Renandor's vessel. All died under mysterious and violent circumstances. The first of many attempts on my life occurred soon after. Needless to say, I survived. But my grand plan to stymie the Thalmor fell apart without an esteemed leader to rally behind. I went into hiding, waiting anxiously for word of the Thalmor's activities back on Somerset Isle. Over the following years, I tried to bend the ear of the Empire through various avenues and warn them of the Thalmor's doings. The Empire, however, was having enough troubles dealing with the aftermath of the Oblivion crisis within its own borders without seeking trouble in faraway Somerset. With the assassination of Emperor Uriel Septim VII and his heirs, and the self-sacrifice of Martin Septim, the true savior of Somerset Isle and the rest of Tamriel, the Empire's leadership was left defunct. High Chancellor Okato convened the full Elder Council in an unsuccessful bid to select a new emperor. Without an emperor, the Empire beyond the reach of Cyrodiil began to splinter. Okato reluctantly agreed to become the potentate under the terms of the Elder Council Charter until Imperial rule could be re-established. But a reluctant leader is rarely a strong leader. Potentate Okato made admirable efforts to rein in the bedlam that threatened to rip the Empire apart, and was even making headway when Red Mountain erupted and destroyed much of Vardenfell, likely from Thalmor tampering. But I have yet to find proof of their misdeeds in this. What was left of Morrowind was thrown into absolute chaos. The effects of the eruption were felt even in Black Marsh, destroying roads and cutting off the Imperial garrisons there. None were prepared for what happened next. While Morrowind and the Imperial forces in Black Marsh were still reeling from the consecutive catastrophes of the Oblivion crisis and the destruction of Vardenfell, the Thalmor incited the Argonians to mount a massive uprising. Black Marsh and southern Morrowind were completely lost to the Argonians, but luckily the Thalmor too lost what influence they had over the Reptilians. All the while, the Thalmor consolidated their hold over my beloved homeland. It took almost a decade before my own machinations put me into contact with Okato. He seemed more interested than most in what I had to say about the Thalmor, maybe because he was himself an Altmer and recognized the threat they represented. It wasn't long before the Thalmor had Okato assassinated. Potentate Okato's murder began the Stormcrown Interregnum. The Elder Council fractured, leading into years of ruthless infighting, plots, and backstabbing. Many tried to claim the Ruby Throne. Most were pretenders to the crown, a few had legitimate claims. Others still were little more than brutal dullards who thought mere strength of arms was all the entitlement they needed. Violent, unnatural storms lashed the Imperial city several times during this anarchy, always with the eye of the storm looking directly down upon White Gold Tower, as if this was the judgment of the 9 divines. With the Empire submerged in this mayhem, the Thalmor were quick to act. They overthrew the rightful kings and queens of the Altmer. I remember the revulsion and horror that took hold when word reached me that this dementia had gripped my homeland. Once so proud and majestic, many of our great race actually embraced this insanity. Then the first of many pogroms descended on Somerset Isle. They slaughtered any who were not of the blood of the Aldmer. A fine excuse to purge the dissidents as well. The Thalmor have never been ones to waste such an opportunity. After 7 long, bloody years, the Stormcrown Interregnum was ended when a Colovian warlord by the name of Titus Mede seized the crown. Whether he had rightful claim or not is moot. Without Titus Mede, there would not be an empire today. He proved a shrewd and capable leader, such that Skyrim endorsed him as emperor. With the empire stabilizing under the auspicious efforts Emperor Titus Mede, I resumed my efforts to warn them of the Thalmor threat. Again, the Thalmor remained a step ahead. Before my efforts could come to fruition, the Thalmor struck. Another coup, this time in Valenwood. The Empire was not prepared for the Thalmor's subterfuge and stratagem. There are those who claim the combined Altmer and Bosmer forces greatly outmatched the Empire, but this is a farce. This short, savage campaign was won by the Thalmor even before first blood was drawn. They waited and watched their enemy. They chose where and when they would attack. The Thalmor were able to bring the full fury of their small contingent of Altmer and Bosmer to any of several Imperial strongholds. Contrary to the posturing of the Empire's generals, the Thalmor did not command greater numbers. They had better spies and greater mobility, and knew how best to use them. This is the menace that the Thalmor represent. They are cruel and merciless, but they are no fools. They are devious and subtle, and so very patient. In one fell stroke, the Thalmor took a strategic foothold on the mainland of Tamriel and prevented any significant attempt the Empire could have made to invade Somerset Isle and depose the tyranny of the Thalmor. At the same time, they took a better vantage to continue to watch the Empire and wait. In so doing, they also revived the Aldmeri Dominion with their alliance to the Bosmer of Valenwood. Over the decades, the Thalmor have grown quiet, but this is not the end. It has only just begun. They merely consolidate their power and tighten their grip on the hearts and minds of the Altmer. The Empire may wish to forget the wounds its pride has suffered at the hands of the Thalmor, but they are still out there, plotting, watching, waiting. While the Empire is content to secure inconsequential corners of its vast holdings, the threat of the Thalmor continues to rise. Not since Potentate Okato has anyone in the Empire listened to me. I beseech any and all citizens of this renowned empire to heed my words. The Thalmor must be stopped before it is too late. Soon after Lathanil of Sunhold commissioned to have these volumes printed and distributed far and wide in the empire with his own coin, he himself met a violent end. In light of the events that followed his death, we must consider that he may very well have been murdered by Thalmor assassins. Praxis Erratuum, Imperial Historian.